No, 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 no.
No, 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 no,
Someone else is
no.
doing it.
Welcome.
You're waiting for
Na na
everyone
na
to
na na
start.
na 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 na
Batman.
I want you to tell all your friends to like, subscribe, follow. This is Table Read Tuesdays. All right, welcome to a special Table Read Tuesdays. And we'd like to give a shout out to one of our regulars. Who wants to do it? Clint, Angel?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just have everybody get well soon. Heather, I hope that everything went well. We love you so much. Heal up.
Get well soon.
Yes, we look forward
Love
to seeing you
you.
back on here soon. All right, and along with Heather, multi-talented, brings so much to our table reads every week. Everybody here does. They have their own specialties. I can't mention everybody's. Morgan, executive talent person at Streamily, Aaron, this top horror podcast, Cat with Shakespeare. Everyone has something and brings all this special knowledge each week. This week, we have Ben Wan joining us that specializes in well, he's actor, screenwriter. He'll tell us more, but superhero stuff and Batman. So he's going to give us a little more insights on the script we're reading tonight, which is Sam Hamm's version of Batman, the script that turned into the 1989 movie, but interrupted by the strike. So we only got this, and so it's what it could have been, or that it's different. And that's applicable to today with the script strike going on. So we'll end up on you, Ben, last before we get into the script to give us a little taste of it, and then we'll get more into it in the after discussion. But till then, tell us, everyone, what you guys do, where people can find you, the whole intro jazz. So, Aaron Lillis.
Hey, I am a voice actor primarily in horror, and you can find me at aaronlillis.com, which will eventually be a website if I get my stuff together. And right now, it's just a link tree, and you can hear me in the season finale of the No Sleep podcast. I will have 3 lines, and I will be recording that tomorrow in studio, and I'm looking forward to it. And that's it for me. I'm playing a bunch of parts tonight, and on to the next.
Yes,
Hi, I'm Cat Wilson. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I prepped you that you were next, and I interrupted there. I was saying we have a lot of parts of us right now, and a few of them were recast at the last minute. So bear with us if we stumble a little bit on finding our roles. So thank you. And yes, Cat, please.
Hi, I'm Cat Wilson. I am reading actions and descriptions this evening, and you can find me reading Shakespeare on most weekends, especially at 2 Households in Fair Corona on Facebook.
Yes. And Vicky.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm an actress from Central Alberta, working on a yoga show right now. Tonight, I am reading a number of characters, one of them being the mayor and Miranda, and various other ones. And you can find me on Facebook under Vicky Dykes, and I'm on Instagram. I'm YogaGramma7.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. And next we have Morgan Toll.
Hello, I am Morgan. I am an actor and voice actor here in Los Angeles, SAG-AFTRA. I'm also the talent partnership executive at Streamily.com for the TV and film crew. You can find me on Instagram at Morgan Elizabeth Toll.
Excellent. And next we have Angelina Peterson.
Hi, I'm Angel, or Angelina, as people often call me here. And gosh, I don't know. I feel like I wear many hats, and whatever one's paying is pretty cool. Currently cooking at a tea house, but I'm also still screenwriting, and I may audition if I remember for something on theater. In theater.
She's being
That's
too
it.
modest. Yeah, she screenwrites. She's on a second draft of a paid screenwrite. She acts, she edits, a lot more. So thank you, Angel. And she does so much here at Table Read Tuesdays. So much. Casting everything. So thank you. And next we have Clint Monroe.
Hey, what's going on? It's good to be back. Yeah, I've been dealing with some health problems and stuff, so I've been going down the rabbit hole with music just to see where that can take me. Just finding all kinds of stuff. So if you guys want, you can find me in the stratosphere. Talk to you guys soon.
And I'm glad you're feeling better. And I like your music that you have. I only heard a little bit. If people want to check it out, can they check it out on YouTube or somewhere else yet? But not yet.
This is just me finding stuff. I've been going down the rabbit hole with like French indie and hip hop, Hungarian rock, just kind of all kinds of stuff, you know. The Chinese punk scene's really badass right now. So yeah, I'm just kind of playing with what I can.
That's exciting. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. And next for tonight's cast, last but not least, we have Roxane.
Hi, Roxane Armstrong. Was away for a few weeks because I just wrapped up a very demanding theater production of Absinthe, Bourbon, Vodka, and Sake, which was extremely rewarding but very demanding. So I wasn't here, and threw in a short film while I did that too. So you can find me on Facebook at Roxane Armstrong or Instagram at Roxane. And when I'm not doing this kind of stuff, I am a social marketer for a health and wellness company. So my face is always on social media. That's it.
Thank you. As I told you, not last but not least, I was wrong. We have Ben Juan. Welcome to Table Read Tuesday for the first time. Happy to have you here and able to share your insights.
Thank you.
So please give us a first about you, what you do, and where people can find you, and then prep us to read the script, please.
Sure. So I'm Ben Juan. I'm in Los Angeles, and like everyone in LA and like everyone here, I do a million things. So I'm a writer. Recently got a short story published in Metaphorosis magazine called Shortcut to Happily Ever After, about a guy who uses time travel to try to help solve his dating problems, only for it to create more problems. So you can check that out, as well as some of my other work on my site, benjuanwriter.com. I've acted recently in an independent short film called Derek Magnum that's currently crowdfunding. And I'm also the co-host of the podcast called Superhero Stuff You Should Know. And we cover superheroes, of course, but a lot of times we focus on unmade scripts, or in this case, early drafts of scripts and how they changed before the final film. This is a big one because the 89 Batman film is my introduction to the character when I was growing up, and we've had a ton of episodes on it, including one where we met and interviewed the original screenwriter of this, Sam Hamm. And this is the original draft of the movie that we're reading over tonight. It's very different from the final film. If you're familiar with the film, it'll seem like it's very similar at first. And then, as I told Jacob when I was pitching this to him on this, in terms of the different scripts we could do together in a collaboration, I was like, there's going to be a certain point where oh, this is very different. There are certain characters in this who are not in the final film. And, in talking about it with Jacob, we just thought that it was the perfect one to team up on. We've got Michael Keaton coming back as Batman in The Flash. We've got the anniversary of this movie being this Friday, the 23rd. And, the relevancy, the fact that this was a movie severely written by a writer's strike back in 1988 or so. So my podcast is also where I've done the voice of Batman in different sketches, as well as read off different moments from comics and scripts. So for tonight, I'm Batman.
Nice that we have a professional with us.
Ow!
A professional Batman.
Excellent.
That's where we need that.
Just put that in the background.
Yeah.
And one, yeah, I love it.
All right. He's got the initials. Bruce Wayne.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right,
Well,
Do you want me to go any more on the script? I feel like I should keep it vague before we dive into
No, that's a good
what's in
thing.
there.
We're going to get more in detail in the after discussion. So everybody stay tuned for that, or later when we have it in the action description, click the little time code there if you want that insight beforehand. All right, but that'll give some spoilers, and we don't want to give spoilers. So we're ready to discover it together. I will share the screen, and Kat so generously and willing to read our action description will
Okay,
take
y'all
us
ready?
away.
Batman. Screenplay by Sam Hamm, based on the character created by Bob Kane. First draft, October 20th, 1986. Fade into an exterior cityscape night. The place is Gotham City. The time, 1987, once removed. The city of tomorrow. Stark angles, creeping shadows, dense, crowded, airless, a random tangle of steel and concrete, self-generating, almost subterranean in its aspect, as if hell had erupted through the sidewalks and kept on growing. A dangling fat moon shines overhead, ready to burst. Exterior, cathedral night. Amidst the chrome and glass sits a dark and ornate Gothic anomaly. The old city cathedral, once grand, now abandoned, long since boarded up and scheduled for demolition. On the rooftop, far above us, stone gargoyles gaze down from their shadowy, windswept perches, keeping monstrous watch over the distant streets below, sightless guardians of the Gotham night. One of them is moving. Exterior, Gotham Square night. The pulsing heart of downtown Gotham, a neon nightmare of big city corruption, almost surreal in its oppressiveness. Hookers wave to drug dealers. Street hustlers slap high fives with 3-card Monte dealers. They all seem to know each other, with one conspicuous exception. A tourist family, Mom, Dad, and little Jimmy, staring straight ahead as they march. Oops, hang on a sec.
Sorry about
That's
that.
all right. Lost my place. As they march in perfect lockstep down the main drag. They've just come out of the bit show 2 blocks over. The respectable theater crowd is thinned out, and now, playbills in hand, they find themselves adrift in the predatory traffic of Gotham's meanest street.
For God's sake, Harold, can we please just get a taxi?
I'm trying to get a taxi.
3 cabs streak past and disappear. Mom grimaces in frustration as little Jimmy consults a subway map.
We're going the wrong way.
Nearby, street types are beginning to snicker. Dad surveys them nervously and gestures.
We'll
you
never get a cab here. Let's cut over to 7th.
Sorry, I got confused on where I was. That's my fault.
You want to just take it
Put
back
that
at
away.
Dad?
Oh, I'll start right there. All right. Put that away. We look like tourists.
2 cops lean on the patrol car outside an all-night souvlaki stand, sipping coffee and chatting with a hooker. The hooker smiles at Jimmy. Jimmy smiles back. Mom yanks him off down the street and glowers at Dad.
We'll never get a cab here. Let's just cut over to 7th.
7th is that way.
I know where we are.
Exterior, side street. That moment, night. A deserted access street, sidewalks lined with the husks of stripped-down cars. Mom, Dad, and Jimmy take a deep breath and march down the darkened street. A voice startles them.
Hey,
mister.
Hey, mister, give me $1.
The voice belongs to a derelict, 19 or 20, acne-scarred, who sits between 2 garbage cans, his palm uplifted. His ratty t-shirt reads, "I love Gotham City." Mom, Dad, and Jimmy pause for the merest of seconds, then move on, pretending not to hear.
I know there was a little confusion there. Yes, Morgan, that is you.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to find the email.
So the derelict, yeah.
Yeah, got it. Mister, how about it? $1? $1, man. Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Do you speak English?
By now, the tourists are halfway across the street. Mercifully, the derelict does not seem to be following. They pick up their pace. They don't see the shadowy figure in the alleyway. They don't see the gun until a gloved hand brings it down, butt first, across the back of Dad's neck. Dad crumples. Mom grabs Jimmy and backs him against a brick wall, too terrified to scream. The derelict races across the street to join his confederate, the street punk, who's already searching for Dad's wallet. Mom's mouth opens in panic. They can see she's about to snap, so the street punk, still in a crouch, trains his gun on Jimmy.
Do the kid a favor, lady. Don't scream.
The poor woman is utterly horrified. Tears stream down her face, but she keeps her wits about her, stifles the urge to shriek, and hustles Jimmy off down the street. The two punks watch them break into a run, then chuckle, slap hands, and race off into the opposite direction. Exterior rooftop, night. 6 stories up, the punks, Nick and Eddie, hunker down on the tar and gravel roof, sizing up their take.
All right, the gold card. Don't leave home without it.
The chill wind whips across the roof as Nick extracts the cash and begins to count it. There's a distant, indistinct clang, metal on metal. Eddie hears it and tenses up.
Let's beat it, man. I don't like being up here.
What, scared of heights?
I don't know, man. After what happened to Johnny Gobbs,
Look, Johnny Gobbs got ripped and walked off a roof, all right? No big loss.
that ain't what I heard. That ain't what I heard at all. I heard the bat got him.
Give me a break, will ya? Shut up.
5 stories straight down. There was no blood in the body.
No shit. It was all over the pavement.
Nick has no patience with campfire tales, but here on the roof, in the pale moonlight, he can't ignore the slight tingle at the base of his spine.
There was no blood, man. Brother says all the bad things you done, they come back and haunt you.
Listen to this. How old are you? There ain't no bad.
My brother's a priest, man.
No wonder you're such a chicken shit. Now shut up. There ain't no bad.
As they speak, our attention shifts to a point at the opposite corner of the roof, some 15 yards away, where at the end of a line, a strange black silhouette is dropping, slowly, implacably, into frame.
You shouldn't have turned the gun on that kid, man. You shouldn't have.
You want this money or don't you? Now shut up. Shut up.
Both punks freeze at the sudden, inexplicable sound of boots crunching on gravel. They turn slowly. Their jaws drop. Standing at the edge of the roof, bathed in moonlight, is a black apparition. It does not move. Eddie stands rooted to the spot, a choked gurgle in his throat, as if he's just seen his own death. The black figure advances, spreading its arms, or rather, its wings, great black bat wings flapping in the wind. Nick drops to the gravel, rope for the gun, brings it up, and still the black figure draws closer, deliberate, menacing. On its chest, the emblem of a bat, in an oval yellow field, glowing like a target in the darkness. Nick fires twice, 2 clean hits. The strange black figure is knocked bodily to the roof. Trembling, sweating buckets, Nick gets to his feet. He whacks a motionless Eddie on the arm
I'm getting out of here.
and bends to retrieve his loot. Eddie lets out a strange pre-verbal squeal, and Nick sees a human bat, back on its feet, nightmarish, undead, moving slowly and inevitably closer. Panic. Sheer, raw, unrelenting panic. Stolen money flutters out of Nick's hands, and he scuttles around the periphery of the roof, his feet skidding on the gravel as he searches for a way down. The black specters blocking his path to the fire escape. Trapped like a rat, Nick fires wildly. Eddie is frozen in place, his eyes glazed over, his face drained of blood. The bat treads calmly past. A leg snakes out. A black boot catches Eddie high on the chest, lifts him cleanly off his feet, and sends him flying through the air. Eddie slams into a brick chimney and slumps to the roof, unconscious, a broken, weightless puppet. This action is so smooth, so automatic, that the bat does not even break his stride. Nick sees his chance and charges past the black wraith, scrambling toward the fire escape. And a gloved hand slices through the air, and Nick pitches forward, his legs ensnared in a tangle of wires. Screaming now, he drags himself across the gravel roof, the looming figure of the bat at his heels, until There's no place left to go. Nick cowers against the ledge, his pants torn, his hands and knees bloody. He is dissolved into total mindless hysteria. Almost by reflex, Nick keeps shooting. He'd do better if he could manage to open his eyes. By now, the hammer is falling on an empty chamber, but Nick continues obsessively to pull the trigger. He weeps, he moans, he wails. The bat grabs a fistful of Nick's shirt and with a supernatural ease hoists him into the air.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
When Nick finally opens his eyes, he realizes the bat is standing on the ledge of the roof, holding him out at arm's length, over 6 stories of nothingness. The gruesome black apparition speaks in a rasping whisper.
I won't kill you. I want you to do me a favor.
Nick looks down. Far, far below, cars wink silently past. And he looks up and sees, in the mirrored lenses where Batman's eyes should be, the twin reflections of his own stricken face.
Tell your friends. Tell all your friends.
Nick howls. Almost as an afterthought, the Batman heaves him roughly back onto the roof, and then, casually, without a moment's hesitation, steps off the ledge of the roof into midair. Trembling, Nick crawls to the edge and looks over, finding absolutely no trace of the Batman. Nick is still screaming as we pan up to the bilious yellow globe of Gotham's moon, and main credits roll. Batman. Cut to interior, Gotham City's Democrats Club night. An oversized campaign poster fills one wall. A new Gotham, Harvey Dent for district attorney. We tilt down to find the man himself, determined, dynamic Harvey Dent, addressing a crowd from behind his podium.
It is no longer enough to go after the small-time punks and petty criminals who infest the streets of Gotham City. Crime and corruption must be attacked at the root.
Another angle, the audience. Civic-minded politicals decked out in fundraiser finery. They applaud Dent's tough talk wildly. They've just shelled out $500 a plate for a chicken dinner, and by God, they're going to enjoy this. Tuxedoed waiters move around the tables, deftly refilling water glasses. As they do, we see an empty place setting, the only one in the hall. Some well-meaning moneybags has laid out $50,000 and then neglected to show up. The engraved placard reads, Bruce Wayne. Angle on Dent.
If elected, my first act as district attorney will be to return an indictment against boss Carl Grissom.
Cut to interior apartment night. A woman's apartment, decorated in pastel pinks and mauves. Original paintings and sculptures everywhere. The place reeks of money. In the foreground, a man's hand, long, elegant, manicured, manipulating a deck of cards, doing a one-handed shuffle with extraordinary finesse. In the background, a TV set tuned to 11 o'clock news with highlights of Harvey Dent's campaign speech.
Together, we can make Gotham City a safe place for decent people to live and work and play.
The hand sets a deck on an end table, wraps it twice, turns up 4 aces at the top. This most unusual deck sports a .22 caliber bullet hole straight through the middle.
Decent people shouldn't live here. They'd be much happier someplace else.
Jack Napier, 32, is a right-hand man and chief enforcer to boss Carl Grissom. His features are delicate, almost feminine, and he takes a vain, gangsterish pride in his appearance. He is also absolutely merciless. He trains a cold eye on Dent's televised image as Alicia Hunt, 26, beautiful, Carl Grissom's kept woman, glides over in her negligee and snuggles up.
Anything new?
Yeah, the usual gas. If this clown could lay a hand on Grissom, I would have had to kill him by now.
Alicia finds Jack's necktie draped over a nearby chair. She begins knotting it playfully around his neck.
If Grissom knew about us, he might kill you.
Jack seems uninterested in her affections. His eye darts back and forth between the TV and his own reflection in a nearby vanity.
I don't think so, Angel. I'm too valuable. That's the way I've planned it. And besides, he doesn't know.
Jack checks his watch, reaches for his top coat, and stands in front of the vanity. He runs a hand through his sculpted hair and checks out his Albert Nippon ensemble.
You look just fine, Jack.
He smiles to himself before turning to the door.
I didn't ask.
We cut to exterior alleyway night. The scene of the earlier mugging, a half block off Gotham Square. Only now, the deserted alleyway is a beehive of activity. Police cars, an ambulance, a forensic van. Eddie the Punk goes past on a stretcher, catatonic. Watching him are a porcine cup, Lieutenant Eckert, and a police medic. That one there won't say a word. The other one's raving his head off.
Variety, huh? The spice of life.
At the mouth of the alleyway, we find Alexander Knox, 30, hyperactive, a crime reporter for the Gotham Gazette. At the moment, he's chatting with a uniformed policeman.
They found him hugging a drain pipe. He was scared to come off the roof.
Great. But tell me, is this another what do you know? Because if so, it's the third one this week.
I don't know. What's what?
Good answer. I'm gonna put you in for accommodation.
Knox, Spock's Eckert, and the medic waves cheerily and saunters down the alleyway. Eckhart curses under his breath.
Oh, Christ, it's Knox.
Hey, you gents. This anything I should know about?
Oh, nothing out of the routine.
At this exact moment, two uniformed patrolmen drag a brain-fried Nick past the mouth of the alley.
A bat, I tell you, a giant bat. He wanted me to do him a favor.
Knox tilts one eyeball. Eckhart and the medic trade disgusted looks.
No offense, boys, but these guys are seeing some things up there.
No comment. Print what you like.
Come on, one question. Is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City?
Knox's tone is jokey, but only half jokey. Eckhart snorts in disgust and turns away. Knox shouts after him.
If so, is he in the police payroll? If so, what does he put down after his taxes?
Exterior street, that moment, night. We pick up Lieutenant Eckhart as he merges onto the side street. He's headed for his car when he spots a stretch limo idling across the street. Leaning on the hood, waving high, is the dandiest Jack Napier, flanked by two impressive goons. Eckhart throws a nervous glance back in Knox's direction. He turns left, gestures to Jack to meet him further up the block. By the time he reaches a corner, Jack has swaggered up alongside him. Eckhart takes a fat brown envelope from Jack and stuffs it quickly in his coat.
You didn't show up.
We had another bat sighting.
I'm sure that was vitally important. Listen, things are heating up. Someone is leaking information to Harvey Dent.
Eckhart bristles. There's no love lost between these two.
I'm doing the best I can. If it's a problem,
Eckhart, our problems are your problems.
I'll work on it.
Jack reaches out and grabs Eckhart by the lapels of his cop coat. An Italian job, obviously expensive. He rubs material between his fingers.
Very nice, Lieutenant, but a little ostentatious for on a cop salary, don't you think?
I answer to Grissom, punk, not to you.
You're a smart boy, Eckhart. You should be thinking about the future.
Eckhart laughs in his face.
Ambition. Forget it, Jack. You'll never run that organization.
And why is that?
You're a psycho, friend. You're an A1 crazy boy, and Grissom knows it.
Jack lashes out and backhands Eckhart's face and shoves him back full force. The cop sprawls on his ass in the doorway of an all-night Cuban Chinese restaurant. By now, patrons are staring out of the restaurant windows. Eckhart is livid. His hand goes instinctively to his gun.
Here, use mine.
Jack pulls an automatic from his pocket and tosses it into Eckhart's lap. He looks down and laughs, daring Eckhart to pick it up, just as the two enormous goons from the stretch limo appear behind him for reinforcement. Eckhart wipes his blood from his mouth as Jack, an A1 crazy boy grin on his face, reaches down for the gun.
It's all right, boys. Lieutenant Eckhart here. He's a good cop. A real good cop. Inexpensive.
Dissolve to interior Gotham Globe City Room day. Gotham City's leading tabloid daily. Copy boys rush to and fro. Reporters pound out articles on computer terminals. Alexander Knox saunters in, a sheaf of typed pages in his hand, and pauses at a cartoonist's drawing table.
What have you got for me, Jerry? Did you guys hear that?
Jerry holds up a cartoon, a human bat with an awful fanged rodent's face, wearing a business suit. The caption at the top reads, "Have you seen this man?" Knox nods in approval.
Nice, but maybe a little more gore on the fangs, huh?
He pats Jerry on the shoulder, moves on. A bespectacled colleague spots him and calls out.
Hey, Knox, you got a visitor.
I'm really busy, Clark. Be a pal and just dust him, okay?
This one you might want to dust yourself.
Curiosity piked. Knox moves toward his desk and stops in his tracks. Propped up on the desk are a pair of legs. The legs, exceptionally nice ones, are attached to a woman leaning back in Knox's swivel chair, taking a nap, her face obscured by a big, outrageous hat.
Vicky Vale.
The hat tips back. Vicky Vale, her face framed by a shock of bright red hair, flashes a dazzling smile. She pulls Knox over for a quick smooch and laughs.
How'd you know it was me?
Honey, I would know any randomly selected square inch of Vicky Vale. I had a good enough hint.
He points to the oversized camera bag on his desk. It bears the monogram VV. Vicky catches on, makes a face at him.
Where the hell have you been?
A nice, restful vacation.
She reaches into the camera bag and pulls out a stack of glossy 8x10s. Combat photos from some unspecified, war-torn corner of the world. Knox leafs through them, impressed.
God, a girl could get hurt doing something like this.
I do get hurt.
She unbuttons her sleeve, rolls it back to show Knox a long, fresh scar on the inside of her hand, her arm. He winces and then points the scar and adds slyly,
Got any more of those?
Nothing that I'm at liberty to reveal here. What's new and hot in Gotham City?
It's too good, Vicky. We got a 6-foot bat that swoops out of the night and preys on evildoers.
Evildoers, huh? Big or small?
Small so far. I mean, they don't allow bats in the boardrooms, do they?
Speaking of which, I hear the notorious Bruce Wayne is throwing a big do for the Harvey Dent campaign.
Yeah, it's the hottest ticket in town. Every Law and Order freak in the city is going to be there.
Knox suddenly freezes. It's just occurred to him that Vicky may have a purpose in all this.
Wait, Vicky. You're not saying...
She reaches back into her camera bag and hands over an invitation. Knox is all but panting with excitement.
Vicky, you got a date?
She flutters her big great eyelashes, shakes her head no. Knox grabs her face and plants a kiss on her forehead, nearly knocking her out of the swivel chair.
Vicky, baby, I love you. I've always loved you. Will you marry me?
No.
Well, I'm starving. Will you at least let me buy you a hamburger?
Yes, but please, be gentle.
Overwhelmed with glee, he offers her his arm. We cut to an interior penthouse day. A huge plate glass window opens on the best view in Gotham. This spectacular penthouse suite is just one of the power perks available to Carl Grissom, kingpin of the Gotham City rackets, fat, 50, and utterly without charm. Grissom, Behind a big, broad desk, addresses his lieutenants, a fearsome assemblage of bloodless white-collar types and few outright goons, sprawled in chairs throughout this makeshift boardroom. The big boss waves a copy of the Gotham Globe with Harvey Dent's face on the cover.
9 points ahead in the new poll. I don't like the way this is shaping up.
Jack Napier slouches in an easy chair off to Grisham's right, doing his trademark one-handed shuffle.
Hey, we can
We can
always pop. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
that's you. My bad.
or pop someone close to him.
Let's feed him to the bat.
This suggestion draws chuckles from several members of the crowd. Grissom is unamused.
He's going after our front companies, specifically Ace Chemical, which would tie us in with Councilman Kane, Senator Miller, up on the line. We have to clean out our files before the subpoena comes down.
How do we go? The usual fire?
I'm thinking break-in, trash the office, remove the relevant documents.
Industrial espionage.
That's right. And Jack, I'd like you to handle this operation personally.
Jack has just turned up the third ace off the top of the deck. His hand freezes in midair.
Me?
At this exact moment, metal doors slide back and Alicia Hunt steps out of Grissom's private penthouse elevator. She's carrying a handful of shopping bags.
Hello, sweetheart. I wonder if you'd mind waiting in the other room.
Alicia's gaze meets Jack as she vanishes through a side door. The eye contact is not lost on Grissom.
Why do you need me to handle a simple break-in?
Because I want someone I can trust.
Jack bridles but doesn't protest. Nervously, he turns a fourth card off the top of the deck. It's not an ace. It's a joker. A joker with a neat, round 22 caliber hole through its face.
We'll work out the details later. But it's got to be soon, all right? That's all for now.
Grissom's cronies get up to go. Jack, troubled, lingers behind a moment.
You don't mind, do you, Jack? It's an important job. I can trust it to somebody. I can trust it to somebody who'll screw up.
I understand.
Jack, don't forget your lucky deck.
Jack pockets the deck and leaves. Grissom sits behind the big desk and grins wolfishly.
My friend, your luck is about to change.
He reaches for the phone, and Alicia appears in the door behind, modeling her new purchases for him. He smiles coolly at her as he speaks into the receiver.
Get me Lieutenant Eckhart.
Cut to the exterior of Wayne Manor establishing, night. A vast, rambling mansion on the 60 wooded acres, a half-hour's drive from Gotham. Old money. And how? Out front, a team of red-jacketed valets are parking expensive cars. Interior, ballroom night. A dealer's hand pushes cards out of a shoe. The card kind, not the Florsham kind. It's casino night at Wayne Manor. The ballroom has been outfitted with roulette wheels, blackjack tables, etc., and the various members of Gotham's power elite are happily and legally throwing money into Harvey Dent's campaign kitty. Dent himself is surrounded by a gang of political cronies, telling jokes, calling in favors. Vicky's off in another group, looking luscious, drawing compliments from big shots and envious furtive glances from their wives. And in a corner of the room, all alone in his cheap suit, stands Alexander Knox, staring inquisitively up at the ceiling. A butler, Alfred, appears alongside Knox with a tray full of champagne glasses. He too looks up at the ceiling.
So, how high would you say that is?
I'd say about 30 feet, sir.
You know, if you cut your bathroom in half, you'd have my apartment.
Which bathroom is that, sir?
The small one.
Knox takes a drink and Alfred moves on. A moment later, Vicky detaches herself from a little circle of admirers and hooks up with Knox.
Man, I feel like Robin Leach. You actually know all those people?
I am a rich bitch, remember? I'm quoting.
Knox winces at the reminder. She smiles and takes his arm.
Yeah, I guess we do move in different circles. Though I did meet a one-eyed pimp last week.
Angle on James W. Gordon, Gotham's police commissioner, distinguished-looking gent in his late 50s. He's at a craps table, blowing into his fist. The onlookers roots him as he lets the dice fly. Snake eyes. Cracked out. Gordon passes the dice as Knox and Vicky wander up alongside him.
Hey, Commissioner Gordon, what did you hear about our pointy-eared friend?
Knox puts his hands up behind his ears and wiggles his fingers like little bat ears. Gordon groans.
Gordon.
Oh, that's me. Sorry. Knox for the 9th time. And you can quote me. There is no bat.
Oh, Commissioner, there's gotta be one honest cop in Gotham City.
Harvey Dent is working the room. He ambles up, claps a friendly hand on Gordon's shoulder.
How's your luck, Jim?
Hey, Mr. Dent, what's your stand on this winged vigilante?
Dent exchanges a meaningful glance with Commissioner Gordon.
Mr. Knox, I think we have enough real problems in this city without worrying about ghosts and goblins and Halloween characters.
We cut to the exterior Ace Chemical Company establishing night. A neon sign reads, Ace Chemical, a modern tomorrow. From the sign, we pan over to a metal sluice gate, dumping tons of churning toxic sludge into Gotham's East River. Interior van, that moment, night. Tight on the rear view mirror. Jack Napier is meticulously applying black camouflage paint to his face. He could be getting ready for a date. The van is parked outside a chain link fence which surrounds the Ace Chemical complex. Jack's POV through the windshield. The security guard in the glass booth at the entrance to the parking lot. One of Jack's boys creeps up behind the booth and takes the guard out. Interior van on Jack. He turns a key in ignition, shifts in the first, and we cut to the interior of Wayne Manor at night. Knox and Vicky are taking an unauthorized tour of Bruce's house, wandering through rooms decorated in wildly divergent motifs, eyeing as an astounding collecting of artworks and antiques from every corner of the world.
The question is, where does one man get all this junk?
All over the world. They say he spends most of the year overseas. Until recently, anyway.
Holy shit!
Knox goes Google-eyed as they enter the library. Interior of Bruce Wayne's library at night.
We're in an arsenal.
One wall is lined to the ceiling with leather-bound volumes. On the other walls hang exotic weapons, halberds, maces, blowguns, bolas, thuggy ropes, and samurai swords. Every arcane instrument of death the human mind has ever devised. Knox lets out a low whistle.
This guy has just gotten interesting. What else do you do? Or what else do you know?
Just what I've heard. Rich, reclusive, old money, and lots of it.
Likes to kill.
When women find him magnetic.
I bet they like him for his big charity balls.
That and the sweet smell of 200 million bucks.
Well, you know me, the more they got, the less they're worth. This guy must be the most worthless man in America.
Just then, a voice from behind intrudes.
You disappoint me. Why not the world?
Knox turns. We get our first good look at the smiling face of Bruce Wayne, 32, tall, athletic, impeccably mannered, and intensely handsome.
I assure you, the usual, in my usual charming manner, I just insulted the host. Alexander Knox.
Bruce Wayne. I've read your work. I quite like it.
Great. Give me that grant.
I might consider it if you introduce me to Miss Vale.
Knox blinks at Vicky. Bruce already seems to know who she is. Knox shrugs and forges bravely ahead.
Well, this is Ms. Vale. That felt redundant.
You're just back from Corto Maltese. I saw your combat photos. Quite a departure for you.
That's intriguing. They haven't been published yet.
Bruce smiles and ignores the implied question.
You have an extraordinary eye.
He's laying on the charm now. Knox, his territorial instincts aroused, pipes up.
Hey, some people think she has too.
Vixie shoots Knox a sidelong glance.
Don't mind my friend. He's a little nervous tonight.
Knox, chastened, calls off the dogs and sizes up his competition. Bruce is charming, all right, but there's something formal, maybe even calculating about it. He could be reading his clever remarks off cue cards. It's almost as though he's an actor, doing a brilliant imitation of charm. This is a man who thinks 3 moves ahead. Knox doesn't like him. But Vicky, who's used to seeing male charm turned on and off at will, doesn't seem to mind at all.
This is an amazing house. I'd love to shoot it sometime.
I don't seek publicity. Will you be staying in Gotham for a while?
As far as I know.
Good. Don't know if any luck we'll run into each other.
Suddenly, Alfred the butler appears in the doorway behind them. He clears his throat. Bruce turns.
Excuse me, sir. Commissioner Gordon was compelled to leave very unexpectedly. He asked me to convey his regrets.
Thank you, Alfred. I hope you'll excuse me. It was a great pleasure meeting you. And you.
Without bothering to stake hands, Bruce does a sharp 180 and strides hurriedly out of the room.
I know rich guys are different, but that guy is really different.
Vicky, staring off after Bruce, doesn't seem to hear him.
Hello? Vicky? Thanks.
Sorry, I was thinking.
What were you thinking?
Yum, yum.
Well, he must like the way he looks. He's got a mirror in every room.
And indeed, the two of them are standing before an enormous wall mirror, 8 feet wide, running from floor to ceiling.
I get it. Bruce Vane.
She pokes Knox, and he groans the dumb pun. Then suddenly we cut to a reverse angle through the mirror, looking down on Knox and Vicky through one-way glass as they continue to chat. Behind the mirror, recording everything that happens in the room, is a small, silent, state-of-the-art surveillance camera. Close up on the video monitor, showing Nikki and Knox in the library. A camera pulls back to reveal the screen we're watching is only one in a whole vast bank of video monitors. From this control center, we can see everything that's happening in the house. Now we zero in on a single screen, guests moving backward with exaggerated speed as the videotape rewinds. At the panel, Bruce Wayne hits a button, and now we see Commissioner Gordon talking to a uniformed policeman.
Anonymous tip. Denied. The Ace Chemical Company.
Good Lord. If we could put our hands on Jack Napier, why wasn't I told about this? Who's in charge of the...
Lieutenant Eckert, sir.
Eckhart. Oh my God.
And suddenly Commissioner Gordon is grabbing for his coat. The monitor goes black. Bruce reaches up, loosens his tie. And we cut to the exterior Ace Chemical Company parking lot night. Unmarked police cars are pulling into the lot, headlights off. Eckhart circulates among his armed SWAT team, handing out Xerox copies of the photograph. The photograph is a full-face shot of Jack Napier.
Shoot to kill.
Interior Ace Chemical file room night. Sparks fly. A safecracker in welder's mask trains a blowtorch on the office safe. Behind him, Jack's hoods are at work on the filing cabinets. The safecracker kills his blowtorch and opens the metal door of the safe, giving Jack a good look at its contents.
Empty.
Just like the filing cabinets.
I don't get it. If this place is cleaned out already, what do we need 5 men?
Jack shakes his head. His boys are antsy, ready to mutiny. By now, it's depressingly obvious. They've been set up. Then, as if they needed any proof, a siren blares outside. Exterior Ace Chemical at night. Eckhart's SWAT team goes wide-eyed as a convoy of police black and whites roar into the Ace parking lot. Uniformed cops pile out of their squad cars, relieving the SWAT team. Eckhart goes livid as Commissioner Gordon approaches.
What are you trying to do? Blow the collar?
You men are dismissed. We'll take it over from here. Any man who opens fire on Jack Napier will answer to me.
Eckhart tries to slink off. Gordon grabs him roughly.
You stick around.
Interior Ace Chemical that moment. Jack and his hoods ducking out of the office. It's 2 stories above the refinery floor, accessible by a network of steel ladders and catwalks running between the walls. Down below, a corrugated metal door begins to rise.
Freeze.
One hood goes into a crouch and opens fire. Half his colleagues dive back into the office, looking for a rear exit. The others take off across the catwalks. Angle on Gordon, standing in the doorway as his men rush into the building and take their places behind heavy machinery. Shots ring out as the hoods scatter.
Oh, nice work, Commissioner.
I'm in charge here, not Carl Grissom.
Interior hallway that moment. 2 hoods run down a tiled corridor in the office section of the complex. They're almost at the end of the hall when a caped black shadow steps into their path. It stands there, motionless, extends its arms like giant wings, revealing the black and yellow insignia on its massive chest. Batman. 1 millisecond later, the shocked hoods are racing back in the opposite direction. The Batman flings a handful of steel ball bearings across the tiled floor. Hood 1 tumbles to the floor and lands hard, losing his breath. Hood 2 rolls and pulls a gun. Batman hurls a boomerang, its edges scalloped like a bat's wing. Hood 2 finds his gun hand pinned to the wall by the twin prongs of the batarang. Batman strides briskly toward them, businesslike, taking his time. He grabs a handful of Hood 1's hair and lifts his head off the floor, knees him in the face. He turns the petrified Hood 2. Chrome steel talons spring out of his fingertips. He strolls past Hood 2, reaching out casually to give him a quick nick on the chin. Hood 2 slumps against the wall, unconscious. Angle on Jack, down on the floor, racing along the wall, throwing switches, anything to create a diversion. With every switch he throws, another gigantic machine roars to life. Centrifuges spin. Huge polymer extruders spit out thick strands of plastic gunk. Overhead chemical tanks rotate into place over giant basins. Jack sees a squad of cops on his tail, moving from machine to machine, keeping covered. He shoots and runs. Angle on the catwalks. Blasting away, Hoods 3 and 4 scuttle across the elevated walkways, keeping down, avoiding police fire. One of them starts up a vertical ladder leading to the next catwalk up. Batman plunges on the end of rope. A black gloved hand snatches at Hood's 3 collar as he climbs and yanks him cleanly off the ladder. They drop to the lower catwalk. Hood 4 gapes. He levels his gun at Batman, who stands his ground, holding onto the rails of the catwalk for support. A bullet hits him square in the chest. He does not fall. Hood 4 turns and scrambles. Batman goes to his belt for a miniature spear gun. He points it at Hood 4 and fires, planting a barbed hook in the Hood's leg. Angle on the cops, staring up in utter disbelief at the action on the catwalks.
Look! My God, it's him.
Angle on the catwalk. Hood 3, on his feet now, charges Batman from behind. Batman, not even turning to face him, drops Hood 3 with an elbow. He now has a hood on either side. He takes a steel billy club from his belt, whips it once through the air, and it telescopes into a 4-foot staff. Like a drum majorette from hell, he whirls the staff as the hoods converge on him. Hood 3 takes a debilitating jab under the jaw. Batman spins on his heels and slams the staff into Hood 4's back, knocking him off the catwalk to the factory floor 40 feet below. Interior Ace loading bay, that moment. Jack spots a possible out. He hits a button on the wall. Steel doors rise to reveal Ace cargo trucks in the parking lot outside. Beyond the trucks, an army of cops waiting for Jack to make his move. No go. He turns. Behind him, other cops, the inside team, are rushing at him in full riot gear. Jack ducks behind a forklift and darts into the adjacent room. Interior chemical supply room. A moment later, Jack sprints through the room, firing 4 shots at the metal chemical tanks in the wall. Toxic chemicals gush out onto the floor in streams. The streams run together, begin to sizzle and smoke. Cops right behind him. Jack can't resist taking one last pot shot at a 5th chemical tank. An explosion knocks him off his feet. Interior factory floor a moment later. The cops look on in puzzlement as a river of chemicals courses out of the main refinery. A second later, they go up in flames and a wall of fire bisects the factory floor. Jack races along behind the spreading wall of flame. The cops can't see him now. He ducks behind a huge machine, hits a switch, and sluice gates open. Chemical sludge begins to churn, and a big hole in the wall appears as the gate opens on the East River. It's the waste dump. Up on the catwalk, Batman has a perfect view of Jack. If Jack can just sprint through the flames without getting shot, he'll make it to the river. Batman hooks a rope to his batarang, flings it at a catwalk across the floor. Jack bursts through the wall of fire, and just as he does, Batman leaps off the catwalk and swings down toward him. His foot catches a 30-foot roll of plastic, 6 feet in diameter, one of several standing upright on the floor. The plastic roll drops into Jack's path, blocking his exit. An instant later, Batman lands on top of Jack, wraps an arm around his throat and raises his free hand. Drug-tipped steel talons appear. But before he can paralyze Jack,
Hold it.
in all the ruckus, Hood 5 has managed to circle around behind heavy machinery. Now he's got a gun pointed directly at Commissioner Gordon's head.
Let him go or I'll do it.
Batman releases Jack, stands back. Jack chuckles to himself. What loyalty. Then, plenty of time, he strolls across the floor to a Jacob's ladder mounted on the back wall and begins to climb toward the catwalks. All action stops. Batman doesn't move. The cops don't move. Hood 5 stands there sweating, his gun shaking as he waits for Jack to climb safely out of the shooting range. Eckhart's pig-like eyes glisten. His hand drops to his side. He's half tempted to pull a gun and get the commissioner plugged. Angle on Jack, at a crouch, groping his way along the rail to catwalk. He reaches a paneled glass window propped open by a supporting rod. It's a 40-foot drop to the swirling black currents of the East River and freedom. He's about to climb out when his eyes fall on a .38 automatic, which lies abandoned on the gridwork floor of the catwalk, mere yards away. Angle on the factory floor. The Hood, one arm around Gordon. With his gun at the commissioner's temple, he slowly backs toward the door.
Nobody make a move. We go out clean.
Eckhart!
All eyes turn to the catwalk overhead where Jack stands poised with a .38 in his fist. A single shot drops Eckhart cleanly. The moment's distraction is all Batman needs. He hurls a ninja wheel, a small ratcheted razor-sharp disc, at the forearm of Hood 5. One jerk of a thin filament wire, sudden shriek, and Gordon is free. The thug lurches forward. His gun drops to the floor, discharging accidentally. An ungodly howl of pain echoes from the catwalk above, and Jack reels and staggers, his hands clutching at his cheeks, blood gushing from between his fingers. Jack Napier's just been shot through the face. A young cop, unnerved by the sight of Jack's agonized pirouette, draws his gun and opens fire.
No!
But the bullet has caught Jack in the arm. He spins, totters to the edge of the catwalk, and topples over. The cops look on helplessly as Jack plunges 2 stories down into a catch basin full of bubbling toxic waste, screaming all the way.
God damn it, we had him.
And suddenly, with Jack out of the picture, all attention focuses on the Batman. Cops reach for their guns, circle warily around him. Cornered now, he backs off slowly, hands on his belt.
Hold it right there, mister.
Batman raises his hands in a gesture of surrender. Then, as the cops advance, he flicks 2 tiny capsules onto the factory floor. A blinding burst of light and colors burst in a wild pyrotechnic display. The cops stumble backwards, momentarily dazzled as a wall of thick black smoke conceals Batman from view. A tiny grappling hook rockets out of the dense curling cloud and catches on the catwalk above.
Look,
The cops are firing wildly into the smoke, but it's too late. At the end of the cord, the black, majestic figure of the Batman whips upward, rising out of smoke like an avenging angel, and disappearing into the shadowy heights, safely out of range.
hold your fire. Who is this guy? I don't know, but he's one hell of a showman.
Cut to the exterior Ace Chemical Company. That moment, night. A black shadow scurries across the roof. From the illuminated sign with its neon ace, we pan down past the chemical sluice to a second ace. A card from Jack's lucky deck, pierced by a neat round bullet hole, bobbing on the oily surface of the foul, polluted river. As deadly toxins gush forth, other cards from the deck swirl past. 9. A deuce, a queen, and finally, a joker, shot cleanly through the face. A white bone hand breaks the surface as we cut to interior Gotham Globe, city room, day. A banner headline on the late edition of the Globe. Batman foils robbery. Who is mass vigilante? Behind the newspaper, feet propped up on his desk, is a jubilant Knox. He's on the horn to Commissioner Gordon.
Commissioner, do us both a favor. Don't tell us a lie you're going to have to retract later.
Click. Knox grins, lowers the paper, finds himself looking up at the smiling face of Vicky Vale.
Vicky, looks like our friend the Bat is getting ambitious. Why the dopey grin?
Yes, he's got a date with Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne? Date? He called you and asked for a date. Shit. Hey, Miranda, come here. I want you to pay close attention to this, Miranda. Tell my friend here what you told me about Bruce Wayne.
A superannuated Southern belle toddles over. Miranda writes, 60, is a social editor of the Globe.
Oh, you mean Mr. One-Nighter?
Yeah, Mr. One-Nighter, because that's the average length of a relationship with a woman.
Oh, the current record is almost 2 weeks. That cover girl, oh, what's her name? Oh, you must have shot her, Vicky.
Tell her about the peanuts.
Peanuts?
Yeah, peanuts, which is how he goes through women.
Like planter peanuts.
Vicky's about to break out in helpless giggles.
Plain or roasted? Alex, I'm very flattered that you've gone out and done all this research.
Why? Come on, Vicky. I'm a reporter. I'm curious. I do this for a living. What'd you tell him?
I told him yes.
Knox fumes. Vicky shakes her head and laughs. She takes Knox's face in her hand and plants a kiss on his forehead.
You're awfully sweet to be concerned, but it's really not necessary. I'll call you, okay?
She exits. Knox stands there looking poleaxed.
What was that?
That was one of the most gracious fuck yous it's ever been my pleasure to watch. What a nice girl.
Knox, totally flustered, sighs and sinks into his chair.
Miranda, I'm busy. Go be productive.
Cut to an exterior coastline day. A cabin cruiser slices through the waves. In the distance, close to shore, we see a throng of sailboats. Exterior deck yacht day. Bruce's 40-foot cabin cruiser, aptly christened Die Fledermaus. Bruce and Vicky are on the deck. in chairs, soaking up the sun, gazing up at the sailboats.
Do you sail?
Too much work. I'm not really the physical type. Thank you, Alfred.
Alfred has just appeared from below decks with a tray of drinks for Bruce and Vicky. Vicky watches as Bruce reaches for his glass. His forearm looks like a thin layer of skin over braided telephone cables.
You do a very convincing imitation. This is tasty. What's yours?
He smiles, slides a drink over toward her, gestures for her to try a sip.
Ginger ale?
Hey, 2 drinks and I start swinging from the rooftops. Tell me, Vicky, there's something I'm very curious about. What took you down to Corto Maltese?
I guess I needed a change.
You were one of the most successful magazine photographers in the city. Everyone wanted you.
Have you ever been to Corto Maltese?
Not since the shooting started.
We went there once when I was little. I played on the beach. And at nights, they had a band. I danced with my father on the hotel patio. That was Corto Maltese. When the war broke out, I had to go back. And I promised myself that this time I wouldn't look away.
What did you see?
Terror.
The conversation is getting rather intense at both ends. Vicky seems to have hit some weird chord within Bruce.
There's terror everywhere. Sometimes they're just more familiar than others.
For a moment, Bruce seems to be drifting back into his familiar, preoccupied mode. Vicky laughs apologetically.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know it all seems a million miles away out here on this water with all this.
Insulation?
Vicky is momentarily struck for a reply. In some way she can't quite grasp, he seems to be challenging her.
Bruce, really, when I say these things, I don't mean to criticize you.
I think you see things very clearly.
I'm happy to talk about something else. I don't want to be depressing.
Do you assume that if I know you better, I won't like you as much?
Vicky starts laughing. Bruce is a notorious womanizer, but if this is a come on, it's like no come on she's ever seen.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I have to ask. Are you like this with the other women you know? Because I just can't seem to get a handle on this conversation.
Vicky, if I say anything cryptic or ambiguous, I think you should put the most flattering possible interpretation on it. Because even if it doesn't sound that way, that's how I'll mean it.
Bingo. The guy's a chess player. But on the other hand, he's also rather touchingly, almost childishly sincere. Before she knows it, Vicky finds herself melting. We cut to an interior Gotham City opera house at night. Rigoletto, the Duke on stage, launching into his big crowd pleaser, La Donna Immobile. We pan the audience, finding several mobile young Donnas in the crowd, drop-dead beauties in slinky gowns. Although most eyes are fixed, reasonably enough, on the stage, Donna number 1 is staring with undisguised envy at the private box above the orchestra seats. Her mouth twists in disgust. She scans the crowd and finds her counterpart, Donna number 2, some rows back, on the arm of a bald bigwig. Donna number 2 is wearing a similar sour expression, staring up at the same box. Donna number 3 is even less discreet than her comrades. She has her opera glasses trained on the couple in the box. Her POV through the opera glasses, the box. Bruce and Vicky. He whispers in her ear. She smiles and whispers back. A beat. He whispers again. This time she doesn't laugh, but her lips part slightly. The screen goes black as the opera glasses snap shut. Angle on the crowd. Donna number 3 stares icily at the Duke as he finishes up to a round of tumultuous applause. We cut to the interior of Wayne Manor at night. Bruce and Vicky enter. He takes her coat, drops it on a chair by the door. Vicky is giddy, all champagned up.
But it's not fair. I'm half drunk and you're not even.
Would you like me to take you home?
God, you would. Come on, Bruce. I just want to get 2 drinks in you as an experiment.
Maybe we should just kiss.
We could try that.
Wider angle. Bruce embracing Vicky in the vastness of a darkened entry hall, framed by long semicircular stairways on opposite walls. A sudden flash of lightning transports us to the exterior of an office building, establishing night. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, a decrepit rat hole near the Gotham's docks. Interior doctor's office at night. Tight on a face, swathed in bandages, the patient sits erect in a wooden chair, surrounded by the grimy paraphernalia of an unlicensed gangland doctor. The doctor, a nervous little ferret with the bedside manner of a back alley abortionist, steps up with scissors.
Well, Mr. Napier, let's see how we did.
He begins to snip away. As the bandages come off, we get Jack Napier's POV. The last strands of gauze peel away. The doctor stands there looking at his handiwork. His mouth falls open, his eyes bug out. He gags.
Mirror.
The doctor just stands there, staring at the camera, stock still, apparently transfixed at the sight of Jack's face.
Mirror.
Angle on the doctor. He clears his throat, reaches apprehensively for a hand mirror, and passes it out of frame to Jack. 2 beats. Then the sound of glass shattering as the mirror drops to the floor. Jack begins to laugh. The doctor gets a little edgy.
You understand the facial muscles. We're just completely severed.
Jack keeps on laughing. The doctor turns uneasily away, gestures apologetically as a seedy equipment.
Well, you can see what I have to work with here is.
More laughter. The trembling doctor covers his face with one hand, whining now, not daring to look at Jack.
I'm sure with the proper reconstructive surgery.
The door slams. Jack is gone. The grateful doctor breathes a sigh of relief and steadies himself on the operating table. Exterior office building, overhead angle, night. From a point high above, we see Jack emerging into the alleyway, putting on a hat, wrapping a muffler about his head. We can't see his face, but we can't forget his laugh. We cut to Bruce Wayne's interior bedroom, night. Vicky nestled peacefully under the covers. Beside her is Bruce, hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. It's almost as though Bruce is not used to sleeping at night. He doesn't know what to do with himself. He looks at Vicky. She's terribly lovely. Beside all that, we can't shake the feeling that Bruce would really rather be somewhere else. We cut to an exterior street at night. Loud music. Kids in punk regalia stand outside a rock club as Jack stalks past. The wind knocks his hat off.
Nice hair, dude.
Jack ignores him as he bends down to retrieve his hat. Then he gazes up at the steel and glass facade of a skyscraper and strides deliberately across the street. Interior Grissom penthouse, night. The spectacular Gotham skyline seen through the plate glass window of Grissom's conference room. The doors to the private elevator hiss open, and Jack wanders in. He plops in the big plush swivel chair behind Grissom's desk.
Now do you sugar bumps?
Grissom waddles in unexpectedly from an adjoining room. He's fresh out of the shower, a towel wrapped around his impressive girth. He's using a smaller towel to dry his hair, and it's a moment before he sees the bundled up figure at his desk.
Who the hell are you?
It's me, Sugar Bumps.
Jack? Thank God. I can't believe it's you. I heard you'd been.
Is that what you've heard?
Jack gestures him over to the empty chair. Grissom doesn't move until he sees the gun pointed at his belly.
You set me up. Over a girl. You must be insane.
Grissom surreptitiously reaches for a desk drawer.
Keep your hands on the desk.
Sooner or later, you would have tried to take me, Jack. You may get me now, but your life won't be worth a dime.
I've died already once. It wasn't so bad. In fact, I recommend it.
Grissom is beginning to panic now. It's obvious that Jack is utterly, hopelessly deranged.
Jack, listen. We'll cut a deal.
Jack? Jack. Do I look like a Jack?
And now, for the first time, he flings away his hat, rips the muffler from his face, and as Grissom gasps in shock, stands revealed in his full horrendous glory. His face is bleached boned white. His hair is luminous seaweed green, and his cheeks are torn and puckered from the bullet wound, twisting his mouth into a hideous perpetual harlequin's grin.
I'm not Jack anymore. You've made me a joker.
The cackle builds into furious hysterical laughter. Grissom, revulsed, terrified, pushes himself away from the desk toward the window which overlooks the city.
Jack, I'm warning you. Wipe that lunatic grin off your face.
That's the best part. I can't.
And with that, Jack pulls the trigger and fires again until the clip is empty. Exterior, Grissom's building, night. We tilt up to the chrome and glass facade of the skyscraper, arriving finally at the top floor, a plate glass window spiderweb with cracks where Jack's bullets hit. Interior, Grissom's penthouse, that moment night. The room is still dark. Jack, or as we'll know him from this moment on, the Joker, sits in Grissom's swivel chair, staring out at the moon-drenched skyline.
What of you? Our little city, it always brings a smile to my face.
He reaches for a nearby glass of liquor and glances down at Grissom, who lies dead on the floor, the towel still wrapped around him. The Joker laughs softly to himself.
Guess it's my little city now. Wonder what it'll look like when I get done with it. I bet it'll be something real fine and pretty.
We dissolve to the interior of Bruce Wayne's bedroom, morning. The sun is just up, and Vicky finds herself alone in bed. A soft, off-key baritone voice drifts out of the adjacent bathroom. Bruce in the shower, singing Honeysuckle Rose. She breaks into a huge smile and climbs out of bed. Somehow, she's wound up wearing Bruce's ribbed formal shirt. Interior bathroom, a moment later, morning. Bruce in his opulent deco shower stall, still singing to himself. Vicky sneaks up behind him, opens the door. He instantly stops singing, as if he's been hit by a brick.
I didn't mean to scare you. I just had to come in here and see it that it was really you singing.
She smiles, teasing him. He doesn't respond. He acts as if she's caught him doing something shameful, exposed him.
Don't buy sugar, you just have to touch my cup. Come on, you're my sugar. Bruce, you are such a case.
Bruce seems somehow unable to sing along, but he quickly recovers his composure and forces a crooked, almost childish smile.
I don't sing very well.
Then there's one thing in the world you don't do very well, and I know what it is. Now you'll have to kill me.
He kisses her good morning, steps out and reaches for a towel. His body is one mass of bruises and abrasions.
Oh, poor thing. You should stay off that horse.
We cut to the interior Globe City Room day. Knox, in a surly mood, examines a morning edition of the Globe. He turns to page 6, the gossip page, and there, under Miranda Rice's byline, is a picture of Vicky. It seems she and Bruce are the talk of the town.
Peanut.
A copy boy approaches his desk with a manila folder.
Here's that morgue file you wanted.
Knox leans back in his chair. The file is labeled Bruce Wayne, 1982 to 1987. Knox opens it and begins to leaf through the old clippings from back issues of the Globe. Wayne Foundation to fund low-cost housing. Millionaire heads charity drive for Gotham Handicapped. Hurricane victims say thank you to Bruce Wayne. Knox's face sags in dismay. Every article seems to be telling us just how swell a rich philanthropist can be.
Come on, give me some dirt.
Then he notices something odd. In the whole fat file of clippings, there are no pictures of Bruce Wayne, with two partial exceptions. One is a group shot with Bruce in the middle, waving the camera and blocking our view of his face. The other is an ancient picture of a collegiate Bruce, stern-faced, hair down to his collar. And the caption reads, Bruce Wayne in 1973. Years out of date, even when it ran in the paper.
Why don't you like your picture taken?
Cut to interior apartment lobby, night. A doorman dozes in the plush lobby of Alicia's Hunt's apartment building on the east side of Gotham. Through the glass doors, we see Alicia outside in the chill wind, peering inside, hesitant to enter. As silently as possible, she uses her key and steps up, tiptoeing past the doorman, trying not to wake him. She's almost made it when he sits bolt upright, startling her.
Oh, Miss Hunt. Oh, oh, no need to sneak in. The rent's been taken care of.
The rent paid?
In Alicia's apartment, night. Alicia, mystified, lets herself in and turns to lock the door. She's startled once more by a voice from behind.
Honey, I'm home.
She pivots. Her eyes widen and she shrieks. Sitting cross-legged in an easy chair, a twisted grin on his loathsome face, is the Joker. He's in a smoking jacket and slippers, reading the paper, a dry martini to his side. This grim parody of domesticity sends poor Alicia into a dead faint. Interior penthouse suite day. It looks for all the world like a corporate boardroom. At a long table sits Gotham's most distinguished criminals, gang lords, and racket bosses from every corner of the city. They stare suspiciously at the head of the table.
So that's how it is, gents. Until Grissom decides it's safe to come up for air, I'm running the show.
Now we see what they see. The Joker, dressed rather flamboyantly in a big slouch hat. His face is layered with flat tone makeup and his hair has been rinsed black. Unfortunately, he can't conceal his ghoulish smile.
So why don't we hear this from Grisham?
I got something I'd like to know. How come you're wearing that stupid smirk?
Because I got an army, chum. And I got Grissom's army. And this city is mine.
Harmon Rotelli, an especially oily mobster, speaks up.
I don't like taking orders from Grissom, and I especially don't like taking orders from Grissom's goon.
I've considered that possibility.
I know what happens if we say no.
Nobody wants a war, Carmine. And if we can't do business, we'll just shake hands and part as friends.
That's it?
That's it.
The Joker extends a hand. Rotelli reaches out to shake it. He doesn't see the joy buzzer concealed in the Joker's palm. 40,000 volts course through Rotelli's body. He drops back into his seat, a blackened husk, smoke pouring out from his sleeves and shirt collar. The crime lords recoil in horror. Before they can make a move, a squad of armed thugs burst into the room.
Looks like Carmine got a little hot under the collar.
You're insane.
Joker's a wee bit agitated. He removes the hat and mops sweat from his brow, exposing a patch of chalk-white flesh. It's the great bewilderment of the onlookers.
That's what they said about Lee Iacocca. Now, get at it here and think it over.
The sickened criminals file out cautiously. That leaves the Joker, alone in the room with the charred corpse of Rotelli. The Joker sinks into the chair and, as is his wont, addresses the stiff.
Heck, they're not such bad guys. Say we give them a couple days to come around. Well, maybe one day. Screw it. Let's grease them.
Cut to an interior small back room at night. A poker game. A crime lord from the Joker's board meeting picks out his hand and fans out his cards. 5 jokers. He looks puzzled. The last thing he sees is a hired killer bursting into the door, gun in hand. Exterior Gotham Park, day. A costumed clown with a wheeled cart, filling balloons from a helium tank. Passing them out to the kids. Crime lord number 2 strolls past. The clown offers him a balloon, which he politely refuses. The clown reaches into his cart for a red metal tank. But as we quickly find out, it's not a helium tank. It's a flamethrower. Exterior, Holiday Plaza Day. A sunny landscape quad surrounded by corporate skyscrapers, trees, grass, marble fountains, flags of many nations. Amidst the pedestrians, we catch Bruce and Vicky, all smiles, cutting through the plaza to lunch.
To tell you the truth, I'd just about given up waiting.
I said I'd call you the minute I got free, and I did. And here we are.
Lunch, not even dinner.
He stops in his tracks, takes her by the shoulder.
Vicky, do you want the whole truth? All coyness aside. I wish I had more time to give you. Every day I don't see you, I miss you. Now, are you going to waste this lovely afternoon being all mad at me?
All this, of course, is delivered with devastating sincerity. Vicky finds herself totally disarmed.
Okay, I'm a sucker. You sound so much like someone I used to. Bruce, I know this is silly, but you're not married, are you?
He stops and laughs. She smiles crookedly, takes his arm. Another angle, across Plaza, that moment. Philly Ricorso, another crime lord from the boardroom, enters the plaza flanked by a cadre of paid bodyguards. On Bruce and Vicky. A painted street mime walks alongside them, feeling his way along an imaginary wall. Vicky groans.
All street mimes should be executed.
Looks like a convention.
And indeed, there are half a dozen street mimes converging on the center of the plaza. Ricorso and company approach the mirrored glass entrance of a skyscraper. In the lobby, a mime, who's been annoying the passerbys, throws a bolt, locking the doors from inside. A bodyguard bangs on the glass. Nearby, another mime reaches into a trash bin and pulls out a machine gun. Sudden screams of terror from the onlookers. Vicky turns to Bruce. Before she can get his name out, he's hoisted her bodily and thrown her behind a marble fountain. Series of shots. Bruce's eyes darting bird-like around the plaza, intercut with the following POV shots, all in slow motion. Two mimes with machine guns, one of them lining Philly and company up against the glass doors, the other holding the crowd at bay. A woman in a crowd fainting. A third mime gleefully imitating her swoon, to no one's amusement. Billy and his goons cowering, hands in the air, as other mimes cruelly mimic their terrified poses. And suddenly, Bruce is running frantically, looking for a secluded spot, an alleyway, anything. No go. He's out in the open with onlookers everywhere. In his civvies, he's just another citizen, totally impotent. He darts back against the wall. Women, children, grown men rush past. No privacy. He's practically quaking now in the throes of some terrible anxiety. He looks up at the skyscraper overhead, terrified. A brilliant sun bears down on him as machine guns clatter. Angle on Philly and the bodyguards. Bodies jerking as glass rains down in shards. Angle on Bruce. His back arched, his mouth agape, his face drained of blood at the sound of carnage echoing through the plaza. It's almost as if the bullets are striking him. A moment later, it's all over but the screaming. Vicky emerges from the crowd and finds Bruce slumped against the wall, nearly catatonic. She moves to touch him. As if by reflex, he reaches out and grabs her by the arms, with a grip so strong it could crush bone. She gasps, looks up, and sees in his traumatized eyes a look so raw, so desperate, that it virtually defies comprehension.
Bruce!
He blinks rapidly. He relaxes his grip. Before Vicky's eyes, he's changing, becoming the Bruce that she knows.
Oh my God. Are you all right?
And he reaches for her. Involuntarily, she steps back. He sees the reaction and his face goes slack, frightened, pleading. This time, she lets him embrace her, but her face is full of bewilderment and doubt. Insert television screen.
Live from Halliday Plaza, where a gangline-style execution claimed the life of racketeer Philly Ricorso. Ricorso's death is the third in a rash of underworld killings.
Cut to Two Shot, the Anchorwoman and Commissioner Gordon.
Commissioner, you've heard the rumors. Are these murders the work of the mysterious Batman?
A piercing cackle fills the air. The camera pulls back from the TV, placing us in the Joker's boardroom. Behind the big desk, he swivels into view, phone in hand.
All right. I think it's about time we called another meeting, huh?
We cut to the interior of Wayne Manor, day. Alfred on the phone, a feather duster in his hand.
I'm sorry, Miss Vale. I've given him your messages. That's all I can do.
Angle widens. Bruce is sitting mere feet away, obviously distraught, locked in some sort of internal struggle. Interior, Vicky's apartment, that moment, day.
Please tell him. I'm not trying to make his life difficult. I just like to know what's going on.
A knock at the door as Vicky hangs up. She goes to open it and finds Knox wearing a big Cheshire cat smile.
Hey, you peanut. I got something I'd like you to see.
Interior, library, day. A microfilm machine. As Vicky looks on, curiously, Knox, all eagerness now, threads up a roll of film and begins cranking through back issue newspapers.
Okay, here we go. Check it out.
He steps back. Vicky stares down at the display screen. The front page banner headline reads, Thomas Wayne murdered. Prominent doctor. Wife slain in robbery. Unidentified gunman leaves child unharmed. Beneath it, a photo. Cops kneeling over corpses. Medics with stretchers. And off to one side, a young boy, Bruce Wayne, his arms wrapped around the waist of a beat cop. The boy stares straight at the camera. His face is a mask of unforgettable agony. You can't take your eyes off it.
Oh my God. I've seen this picture.
I guess so. Pulitzer Prize, 1963.
His face. Allie, look at his face.
Tight on the boy's contorted face, staring out in shock and disbelief, his features recognizable across all the years, permanently, indelibly traumatized. The same face Vicky saw in Halliday Plaza.
Yeah, he watched the whole thing happen. Recognize that beat cop? Jim Gordon.
Oh, Bruce.
Something like this? I mean, what do you suppose could drive a guy to do?
Interior restaurant, day. A greasy spoon off the lobby of the Globe building. Knox and Vicky in a booth.
Alexander, you are on drugs.
He walked out of his own party. Half an hour, a caped crusader turns up wearing full bat drag. Sees an execution, freaks out in an alleyway, no place to change. Yeah, Vicky, he's married, all right.
You're pissing me off, Allie. I know exactly why you're doing this.
Oh, why is that, Vicky?
Vicky wilts under the challenge. She holds her silence for a second, then changes the subject.
He's best friends with Jim Gordon and Harvey Dent. They would know.
Okay, Vicky, I have a confession to make. I'm the Batman.
Vicky snorts, rolls her eyes impatiently.
You don't believe me? Why not?
Alexander, I know you.
Right? And they know him. And that's why it would never occur to them for a minute that their old buddy Bruce puts on a cape at night and goes out looking for...
This is pointless. I'm leaving.
Your little chum is out of his mind. Next time you call him up and he can't go out Friday night, think it over.
Cut to the interior Ace Chemical Company, day. Low angle on the Joker. He stands on a catwalk, high above the refinery floor, lord of all he surveys, overseeing production like a demented middle manager. Interior storeroom, day. A dank, windowless room in the bowels of Ace Chemical, which the Joker has converted into a makeshift lair. Sap-like goo drips in puddles from exposed pipes overhead. The camera drifts across the Joker's cluttered desk. Shipping manifests, ledgers, psychotic doodles scrawled in crayon. More significantly, An old contract dating back to the mid-70s, with half obscured by other papers, but the initials CIA are visible. Then a bound report with the title DDID nerve gas, results of preliminary experimentation. Across his title page, a diagonal rubber stamp, discontinued January 1977. And finally, a sheaf of photos, laboratory apes, chimps, and orangutans, all dead. Their lips are drawn back, exposing hideous chemical-induced grimaces. On one wall, poster-sized blow-ups of the grinning apes. On the opposite wall, a large-scale photographic reproduction of the Gotham City skyline, its bottom half hidden from view by the Joker's desk. The phone rings. The Joker, who has been sitting on the floor by the cityscape, pops in the frame and picks it up.
How's the first shipment coming?
Right on schedule. Oh, and we got that address for you. 79 East End, number 12C.
How'd you find it?
Called her agent.
The Joker nods in satisfaction and resumes his place on the floor. Like a happy kindergartner with paste pot and scissors, he's clipping photos from a magazine. Horrible scenes of death, destruction, panic, mutilation. One by one, he's pasting these shots up on the blow-up of Gotham City, all along sidewalk level, creating a massive photo montage of anarchy in the streets. We've seen these photos before. Vicky Vale took them in Courtauld Maltese. Interior photographer studio day. In the foreground, rows of makeup in startling profusion. Mascara, blusher, eyeliner, lipstick. Half a dozen beautiful models giggle into their makeup mirrors. In the background, Vicky wanders past with a stylish friend, Claire, who owns and operates the studio.
Of course, after Carlo Martise, this must all seem pretty tame.
Not to me. I need a job.
Now, Vicky knows you've got your hooks in Bruce Wayne.
Then everyone must know something I don't.
Oh, really? Well, come on, dear. Tony's dying to see you.
In a corner of the studio, Tony, a gaunt tubercular Brit, is shooting a swimsuit layout with two supermodels. They all ad-lib greetings to Vicky as Tony darts around hyperkinetically, snapping the girls in a series of photos.
Yes, ladies, smiles. Show me those smiles. Fabulous. Tropical smiles. Think Tahiti. I want to see teeth. Yes, those glorious teeth.
As Vicky looks on, the supermodels freeze in place simultaneously, a strange, stricken look on their faces.
My God, no, don't stop now. I need those smiles.
Suddenly the girls are laughing, but the laughter is unnatural, involuntary. Vicky, sensing that something is terribly wrong, lays a hand on Claire's arm. The models, now wearing huge smiles, begin to twitch spasmodically. Tony snaps away.
Yes. Oh, baby. Yes. That's no, too far, too far. Pull back, pull back. Oh, my God.
The supermodels pitch to the floor, shuddering convulsively, their lips drawn back in frightful, frozen, lab-ape grins. Vicky gasps. Claire screams. Tony screams. We cut to interior television studio evening. The Eyewitness News set with anchors Patty Narita and Dave McElroy. Behind them, blow-ups of the two dead supermodels.
The fashion world was stunned today by sudden deaths of top models Kelly Brinkley and Christine Emberg. Cause of death has been attributed to violent allergic reaction, although authorities have not yet ruled out the possibility of drug use. Dave?
Behind Dave on the blue screen, a huge statue covered in canvas, not unlike New York's Statue of Liberty.
In Gotham, plans continue for the city's 300th birthday celebration. The 4-day event will conclude with the unveiling in Gotham Harbor of the newly restored Lady Gotham.
The technician's hand passes a slip of paper in the frame.
This bulletin just in. 9 more mysterious deaths at the beauty parlor in.
Off to the left, Patsy begins to laugh. Dave frowns.
Patsy, this is hardly the... Patsy!
An offstage crash. Suddenly, Dave is up out of his seat, mouth agape in horror. Patsy has gone into convulsions. The camera whips violently right and left as she jerks out of her seat and totters uncontrollably across the set, laughing insanely. Technicians rush the soundstage in an unrehearsed frenzy. Patsy spins like a dervish and lurches backward over the news desk in a death spasm, giving us a quick look at the grisly Joker's grin etched on her now lifeless face. Dave gestures frantically to the cameraman.
Kill the camera! Kill!
Suddenly, crackling video static wiped out the room. A moment later, we're looking at a split-screen close-up of the supermodels. Their gorgeous faces sprout big, animated cartoon grins as a bouncy tune, "Put on a happy face," comes up underneath.
Love that Joker!
Interior supermarket day. Theme music continues as a grinning, deranged pitchman, the Joker, pushes his shopping cart down the aisle. The shelves are filled with products bearing his trademark Harlequin's face. He waves merrily in time to the music. Interior studio, video control booth, that moment. Panicked technicians swarm the booth. The studio feed has been jammed. Every monitor shows the Joker's commercial.
Where's it coming from?
I don't know.
Close up on the Joker.
New and improved Joker brand with the secret ingredient, smile and all. Let's go to our blind taste test.
Tight on an anonymous man, gagged and blindfolded, tied to his chair, squirming, struggling. On the table before him is a package labeled Brand X. A superimposed title reads, "Not an actor."
Oh, he's tense, irritable, out of sorts. He's been using Brand X, but with the new improved Joker brand.
Angle widens to include a blindfolded corpse, limp in his chair, grinning wildly.
He'll smile every time.
Exterior idyllic pastoral setting day. The Joker in a field of wheat. On a picnic basket before him are two clean-cut models, one male, one female, both dead and grimacing horribly.
And the world smiles with you. Irresistible, oh, so kissable.
He grabs the dead models by the hair. Their teeth clink as he forces their heads together for a post-mortem kiss. Series of shots. Television sets all over Gotham as startled citizens react to the Joker's maniacal promo.
I know what you're saying. Where can I buy these fine products? Well, that's the gag, folks. You never know. Chances are you've already bought them.
As this rant continues, we see a young man watching the bedroom TV as he dresses for a date. He's got an aerosol deodorant poised in one arm, ready to spray. He looks down the can, suddenly uncertain. Could it be? Family in their kitchen, eyeing a 12-inch portable as mom serves dinner. They dig in automatically, then freeze with their forks in midair. Middle-aged matron at the living room TV, shocked. She calls her husband and gets no reply. We follow her to the bathroom door. On the floor, she sees an overturned shampoo bottle. Then her husband, slumped down in the tub, a lethal grin on his face. She lets out a shriek. Interior Wayne Manor, steady night. Alfred the butler in a crouch, glued to the tube.
Sir?
His POV, the Joker in tight close-up. Off screen, an infant begins to squall. The Joker cocks an eyebrow.
Baby's got a tummy ache. Here, something that'll fix him quick.
He tosses a Joker product out of frame. Then leering, he gives the camera a big, juicy wink.
Now on your grocer shelf. So remember, use Joker's brand and put a happy face.
Music up. Video snow fills the screen as the jam transmission ends. Alfred looks over his shoulder. Track in on the grim, determined face of Bruce Wayne. Series of shots. The Gotham Globe cartwheeling into frame. Panic grips Gotham. Contaminated products claim 72 lives. Who is the mysterious Joker? An anchorwoman on the evening news. Her complexion is curiously sallow, black bags under her eyes.
16 new deaths with no clues as to the Joker's identity or demands. The list at potentially lethal products now includes perfume, mascara, cold cream.
The makeup counter over at Bloomingdale's. Security guards rush to the scene as 3 matronly customers go into simultaneous smiling fits. An anchorman with a big, ugly zit on his nose.
Men's cologne, toothpaste, mouthwash, and underarm deodorant.
A subway car jammed with strafangers. Huge patches of sweat under every arm. The doors slide open. Oncoming passengers recoil visibly at the unendurable stench. The original anchorwoman, whose look is now 100% natural. Her hair is frizzy, her eyebrows are missing altogether. Every wrinkle on her face is plainly visible.
Hairspray, eyebrow pencil, moisturizing cream.
A large drugstore. Cashiers sit idly by the registers. The store is utterly devoid of customers. Cut to an exterior street, dusk. From across the street, we see Vicky headed down the sidewalk toward a museum. A gloved hand reaches for a payphone.
She's outside the Flugelheim.
Interior Alicia's Hunt's penthouse. That moment. A bone white hand slams the receiver down. The Joker is at his vanity. He rinsed his hair black. He's applying pounds of pancake makeup to his bleached face, his puckered cheeks. In the right light, he could almost pass for human. In the whole city, he's the only person still using cosmetics. A dreamy, drugged voice intrudes.
Jack? Who was that?
As he looks up at the mirror, we get a quick glimpse of Alicia behind him. The voice, the long blonde hair are unmistakable, but for some reason, Alicia's face is covered by a shiny white porcelain doll's mask.
Get dressed. We're going out.
Interior Flugelheim Museum, evening.
And that's where we will cut for intermission this evening. So, thank you so much so far. Wow, that's a lot of reading and great reading. Kat, wow, that's a lot of action description and great performances, everybody. Yeah, again, this as we can see here, this script is in HTML format, and usually almost every one we've done so far, except for the Buffy one, has been in screenplay format, structured on a PDF, so we know the number of pages. So we will discuss that through our chat on the intermission, what we want to do about that. But right now we're on intermission, so everybody who needs to go get a glass of water, go to the restroom, now's the time. And
yeah, I gotta go fight crime really quick. I'll be right back.
You're not supposed to tell people.
Oh,
but yeah,
snap.
we know you do that when you're not here, Clint. So your secret's safe with us.
All right.
But yes. All right. One is saying the PDF there, so they're on page 51 of 109. All right. See you guys in 5 minutes, and we'll play a couple videos during this intermission.
Woman's gotta make a living, kid. Sometimes it's climbing up the side of an apartment building to take long lens pictures of a cheating husband and his new beau on the side. But I'm not satisfied, not yet. Still room for dessert. Barry, it's a child's skull. Jesus, what were you thinking? I know what you're doing. You're poking around for nerves. This time you might hit something critical. Leave it.
They've been here a while, unnoticed and avoided by the good people like yourself. Only Missy ever cared enough to see the humanity in them.
Yep, me too. Been thinking maybe if we need to, we can rub tobacco on the backs of our palms and say the old prayer. They were especially popular here, feeding a need from the local folk who couldn't make it to Halifax.
I'm going to hang up now. We probably won't talk again for a while, so I do hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, Mr. Byers.
Your old Uncle Joker's finally on Instagram. Well, let's go down here. Click on this website link for superhero stuff you should know. Oh, wow, looky here. There's all kinds of links to the videos for episodes on YouTube. Let's see. Click on this next tab up here. You can go to all the episodes themselves. Oh, wait, does this stuff stink? Oh, never mind. I think it's pretty good. Come up here, click on show notes where you can read all the boring stuff they talk about in each episode, unless it's about yours truly. And click on the last tab for shop. You can support them on Patreon, buy t-shirts, bark box, whisker box, bidets for your hiney. Wait a minute, I don't see any Joker swag up here. I'm out of here. Well, kiddies, your old Uncle Joker's finally on Instagram. Well, let's go down here. Click on this website link for superhero stuff you should know. Oh, wow, looky here. There's all kinds of links to the videos for episodes on YouTube. Let's see. Click on this next tab up here. You can go to all the episodes themselves. Oh, wait, does this stuff stink? Oh, never mind. I think it's pretty good. Come up here, click on show notes where you can read all the boring stuff they talk about in each episode, unless it's about yours truly. And click on the last tab for shop. You can support them on Patreon, buy t-shirts, bark box, whisker box, bidets for your hiney. Wait a minute, I don't see any Joker swag up here. I'm out of here. Well, kiddies, your old Uncle
My little ghosty girl Sophia has a bit of a green thumb. No, I don't mean that she's literally green. I mean that she loves gardening and being in nature. Whenever she gets the chance to skip about in the land of the living, she immediately heads to the woodlands and parks. But now we've got to rein her in, so I have an idea. This little seedling from my bag comes from a special forest, and dripping from its bark is a sticky story she will like. Oh, it got on me. Excuse me. Wipe that up. Oh, the hanky is stuck to my finger. How silly. This story is written by Scott Savino, performed by Ellie Hirschman, and carved out of sound by Ken May. This tale is for Sophia, but keep back, because everyone else should avoid the Maple Woods.
My mother always told me to stay out of Maple Woods. The things that you'll discover there are certainly not good. My mother always told me this, and I understood. Trespassing there is dangerous. Avoid the Maple Woods. First, save yourself from worrying. There are no bears out there. The worst things aren't wolf howls or the spiders skinned in hair. The worst things aren't monsters with jagged claws that reave. The worst things aren't shadows that rustle in the leaves. The Maple Woods is not the place for playing children's games. For any ball that's lost there is a ball the forest claims. If you are a climber, don't go climbing in the trees. Hide and seek is out as well. Can't hide from trees that see.
All right, as you saw there, that's a little trailer. Awesome Joker voice. Ben, who did that Joker? That was fantastic.
That's my former co-host, Zachary.
All right, wow, that's
so
brilliant.
we would do sketches where he was the Joker that I would play against and stuff. So he did that little short thing for everybody.
Fun. So that was for your other superhero thing.
Yeah,
you should know
superhero
about.
stuff you should know podcast.
Yep, cool. And we saw Aaron's reel and a teaser to this other short that you guys will have to go back to listen to finish. So we'll put the link to that in the description or in the comments. But we are back from intermission, and we're going to try and get back to this and keep going and see what happens in this version of Batman. I think it's great, entertaining, but we'll talk more about it afterwards for those that can stick around because it's an extra late night. All right, we are continuing. So whenever you're ready, Kat.
All right.
Keep doing your magic.
Interior Flugelheim Museum, evening. A Gotham landmark, the Flugelheim looks like something Frank Lloyd Wright would have dreamed up. A large open atrium encircled by a stucco ramp, which spirals up along the interior walls to the ceiling 4 stories above. You walk up this gently inclined ramp to view the paintings. Interior Flugelheim rooftop tea room, evening. The upper terminus of the ramp opens onto an airy fern-filled dining room, popular with tourists and elderly matrons who work up an appetite looking at art. Vicky enters, camera bag slung over one shoulder, portfolio in hand.
I'm meeting Mr. Wayne. Is he here?
No, but your table is ready.
Interior tea room 20 minutes later, evening. Vicky, sipping on a gin and tonic, checks her watch. A waiter brings her a small parcel wrapped in brown paper bearing a single word, urgent.
Miss Vale, this just arrived for you.
As the waiter leaves, she tears off the wrapper. Inside is a small white box and a note scribbled in crayon. Dear V. Vale, put this on right now. Unsigned, of course. Vicky, puzzled, opens a box to find a miniature gas mask. She hears a strange hissing noise. A few feet away, green smoke is billowing out of an air conditioning vent. Trays of food crash to the floor as the waiters pass out. Art lovers drop forks, go face down in their pasta salad. Vicky hurriedly fits the gas mask over her nose and her mouth. Within seconds, she's the only one conscious in the room. Interior museum that moment. Green smoke plumes up toward the ceiling as we tilt down toward the floor of the atrium. Patrons and security guards lie sprawled on the floor, twisted at odd angles, out cold. The mist is beginning to clear now. The doors swing open and in strolls the Joker, looking quite dapper in his street makeup and big purple pimp's hat. The squad of goons enters behind him. Some of them are carrying large cartons. They lock the doors, place a closed sign in front of them, and begin uncrating large cans of black paint. The Joker steps up onto the ramp, examines the artwork with an appreciative eye.
Okay, boys, let's broaden our minds.
He steps in front of an Ingris odalisque, stands back a pace or two to get a better look, then pulls out a straight razor and cuts a long diagonal gash in the canvas. He ambles up the ramp, steps over collapsed patrons, pausing in every fourth or fifth painting. Manet water lilies, a Degas ballerina, all get the razor treatment. Behind him, his cronies work their way up the ramp, heaving black paint on every canvas the Joker has missed. He cocks an eye at Edward Munch's The Scream.
I kind of like this one. Leave it.
Interior tea room a moment later, evening. Vicky at her table, still wearing the gas mask, scared as hell. The overhead lights wink out and the room goes dark. The Joker saunters over and pulls up a chair.
I think it's fine and safe to take that off now.
Vicky recognizes the deranged smile instantly. She removes the gas mask, tries to gather her wits.
You're quite beautiful.
Thank you.
Unfortunate, but I think we can work around it.
He sets a couple of candlesticks on the table and reaches for his lighter. A long jet of flame shoots out, Jerry Lewis style, as he lights the candles.
You're Vicky Vale. I guess you know who I am. Is this your portfolio?
She nods. He opens it and begins leafing through a record of Vicky's career. Newspaper photos in the Globe at first, then fashion layouts, magazine covers of celebrities, Artier B&W shots from Vicky's first couple of exhibitions.
Crap. Ah, now here's what's caught my eye.
He's come to the combat photos from Courtauld Maltese.
The panic, the bloody skulls, the armless screaming fellows, you know, the atrocities. Somehow when you shoot it, it all comes out so clean, so lovely.
Vicky is squirming, but she doesn't think it wise to debate the point. Not with this lunatic anyway.
I guess I'm just an old cornball, but I live for beauty. I look around my little city and it gets me down. We don't have anything like this. Well, it came to me, what this city needs is beautification. Kind of a big makeover. Miss Vale, I finally realized that one man can make a difference. You know the saying, in his image, he created them.
Vicky gazes at the awful face of this deranged visionary, getting more frightened by the minute.
And you want
A visual record, yes. A before and after kind of thing. This could make your reputation.
Her first impulse is to get up and run, but she fights the impulse. She won't run, not until she gets this maniac on film. She reaches for her camera bag.
Maybe we should start with a portrait of the artist. People might like to see the face behind the makeup.
Behind the makeup?
Then it sinks in. By candlelight, in the darkened restaurant, with his pancake makeup and his black rinse job, he looks practically normal. Vicky must think she's looking at his real face.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
He finds a pitcher, pours a glass of water, and very carefully sets it on the table in front of Vicky. Then suddenly, inexplicably, he barks at her.
Silly little twit, I can't take you anywhere.
He sits back and grins expectantly. Vicky is thoroughly nonplussed by this bizarre outburst. A moment passes. He obviously wants her to do something, but she hasn't got a clue as to what it is. Growing impatient now, he points at the water glass.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Now Vicky gets the point. She picks up the glass and hurls the contents in the Joker's face. His hands go up. He writhes. He shrieks like the Wicked Witch of the West, dissolving. And he reaches for a napkin to wipe his face clean and begins to cackle. His awful white and green clown's face revealed behind the running makeup. He leers at her.
You see, Miss Vale, that was my makeup. What do you think?
Vicky is repulsed, but she decides that she's determined to tough it out.
I've seen worse. Much worse.
Strong stomach, huh? I like that in a woman. Maybe we can do business after all.
He seems to have calmed down a bit. It's almost as if he's coming on to her. But just then a tiny bell sound rings behind them, and a voice intrudes.
Jack?
The Joker turns. Alicia steps out of a rooftop elevator and moves toward them, drugged, wraith-like. She's still wearing the porcelain doll's mask that we saw earlier.
Christ, it's my girlfriend. What?
You said I could look at the pictures before you.
Oh, shucks, honey, I forgot. I'm in trouble now. This is business, sweetie. Why don't you go outside and see how the boys are coming?
Vicky can't take her eyes off the strange figure drifting eerily through the abandoned tea room.
Why the mask?
Alicia, come here. Have a seat. Show Miss Vale why you're wearing the mask.
Alicia sits down numbly and begins to undo the mask.
You see, Miss Vale, Alicia's beautiful. 1 in a million. A work of art. In fact,
we're looking at Alicia's profile as the mask comes off. The side that's turned to us is indeed beautiful, but the side we can't see sends Vicky right over the edge.
She makes you look sick.
Vicky lurches out of her seat, knocking it over, her face frozen in horror. She finds her camera and holds it out like a weapon as the Joker advances on her.
You scum! You sick filth! You did that to her!
What? I improved her a little.
Vicky backs away, snapping the shutter on her camera. He blinks as the flash gun goes off repeatedly.
I'll see you burned. I'll see you dead. Get away from me!
Miss Vale, was it something I said? Do you want to sniff my flower?
There's a bright purple boutonniere in his lapel. He holds it up for Vicky's inspection as he moves menacingly closer.
No!
The Joker squeezes a concealed bulb. A jet of clear liquid spurts out of the flower, narrowly missing Vicky. She gasps, bumps into a table. Acrid black smoke rises from the floor where the clear liquid hit. Acid.
Come on, Miss Vale. Stop and smell the roses.
He backs Vicky into a corner, and then abruptly, a skylight shatters in a hail of glass. A caped shadow drops to the floor of the restaurant, and the Joker is face to face with the Batman. On his wrist is a steel gauntlet. He aims it at the Joker like a weapon, then pivots suddenly, points his arm through the door of the restaurant, and fires a metal spike into the adobe wall of the ramp outside.
You.
On the end of the spike is a cord leading to Batman's belt. In the wink of an eye, he's grabbed Vicky, dragged her out of the tea room, and plunged over the ramp wall 4 stories straight down to the atrium floor below. The Joker races to the edge of the ramp.
Get him! Get him!
His goons are stationed at various points along the ramp, still defacing masterpieces. They pull their guns and open fire as Vicky and Batman plummet past. Angle on Batman and Vicky as they fall. He holds the gauntlet overhead, rope whistling through it, and as we watch, the gauntlet sprouts steel wings, forming a bulletproof shield over their heads. 2 feet above the marble floor, the rope jerks them up short like a bungee cord. The gauntlet. Sorry, I lost my place. Bungee cord. Guns blaze. Batman and Vicky drop safely to earth and make for the exit. The doors are locked. Batman spots the closed sign on the middle stand. He heaves it through the glass doors. Vicky hustles through. He points her to a side alley. Exterior side alley, that moment dusk. Vicky rounds the corner as Batman lobs a smoke pellet into the doorway of the Flugelheim.
In the car.
Which car?
Vicky suddenly feels quite stupid because while there are many cars parked along the side alley, there is only one Batmobile.
Oh.
The Batmobile is sleek, futuristic, and, well, indescribable. Imagine your own. Vicky climbs into the passenger seat and is immediately dazzled by a stunning array of electronic gadgetry.
Ignition.
As Batman sprints down the alley, a computer display on the dashboard registers his unique voice print. A tinny synthesized voice repeats the command.
Ignition.
The engines are revving up even as Batman vaults into the cockpit alongside Vicky. Guns in hand, the Joker's goons are stumbling out of the Flugelheim, hacking, coughing, blinded by smoke. They dive for their lives as the Batman comes barreling out of the alley at 90 miles an hour. The Joker emerges as the Batmobile careens off.
I want him. I want him.
The Joker climbs into the back of a van labeled Monarch Playing Cards. Half his goons pile into the van behind him, the other half into a second car nearby. Exterior streets that moment. Sirens howl as police cars converge on the Flugelheim. Interior Batmobile, that moment, roaring out into city traffic.
Look, police!
I called them.
Oh, shouldn't we?
A police car whizzes past the Batmobile, tires skid. The cop car does a quick 180 and sets out in hot pursuit of the Batmobile. Batman floors the accelerator in response. Interior van that moment. Tight on the demented face of the Joker. A goon calls out from the front of the van.
There they are, dead ahead.
There they are, dead ahead.
The Joker screams into a radio dispatcher's mic.
All units southbound on Riverview.
Series of shots. The Joker's army, thugs in cars, creeps in Italian restaurants, crooked cops at a coffee shop. Lights flash, beepers sound, and within seconds they're racing to the streets, eager to join the chase. Series of shots. The streets. Cop cars, goon cars, the Batmobile streaks through an intersection, nearly causing a pileup. The Joker's van makes short work of a Sapprit's hot dog stand in its path. Interior Batmobile that moment. Pedestrians gawk as a sleek supercar rips up the pavement.
What about her? What about the girl?
He won't kill her. God damn it!
They're moving up on an empty block. A night construction team. A huge piece of heavy machinery backs up slowly and inexorably, blocking the intersection. Batman guns the engine, swerves left, tries to slide past, and hits the brakes, stopping inches short of a head-on collision with a lamppost. He jumps out of the car. No chance to get through. The Joker's van is 2 blocks back and coming up fast. Onlookers and construction workers are beginning to form a crowd around them.
Can't we?
Too many people. Come on. Shields.
The Batmobile's computerized voice replies,
Shields.
with a series of clangs, chrome steel plates slide into place across the cockpit, over the tires, leaving the Batmobile an inert, impenetrable block of black metal. Batman and Vicky sprint through the construction site, vaulting over mounds of loose dirt and concrete rubble. Interior van, moving, night. 3 police cars, red lights blazing, overtake the Joker's van and bear down on the abandoned Batmobile.
Are they ours?
I don't know. We better get out of here. Westbound on 36. Do you copy?
The van does a discreet U-turn and rumbles off sedately down the street. Exterior side street, that moment night. Batman and Vicky zigzag past storefronts and candy stands, dodging astonished pedestrians. Interior car, moving that moment. 4 goons with guns. They spot Batman and Vicky coming off the side street. Goon 1, the driver, speaks into a radio.
We got him.
Take him. I want his head.
Exterior street, that moment night. Batman and Vicky race down the sidewalk. The car is gaining on them, and then from behind, Batman and Vicky are caught in a spray of bullets. They dive, drop down behind a parked car, and don't come up. They've ducked into a blind alley. Interior alleyway, night. Hunkered on the pavement, they watch a car glide past the mouth of the alley. Vicky sighs in relief. Batman, still alert, his muscles tensed, puts a restraining hand on her arm. He looks overhead, sees a catwalk spanning the width of the alleyway 5 stories up.
How much do you weigh?
108.
He does some quick mental calculations. A beat. Then the car reappears, backing up, blocking their only avenue of escape. Batman unfurls a rope, heaves a batarang upward, and grabs Vicky roughly about the waist.
Hang on.
The Joker's thugs pile out of the car. The batarang catches on the catwalk, and Batman triggers a spring-action reel on his utility belt, jerking him and Vicky into the air. Bullets zing past as they whip upward like fish on a line. 1 story, 2 stories, and then they slow. Stop. They dangle in mid-air as the Joker's goons advance. Batman wriggles, twists. They lurch upward another few feet and stop again. Vicky screams. Her additional weight is too much for the real mechanism. They're stranded 2 stories up, sitting ducks.
Whatever happens, don't let go.
In the wink of an eye, he's detached the reel from his own waist and hitches it around Vicky's belt. Before she has a chance of protests, he lets go. Vicky rockets upward at blinding speed, shrieking on the wire. Batman, his cape billowing, plummets downward. Vicky slams into the catwalk and bobs on the end of the line as Batman lands with a loud crash, overturning a row of garbage cans. The goons are on him in a flash, 1 per limb, random kicking and flailing. Batman manages to slam 2 goons into the wall, but before he could get to his feet, goon number 3 slams a lead pipe into the back of his skull. Batman is down for the count. The thugs dust themselves off and circle around his prostrate form, still wary. The lead thug holds his colleagues back, draws his gun and fires 2 shots, point blank, at the yellow and black insignia on Batman's chest. Body jerks. They move closer and stop.
No blood.
Jeez.
Wait a minute.
Goon 3 screws up his courage and crouches beside the body. He examined the Batman's tunic and rips it open.
What is that?
Some kind of body armor.
He's human after all. Take that mask off.
Exterior rooftop on Vicky. 5 stories overhead. Vicky has pulled herself up onto the roof of the adjacent building. She watches, transfixed, as the thugs bend over to remove Batman's cowl. But at this height and this angle, she can't see his face. On a sudden impulse, she reaches for her camera bag. Angle on the goons, peering down at the open mouth at the unconscious face of Bruce Wayne. Blood seeps from Bruce's left nostril.
Well, who's the guy?
I don't know. You've seen him before?
Maybe he's got some kind of ID.
Good idea. Let's check his wallet.
We'll worry about it later. Plug him in the head.
Goon 2 draws his automatic, and at that very instant, a flash gun explodes overhead. Startled, the thugs look up. Another camera flash.
God damn, it's the redhead.
On Vicky, a chunk of ledge chips off mere inches from her head as the goons open fire. She ducks back behind the overhang, holds a camera out over the ledge, and keeps on flashing. On Bruce, his eyes wink open. On Vicky, momentarily idle. She's used up her role. The goons keep shooting as she reaches into her bag for new film. She finds it, loads the camera with astonishing dexterity, and then, on instinct, reaches back inside the bag for a telephoto lens. All the better to see with Batman. on the thugs. No response from Vicky. They begin to relax a little.
Did you hit her? We can't hear you.
Who cares? Wax the freak.
They turn their attention to Bruce. A gloved hand snakes out with lightning speed, grabbing Goon 1 by the coat tail and pulling him directly into the line of fire. Goon 2 has pulled the trigger twice before he knows what's happened. In one fluid moment, Bruce heaves Goon 1's lifeless body through the air, knocking Goon 2 backward over a garbage can. Goon 2 falls and cracks his head on the nearest wall. Goon 3 takes a rabbit punch to the throat. He's on the way down when he catches a steel-toed boot in the gut. 4 seconds after all this happens, Bruce is alone in the alleyway with Goon 4. Goon 4 has his gun pointed right at Bruce, but he's shaking too much to pull the trigger. Bruce smiles. Goon 4 screams and runs for his life. Through all this, Vicky's telephoto camera has been poised on the ledge, snapping away. Bruce looks up with the flash gun and shakes his head. He bends to retrieve his cowl. On Vicky. She finally dares to peek down at the alley. Limp goons everywhere. And in addition, the Batman, leaping up, grabbing the edge of a fire escape, climbing up to meet her. Vicky thinks fast. She may have a clean shot at Batman's face. She advances the film in the camera and removes the roll and then drops it down her blouse. But Batman is likely to want that roll. So she straightens her skirt and scurries across the roof away from the alley. She should have a minute or two before he gets there. It's a 3-foot drop to the next roof over. Vicky clambers down and quickens her pace, tossing a nervous glance over her shoulder every couple of steps. Then somehow, she'll be damned if she can figure out how, she smocks smack into the Batman and gasps.
Not even a thank you?
Well, I think you might consider thanking me. You were as good as dead.
That's because you lied about your weight. Thank you.
Vicky nods and tries to walk past him. He grabs her arm.
I'll have to ask you for that film.
I just wanted to distract them. I wasn't trying to get a picture of you.
Batman looks down at the camera hanging from her neck. The telephoto lens must jut out 6 inches.
Please.
I won't let you have it.
The Batman is amused. He smiles menacingly.
I know you can break my neck and take it, but the Joker's on that same roll.
The Joker is a murderer, and you were as good as dead. So...
Look, I appreciate what you did for me, but this is my job, and I'm keeping those pictures.
All right, here's a compromise. I'll develop the photos, you keep the Jokers, and I'll keep the rest.
How do I know you won't keep them all?
Because I'll take you with me.
He reaches out, holds her gently by the shoulders. His voice is deep and soothing. True, Vicky is a little dizzy from all that's happened, but she's undeniably drawn to him. Still cautious, though. She reaches into her bag and hands over a roll of film. The original roll, not the telephoto shots, which are still stashed in her blouse.
Thank you, Vicky.
Where are you going to take me?
No reply. She looks up into his mirrored eyes. He pulls her closer to them, brushes back her hair, runs one hand delicately along the line of her cheek, and breaks a tiny capsule under her nose. Vicky slumps into Batman's arms. Cut to an exterior alleyway at night, street level. Batman emerges carrying Vicky's inert form in his arms. He pauses and peers around the edge of the wall at the Batmobile 2 blocks down. The car is still there, the chrome steel shields intact, but dozens of cops and curiosity seekers are swarming all over the fearsome machine. Batman snorts in frustration. An enormous 3-ton caterpillar winch rumbles up the street toward the Batmobile. It's about to get towed. Batman takes a radio transmitter from his utility belt and speaks into it.
Shields open.
Exterior street on the Batmobile. 2 cops are crawling along the hood of the car. From within, they hear the tinny computerized voice.
Shields open.
The steel plates begin to retract.
Ignition.
Ignition.
The stunned cops gaze into Batmobile's cockpit.
There's somebody in there.
They tumble off the hood as the turbine engines roar to life and the Batmobile begins to move. Cops and onlookers quickly clear a path. They stand there, stunned, as a futuristic auto picks up speed and advances toward the end of the block. The left turn signal flashes dutifully, and the Batmobile vanishes around the corner. Pandemonium breaks loose as the cops bolt for their cars. Exterior street night. Sirens wail. Passerby stared slack jaws as the driverless Batmobile as it tears down the street, passing, darting, dodging buses and cutting off taxis, all with a squad of cop cars in hot pursuit. Exterior alleyway night. Batman sees a Batmobile rounding the corner and approaching on the straightaway. He takes Vicky in his arms and steps directly into the path of the oncoming headlights.
Stop.
Brakes squeal. The Batmobile stops 1 yard short of Batman and Vicky. A moment later, Batman is at the wheel. Sirens build, lights flash. The cop cars are now visible behind them. Batman floors a pedal. The Batmobile's powerful afterburners kick in, and the hapless cops kill their sirens as Batman zooms off into the night 140 miles per hour. Dissolved to an exterior back road at night. A deserted stretch of road, lined by ancient tall pines on either side. Batmobile roars past. Interior Batmobile, night. Vicky is gradually coming to on the passenger's side.
How long have I been out?
Quite a while. I took the scenic route.
Well, I've certainly enjoyed it. What's that?
He's just hit a button on the dashboard.
Garage door.
Exterior road, that moment, night. At the side of the road, a fallen tree, surrounded by underbrush, rises hydraulically into the air, revealing a secret road invisible from the main thoroughfare. Doing 60, the Batmobile makes a hairpin turn. Seconds later, the fallen tree drops back magically into place. Interior Batmobile, a moment later, night. As it cruises down the hidden road, Vicky studies Batman's face. Knox's words are very much on her mind.
I meant to ask you, up on the roof, how did you know my name?
Batman smiles in response. Vicky smiles with him.
I'm serious. How did you know?
No reply. Vicky frowns, looks through the windshield, and sees, much to her horror, an enormous sheer cliff wall looking dead ahead. Wide-eyed, she looks at Batman. Still smiling, he hits the gas, speeding up. She lets out a scream. Angle on the cliff wall. 1 second to impact. Suddenly, the cliff wall vanishes altogether, revealing in its place the gaping mouth of an underground cavern. The Batmobile zooms through. A moment later, the cliff wall, which is nothing more than a holographic projection, winks back into existence, showing no trace of the cavern. Interior Batcave, night. We all know this place, although we haven't had time to acquire the familiar mementos, the dinosaur, the giant penny. The Batcave is unmistakable. Vast banks of blinking computers, the state-of-the-art crime lab, a fully equipped workshop for hammering out new toys. It's the biggest and best secret clubhouse a boy could wish for. Batman climbs out of the car. He removes his cape, strips off his bullet-riddled jersey and his body armor. There are 2 big bruises on the center of his chest. Vicky looks on as he goes to a rack along one wall and picks out a fresh tunic, one of 4. She wanders over to examine the row of bat suits and the body armor.
What is this stuff? Kevlar?
Better. It's not on the market yet.
It doesn't protect your head, though.
That's why I wear a target on my chest.
The Batman takes obvious pleasure in showing her his futuristic bachelor's pad. His tone is jokey, almost flirtatious. Behind the mask, he's a lot looser, more carefree than some guys we could name, like Bruce Wayne. Vicky is, to put it mildly, odd. She wanders around gaping at millions of dollars of work equipment.
How'd you find this place?
Stumbled across it when I was a boy.
Vicky's head jerks up abruptly. In the dim recesses overhead, bats are screaming. She shivers.
They don't come down here. They're afraid of the lights.
I don't like bats. Not that kind.
They used to terrify me, but I forced myself to keep coming back, and I guess I became the thing I feared the most. I'll do your photos now.
He goes to a high-speed photo processing machine, the kind they have at Photomet, only better, and loads the roll. Vicky wanders over to the edge of a deep black pit. She kicks a pebble over. Long seconds pass. No sound. She looks up. Suspended over the bottomless pit are a pair of gymnast rings. This guy is dedicated.
Who pays for all this?
I have sponsors.
The computers?
I'm running a check on the tainted products. There is a pattern. Beauty products. Personal hygiene.
No more makeup. Looks like we'll all be showing our true faces now.
She looks straight at him. It's almost a direct request. But Batman is preoccupied with the matter at hand.
I've tracked all the records. Every shipment, every warehouse, every loading dock. Nothing. No opportunities for tampering. Somehow the Joker is supplying tainted ingredients at the source.
Wait, you can just tap into any corporate database you want? Anywhere?
Oh no. I let the FBI do that. Then I tap into the FBI. Your photos are ready.
He holds up a hand to Vicky, stands back. Then he checks out the pictures, smiling as he shuffles through the prints.
You could have killed him, you know. You could have killed the Joker.
I had to save you, Vicky. Here you go. I think I'll let you keep the whole set.
She looks at the photos. Joker, 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 and 4 shots of the Batman in action. He's without his mask, but there's no clean angle on his face. Vicky doesn't know quite why, but her head is reeling.
Care for an autograph?
He takes one of the prints, scrawls on it, hands it to her with the inscription, "To Vicky, love B." Now he turns to shut down the photo machine. Vicky is trembling. Her hands go to her belt, and she finds a telephoto roll concealed in her blouse. She steps up silently behind him, reaches for his cowl. The last second, she stops.
Bruce?
He freezes in place for an indecisive moment. Then
Are you talking to me?
he smiles in seeming incomprehension and shows her a smile, the same crooked, curious, childlike smile she saw on Bruce's face that morning when she caught him singing.
Maybe we had enough for one night. I'll take you home.
Almost in a trance now, she lets him lead her to the Batmobile, and as she takes her seat, he reaches into his utility belt for another knockout capsule.
Do you want to do it this time?
Vicky doesn't move. She looks at the capsule in her hand as he walks over to the driver's side and gets in.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
She takes one last look at the familiar smile beneath the mask, then breaks the capsule and breathes deep. Flames erupt from the rear of the Batmobile after the afterburners kick in and Batman screeches off. A fiery red glow fills the screen, burning out the image as we dissolve to exterior Gotham Street, 1963 night, a dream sequence. The red glow resolves itself into a dreamlike street scene. Liquid, weightless figures moving about in a tinted, soundless cityscape as distant, tinkly carnival music plays underneath. We're outside a theater, watching first-nighters emerge from the opening of a hit musical. In the crowd, we pick out 3 figures, Dr. Thomas Wayne, his wife Martha, and, in Thomas's arms, their young son Bruce. Bruce hasn't made it through this show. He's asleep, head nestled peacefully against his father's shoulders. Thomas rouses the boy gently, sets him down on the sidewalk. Bruce rubs the sleep from his eyes as Thomas puts an arm around his wife. Together, they begin walking. In a single cut, the crowd has disappeared, and the Waynes are walking toward a deserted street. Thomas and Martha are laughing, making jokes, and reaching down to tussle Bruce's hair. Their faces, as they draw closer, are full of joy. And then, without warning, a handgun enters the frame. The Waynes freeze in their tracks. Thomas steps protectively in front of his wife, reaches for his wallet, begins unbuckling his watch. He won't put up a fight. Martha's hand goes involuntarily to the pearl necklace at her throat. The gunman sees it, motions for her to hand it over. But Martha's paralyzed, afraid to move. And the gunman stretches past Thomas and snatches at the necklace. The instant his wife is threatened, Thomas attacks. The pearl strands break in the gunman's hand as he drops toward the sidewalk. A silent burst of flame erupts from the muzzle of the gun. Thomas crumples. Martha emits a piercing shriek, a shriek we cannot hear, a shriek cut short by a second burst of flame. Bruce stands paralyzed in shock. The gunman scoops a handful of pearls off the sidewalk, reaches for Martha's purse, and rises slowly, the gun leveled directly at the boy. Almost catatonic, Bruce stares down the corpses of his parents, at their hands somehow intertwined, the tiny glinting pearls and the spreading pool of blood around them. He looks up with a gaze so bleak, so petrifying, the gunman turns and runs. And we cut to an exact reproduction of the Pulitzer Prize-winning photo. The cops bent over the bodies, the medics with their stretchers, the boy Bruce, his arms wrapped tightly around the waist of Officer Gordon. There's only one difference. Bruce's head is turned away from us. We can't see his face. And now a hand enters the frame, much like the gunman's hand, but feminine, beckoning. Bruce, hearing his name, looks up, then agonized, ashamed. He buries his face in Gordon's side. Gordon gestures angrily at the intruder, but the hand keeps beckoning, and ultimately Bruce turns, showing us the tear-stained face from the famous photo. A face black with horror, the horror of his parents' death, and more importantly, the horror that someone would dare to violate this most private and terrible of moments. And at last, we see what Bruce sees. A woman crouched on the sidewalk nearby. The woman is holding a camera. The woman is smiling prettily at Bruce. That woman is Vicky Vale. Flashbulb explodes, filling the screen with its blinding white light, scorching out the image as a harsh ringing sound cuts through the silence. We cut to an interior bedroom night. Vicky awakens. She sits up in bed, tremulous, distraught. The bedroom phone is ringing, and she reaches for it, but her hand freezes in midair. She knows who's calling. 3 rings later, she manages to lift the receiver. To her amazement, she finds she cannot speak. Finally, she hears a voice at the other end of the line.
Vicky?
Interior Bruce Wayne's steady night. Bruce in a big mahogany desk in his somber book-lined study. The room is dark, but for a small table lamp.
Vicky, I've been thinking about you. I know it's late. I'm sorry. Are you there?
Intercut Bruce and Vicky.
Yes, Bruce, I'm here.
I'm sorry about the ways things went between us. I'd very much like to see you again.
Well, Bruce, I don't think that would be possible.
We should reconsider. I didn't stand you up today. The museum was closed when I got there.
On Vicky, her voice trails off. She's profoundly shaken. She knows.
Vicky?
She returns the receiver to its cradle. On Bruce, he hears the click. His lips part slightly. He hangs up and sits there at the desk, staring straight ahead. We cut to Vicky's bathroom at night. Total darkness. Vicky stands before the bathroom mirror. She holds the open roll of telephoto shots over the sink. Then she strikes a match, ignites a film, and drops it into the sink. With hollow eyes, she watches it burn. We cut to the interior of Vicky's apartment later that night. It's 4 a.m. Vicky, wrapped in the bathrobe, still shaky, pours her 5th cup of coffee. And sitting across from her is a rumpled and stubby Alexander Knox.
Vicky, it all fits. The stuff you're telling me, the car, the equipment, somebody's paying for it.
Just can't.
The FBI. You know who's got the FBI's computer contract, right? Wayne Technologies. The guy's a bat, all right? He's batshit crazy. This is going to be the most incredible.
But he's not.
Not what?
He's not crazy.
Knox slaps his head in frustration, sprawls back in his chair.
Vicky, we got a wealthy millionaire here who dresses up like a bat. He goes out at night and swings around in his cape on a rope. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy.
Allie, he wants to tell me. That's why he took me there. Because he's trying to tell me.
Give me a break. He wants to chat. He wants to talk to you in his car.
The joke dies. Vicky stares dead ahead. Knox looks in on utter disbelief as it all comes back into focus. He's lost her loyalty. Vicky is in over her head with Bruce.
He has to tell someone, and I'm the one. He's trying to tell me.
Knox, hurt in a way he doesn't fully understand, gets up and pulls on his coat. He stares at her coldly.
Well, when he does, you know my number.
Cut to an exterior newsstand day. Customers are lining up to buy early editions of the Globe, which carries a full banner headline. War of the Freaks, Batman, Joker, and Flugelheim shootout. In the midst of the hubbub, a delivery truck cruises past, dumping a bundle of afternoon editions on the sidewalk. War of the Freaks has been regulated to the lower right-hand corner of the page, supplanted by more pressing news. Stock market crashes. Product scare now drops to 1,100. Biggest one-day decline in history. Interior, Wayne Foundation, day. Bruce, in a plush office suite downtown, on the phone to his broker. Behind his desk is a plate glass window with a 40th floor view of the financial district, so he can wave at his fellow millionaires on their way down.
Don't sell. It won't last. We'll ride it out.
With exaggerated calm, he hangs up. He lifts the receiver to dial another number, and then hesitates, and hangs up again. Interior reception area, a moment later, day. Bruce, affecting an air of nonchalance, strolls past a squad of secretaries at desks. Phones are ringing off the hook. Interior hallway, a moment later, day. Bruce ambles past a couple of colleagues. One of them is shambling catatonically down the hall, bumping into walls. The other is wailing hysterically.
A $9 million bath?
Bruce nods in sympathy as they pass. He stops outside the door to a men's room, looks around cautiously, and then enters. Interior of the men's room, a moment later, day. A small anteroom outside the bathroom proper, with a bank of payphones on one wall. Bruce checks the bathroom to make sure it's empty, then digs out a quarter and dials the number. He cups one hand confidentially over the receiver.
Vicky, this is Batman. I thought I'd call and see how you're doing.
Interior Vicky's apartment, day.
I know it's you, Bruce. I'm not going to talk to you unless we can discuss it.
Interior men's room on Bruce.
Who's this Bruce? Are you trying to make me jealous?
I'm serious, Bruce. We have to.
At this very moment, a dazed financier enters from behind.
Hi, Bruce.
Bruce automatically claps a hand over the mouthpiece. His face goes slack as he hangs up, with Vicky's tinny voice still squeaking on the other end of the line. Cut to an interior district attorney's office, night. Harvey Dent at a big desk, flanked by a number of politicos.
We deal.
Oh, Harvey, please. I mean, if your first official act as DA is to cut a deal with a terrorist, I mean...
Screw that, Ed. We got a market panic of national proportions. We've got 786 people dead. I won't sacrifice one more life for the sake of appearing strong.
Hav is right. We've got the 300-year anniversary gala coming up. The network won't even send in a crew.
Oh, Harvey, the police are working round the clock. The feds are coming in. This thing could break any minute now. Tell him, Jim.
Commissioner Gordon reaches into his vest pocket for a cigar. He clips the end off, lights it, takes a long drag, and stares glumly at the floor.
Cut the deal.
Interior City Hall night. The mayor sits impatiently at a long table, flanked by Jim Gordon, Harvey Dent, and other prominent officials. The room is packed with reporters and TV crews.
Oh, that might be me. Oh. At City Hall, where the mayor is waiting to open negotiations with the clown-faced terrorist known as the Joker. It is now 8 minutes past the appointed deadline, and still no word from...
Interior Gotham Globe, city room, that moment, night. Reporters cluster around a bank of 4 TV sets, each tuned to a different station, all broadcasting from City Hall.
Look at them all sweat. Can't wait for the next gala poll.
Hey, Knox, cheer up. It ain't the Batman, but it's pretty choice.
Knox, who has recently taken up smoking, responds with a grunt. Sudden hubbub from the onlookers as a wave of video noise swipes half the screen away. Insert television screen. Split screen. On one side is the mayor. On the other side is in a director's chair with a big yellow happy face backdrop behind him is the Joker, grinning fiendishly.
Joker here. Can we talk?
Mayor fumbles for his prepared statement.
While this administration remains vehemently opposed to terrorism in any form, we are prepared to negotiate any reasonable demands which will guarantee the safety of the populace.
Huh? Demands? Well, gents, this is kind of embarrassing, but I'm having such a swell time. I just haven't thought any up.
He shrugs, startled reactions from the city officials.
But I'm a reasonable fella, if you want to make me an offer.
Panicked, the mayor and company go into a quick huddle.
All right. Here's the deal. Total amnesty and the sum of $10 million payable in...
$10 million? $10 million? You cheapskates. I just wiped out the stock market. I've cost you billions. And I want 10 million and one.
No, wait, please. We'll talk. Just tell us what you expect.
God damn it. I expect to be treated like an artist. Get off my screen.
More video static sweeps across the screen, pushing the mayor clean out of frame. And the Joker leers the camera.
I might just think up some demands, and I'm going to talk to all my friends and see what they want too. And then maybe I'll get together and we'll have a little party and exchange presents. Happy birthday, Gotham.
The shadow of your smile comes up underneath as the Joker's transmission ends and the screen goes black. Interior Gotham Globe City Room, that night, that moment. Frantic activity as reporters rush to their telephones and typewriters. Knox strolls slowly back to his desk. He's sitting on the biggest story of his career. And now, as he realizes grimly, nobody knows or cares. Cut to exterior Andrews Island day, a tiny island in Gotham Harbor. Home site of Lady Gotham. The huge, newly restored stone statue that welcomes incoming ships. Her upper half is draped in a huge tarp prior to the unveiling ceremony scheduled for this Sunday. At the base of the statue, workmen are assembling a big wooden platform, complete with microphones, amplifiers, and spotlights. They raise a gigantic banner which reads, Gotham City, 300th Anniversary Celebration. Cut to the exterior of Wayne Manor, day. A taxi pulls away from the wrought iron gates of the entrance to the estate. Knox ambles up to a stone pillar, glances up at a video camera mounted over the gate, and hits a buzzer.
Yes?
Oh, that's me. Sorry. Alexander Knox, Gotham Globe.
Mr. Wayne is out for the day.
Actually, I wanted to talk to Batman. Pass on that, Mr. Wayne, would you? Pass that on to Mr. Wayne.
Knox starts cockily off down the driveway, then stops. Behind him, the iron gates are sliding open. Interior Bruce's library 10 minutes later that day. Knox, agitated, drums his fingers along the edge of a big leather chair. Bruce stands across from him.
I've been expecting to hear from you.
Well, that's how it is, chum. She tells me everything.
What is it you want?
Simple. You know the score. One column, and I can bring in all this stuff tumbling down. I can take you off the streets once and for all. I want you to hang up the suit, and I want you to stay away from Vicky.
I can't do that. Not while the Joker's still out there.
Then stay away from Vicky. That's all I want, man. I just want your word.
Bruce turns away, evading his gaze. Knox fumbles in his jacket for a cigarette.
See, I don't know how it happened. She's a smart girl, and you are an extraordinarily screwed up guy. But she's in love with you.
Something I don't understand. If you've got the story, why haven't you printed it?
Because she'd never speak to me again.
Knox is a bundle of nerves now. No longer cocky, he stubs out his newly lit cigarette and begins to plead openly.
Come on, Bruce, be straight. What have you got to offer? You gonna marry her, Batman and Mrs. Batman? Come on, give me a break, huh? Who's gonna be the best rodent?
Bruce sinks into his chair, exhales sharply. He can't even put up an argument. The two of them sit there, not looking at each other, as Alfred appears in the doorway.
Do you want a drink?
Yeah, a drink. Civilized, man to man, right?
Alfred, bring something for Mr. Knox. I'll have one too.
Cut to exterior Gotham Park late afternoon. The week-long birthday gala is getting underway, and Gotham Park is marred by celebrants enjoying a free concert. On stage, 5 Elvis imitators, dressed in everything from black leather to white spangled jumpsuits, representing the king in progressive stages of deterioration. Interior, Vicky's apartment desk. She's on the sofa beside the disconsolate Bruce.
So we just pretend none of this ever happened. We never met. You're going to get yourself killed, Bruce. You know that, don't you?
It wouldn't matter much.
I don't understand it. You can do so much good for people as Bruce Wayne.
He sinks back on the sofa, closes his eyes. He's had the same argument with himself 1,000 times.
Money makes money, Vicky. The foundation runs itself. I'm extraneous to the process.
You're one man. You can't save everybody.
What if I could save a handful? What if I could save one?
Vicky is sick of watching Bruce torment himself. She stands up, almost crying now, and accuses him directly.
Bruce, at the rate you're going, you can't even save yourself.
Sometimes I don't know if there's enough of me left to save.
Vicky is totally drained. She heads for the kitchen.
Oh, God. I'm going to have some coffee or something.
A moment's breather as Bruce sits on the sofa reflecting. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Vicky reappears and moves to answer the door. Bruce, on his feet instantly, grabs her by the shoulder.
Are you expecting anyone?
She nods no. He goes to the peephole in the door.
Who's there?
Through the peephole, he sees a delivery boy.
Package for Miss Vale. Set it down by the door on the left-hand side.
Delivery boy sets a package down and wanders off, tipless, muttering something about cheap shits. After a moment's interval, Bruce opens the door and bends to pick up the mysterious package. Another brown paper parcel addressed in crayon.
Bruce!
He strides past her, handling the parcel gingerly, and sets it down on the kitchen counter.
It's just like the last time. He sent me a present before he...
Very thoughtful. Don't touch it.
As Vicky watches, he goes into the living room and finds his alligator attaché case. He opens the case, removes a laptop computer and a handful of business papers, then lifts out a false bottom to reveal his utility belt.
Oh, Bruce, don't tell me you carry it around with you.
I feel naked without it.
He takes out a tiny ultrasound scanner, rather like a stethoscope, with a miniature sonar display where the earpieces should be, and runs it over the package.
Not a bomb, but it could be rigged. Wait in the next room.
He takes out a small gas mask from his belt, puts it on, and then slits the wrapping with a steak knife. Nothing. Cautiously, he pulls back the flaps. The box is full of styrofoam popcorn. Bruce shoves a hand down into the popcorn and extracts a human ear. In the doorway behind him, Vicky lets out a squeal. Bruce grabs a box and dumps 24 ears on the counter.
They're wax.
Vicky finds a hand-scrawled note among the ears.
It worked for Van Gogh. Let's make up. I'll need you soon.
That does it. It's going to be this weekend.
The kitchen phone rings. Vicky reaches for the receiver. Her eyes go wide and she gestures him over. Interior Alicia's apartment, that moment. Alicia in her porcelain mask on the phone.
I thought you ought to know. He's coming for you.
On Bruce and Vicky, faces pressed together as they listen in, Bruce covers the mouthpiece with one hand.
Keep her on the line.
Where are you calling from?
As Vicky struggles to keep the conversation alive, Bruce rushes into the living room and crouches beside his laptop computer. He plugs it in, flips open the screen, and punches up a telecommunications program. A moment later, Vicky enters from the kitchen.
I'm sorry, she hung up. What are...
Finding out where she is.
How can you do that if she's already off the line?
I've had an automatic tracer on this number ever since he tracked you to the museum.
Interior Batcave that moment. Massive computers click and whir. At Bruce's prodding, information comes up on the monitor. A number, a name, Alicia Hunt, and an East Side address. Interior Vicky's apartment, that moment, evening. The same information scrolls across Bruce's screen.
Got it.
What now?
Hang on. I have to leave a message.
He freezes. He's heard something in the hallway outside. Interior hallway, that moment. Elevator doors open on 3 thugs. One of them uses a key to lock the car in place on Vicky's floor. The key is on the end of a ring which contains dozens of other keys. The key ring belongs to a doorman who's riding in the elevator with the Joker's trio of thugs. He's dead, alas. The thugs dump him unceremoniously on the floor of the hall and march toward Vicky's apartment. Interior Vicky's apartment, a moment later. Bruce is nowhere in sight. Vicky is at the sink washing dishes, acting nonchalant. She pretends not to hear the door unlocking behind her. She turns and faces the 3 advancing thugs.
Hi, Miss Vale. Let's not put up a fight, huh? Because we'd hate to have to.
Bruce steps into the door behind them. With a single sweep of the arm, he flings 3 drug-tipped ninja wheels at the thugs, catching one in the neck, one in the shoulder, and one in the hip. They collapse in quick succession.
There's a garage in this building?
Vicky nods yes, and Bruce, all business now that he's in his element, disappears into Vicky's bedroom. She peeks around the corner, and he reemerges carrying a black nylon stocking, which he stuffs into his pocket. Vicky is full of questions, but he shushes her before she can speak.
I've got to take him out. Now.
He stoops down beside the thugs and pulls the elevator key off the key ring, which he tosses to Vicky.
Pick an apartment and stay there. And listen, call the police. Give them that address, every available man.
He starts out the door, stopping just long enough to take a dumbfounded Vicky into his arms for a kiss. Underground garage, interior a moment later, evening. The Joker's van, bearing the Monarch playing card logo. 2 armed goons lean against the hood. They watch as the elevator opens and an ordinary fellow in a suit steps out. Bruce pulls car keys from his pocket and strolls past the thugs, head down, whistling. As he walks around the van, his hand brushes against it, leaving a magnetized homing device, almost too tiny to notice, stuck to the fender. He walks another 6 spaces and stops short. He feels well around in his pockets, like he's forgotten something.
Oh, hell.
The goons eye him curiously as he strides back toward the elevator. The doors are closing before it strikes him that something is amiss.
Hey, boss, something up. The elevator's working.
Interior van on the Joker, frustrated, snarling, ready to throw a tantrum.
Damn it! You can't get good help these days. Let's move out.
Exterior street, evening, overhead angle. From high above the street, we see the Joker's van pulling out of Vicky's building. We're up on the roof with Bruce. He hits a button on his utility belt and a red signal light begins to flash. Bruce clamps the utility belt around his waist, pulls a black nylon stocking over his head, and suddenly he's bounding across the rooftops in pursuit of the Joker. Exterior cross street, a moment later, evening. The van turns right at the intersection. Nothing unusual, but for some reason, pedestrians are pointing to the sky, staring goggle-eyed at the rooftops. Far above them, a man dressed in a suit, a tie, a yellow belt, and a black stocking mask is gliding across the intersection on a rope. Interior van a moment later. The van driver guns through a red light, brakes squeal on either side, and in the back of the van, the Joker growls.
Slow down, you maniac.
Exterior intersection, that moment, evening. As a van roars past, a mounted policeman shakes his fist, and his horse shies, rears back, and turns into a circle. He's just about gotten the beast calmed down when a man in a stocking mask plummets down on a rope from nowhere and lands directly behind him on the horse's back. Bruce elbows the startled cop. Now there's only one rider. The van turns left. Bruce gallops straight ahead through the intersection, hoping to cut the Joker off. Interior, Alicia Hunt's apartment. That moment. Alicia peers out the window. On the street below, unmarked cars are converging. Interior van that moment. The Joker and company are 2 blocks from Alicia's. They see a police SWAT team sealing off the building.
Boss, geez,
They'll be sorry. They'll be sorry. Get them out of here.
Exterior side street, that moment, evening. Bruce, on horseback, charging past elegant old brownstones, drawing stares from passerbys. We get a quick look at the flashing red signal on his belt. Exterior Riverview Drive, that moment, evening. A yellow VW Bug rips up the street at 70 miles per hour. Interior Volkswagen Bug, that moment. We can't see the driver, but we do see, on the seat beside him, a video display with a shifting grid map of the city, and on it, a flashing signal blinking in perfect sync with the one on Bruce's belt. Exterior side street, that moment. Bruce sees a VW Bug rounding around the corner and streaking toward him. He reins in his horse, and it rears up on its hind legs in a classic Western pose. The Bug zooms past. And Alfred the butler heaves out a brown laundry bundle, neatly tied in string. Bruce snatches it out of the air, gives Alfred a quick salute, and the Bug is gone. Interior Joker's van, evening. The Joker and his boys are stalled in heavy traffic at the southern border of Gotham Park. Police barricades are everywhere. The surrounding streets have been roped off for the birthday gala. Horns honk in anger.
Mel, can't you do something?
some kind of detour. They backed up for blocks.
The Joker snorts. He happens to glance into the side view mirror, and what he sees there curdles his blood.
Oh my God, how does he do it?
Exterior street, a block away, that moment. The Batman, in full costume glory, galloping up the street on horseback, passing stunned cops, weaving in and out of the stalled autos, gaining fast on the Joker. Interior van, that moment. The Joker climbing all over the driver. He hits the gas, runs the van up on the sidewalk, and at the first opening he sees, crashes through the police barricade into Gotham Park itself. Batman is half a block behind him now. And as he follows hot on the Joker's heels, 2 helicopters swing into the park from overhead. Exterior Gotham Park evening. Crowds everywhere. On the central platform where we see the free concert earlier, an MC mans a microphone.
The most spectacular, most death-defying aerial stunt ever devised. Tonight, for the first time anywhere, the Flying Graysons.
He points upward at the 2 approaching helicopters flying through the air, side by side in tight formation some 40 feet apart. Angle on the helicopters. Onlookers gasp as 2 trapezes drop from the bellies of the twin copters. Dangling from the trapezes are the Flying Graysons, a husband and wife airless team in spangled red and green suits. They begin swinging toward each other in a plane perpendicular to the path of the copters. Exterior Gotham Park on the ground level. Panic down below as the Joker's van barrels through the crowd. Horn blaring. Batman is moving up swiftly. On each wrist, he's wearing a miniature rocket launcher. He lets fly with 2 salvos. The first explodes harmlessly against a tree. A second hits the rear door of the van, driving it across the access road down into the brush, where it nearly topples over sideways. Angle on the Flying Graysons. Grayson has just completed a double somersault in midair, landing in the capable hands of his wife. Now is swinging again, building momentum as he prepares to make the return leap back to his own trapeze. Interior helicopter at that moment. In the bay of the helicopter stands a kid, 15, compact, tough, and weary. Dick Grayson. Like his parents, he's wearing a red and green suit. From the copter, he's got a perfect bird's eye view of the Batman-Joker chase.
Ready to go, Dick?
What's all the ruckus down there?
Exterior park, ground level, that moment. The van bounces over rocks, bushes, narrowly avoiding trees, with Batman in hot pursuit. Interior of the van that moment. At the foot of the hill, the Joker spies a truck on it. On its side, in bright red letters, a warning. Danger, fireworks, flammable load. The Joker reaches into the back for a highway flare.
Head for the truck.
Interior helicopter, that moment. Hovering over the chase scene, Dick catches sight of the Joker. He gasps in shock as a lit flare flies from the back of the van directly into the fireworks truck. Exterior park, ground level, a moment later. The Batman is thrown off his horse by the shock of a massive explosion. All at once, the sky is full of bursting incandescent colors. And the Joker hangs out of the rear of the van, looking up, an expression of pure delight on his face.
I just love fireworks.
Angle on the helicopters. Lurching and spinning in the sky as the fireworks rocket past. One of them takes a dead hit on the rotor, and John Grayson falls to his death instantly. A moment later, the copter plunges into the trees with a resounding, fiery crash. Mary Grayson hangs from the second copter as it bobs and weaves out of control, and onlookers scream in terror. Exterior street that moment. The Joker's van bursts out of the park and speeds up a wide cordon-off avenue. Overhead, the second copter veers wildly out of the park now, swinging dangerously close to the tall buildings along the avenue. Interior helicopter at that moment. Dick Grayson, at the mouth of the bay, hangs on a canvas strap. He watches helplessly as his mother swings into a power line and drops 3 stories to the pavement.
No! No!
His face is contorted with rage and pain. The pilot struggles desperately to right the copter, barely avoiding a collision with the nearest building. And then, before the pilot can make a move to stop him, Dick has jumped out of the copter. Angle on Dick. With astonishing physical grace, he dives, grabs a flagpole, and executes a perfect somersault, flips onto a nearby fire escape, vaults to the next fire escape down, and leaps out over the street, making a perfect 2-point landing on his intended target, the roof of the Joker's van. Interior van that moment. The Joker hears a thunk overhead. He casually lifts his gun and blows a hole through the roof of the van. Exterior roof of the van moving that moment. The blast just misses Dick. He sprawls flat, yanks at the chrome luggage on the roof of the van, and breaks off a 4-foot shaft of metal. Another shot through the roof. Dick rolls forward and hoists his chrome spear over the windshield. Interior van that moment. Splintered glass flies everywhere as Dick rams the shaft through the windshield. The driver dodges left and loses control of the wheel. Exterior roof van moving that moment. The van careens wildly toward an overpass. Dick rises up into a crouch just in time to see a sign which reads, "Danger, low clearance." He's about to get his head taken off. 1 second before impact, a black cape shadow swings across the street and swoops Dick off the roof of the van. Exterior street night. Batman and Dick tumble to the pavement. The van knocks over a fire hydrant and stops. Dick is already on his feet, ready to charge the van when Batman throws a powerful arm around his waist.
Let me go! Let me go!
The Joker steps casually out of the van. 2 goons with machine guns emerge behind him, and pedestrians scream as the goons level their guns at the crowd.
You piece of shit! You motherfucking piece of...
Dick is screaming and kicking and clawing and biting, and Batman has his hands full restraining the kid.
Like your boyfriend, he's kind of hot. Hands off the belt.
Take me. Let the boy go.
Gosh, I wish I could kill you, but then you'd miss the party. And I'd be real sad if you couldn't make it.
What are you talking about?
Batman, don't you even recognize your old pal Jack? After all, you made me what I am today.
Batman cocks his head in puzzlement as distant sirens blare. The Joker and his hoods, guns still aimed at the crowd, back away and race off on foot, vanishing into the night. Dick breaks free and bolts after them. Batman throws him to the street with a flying tackle. The boy is hysterical.
He killed my parents! He killed my parents!
Batman flinches at the sound of the words. He reaches into the capsule mercifully, into his belt and mercifully breaks a knockout capsule under Dick's nose. And we dissolve to insert television screen. A taped report from the hallway outside Alicia's apartment. Cops and forensic men mill about in the background.
On a tip attributed to a mysterious Batman, the apartment was booby-trapped with Joker's laughing gas, leaving 17 policemen dead. Also found dead at the scene was Alicia Hunt, 26, a former model.
The camera pulls back to reveal that the TV screen is part of Bruce's bank of monitors deep in the Batcave. The other screens show the various rooms of Wayne Manor, all empty. We move now to the video display of a computer workstation showing 2 faces side by side. A mugshot of Jack Napier and a freeze frame of the Joker from one of his pirate transmissions. A graphics program abstracts the 2 heads into 3-dimensional rotating topographical grids, and as we watch, the 2 spinning heads collide and merge, except for the fearsome grin. They match perfectly. Yet another terminal, Bruce's database. The same phrase flashes again and again, scrolling up the screen. Ace Chemical Company, Ace Chemical Company, Ace Chemical Company. And finally, Bruce himself, slumped at a table, head in his hands. He's realized, to his horror, that he is responsible for the birth of the Joker. And frankly, he would just as soon be dead. Interior Wayne Manor, guest bedroom, day. Dick Grayson is sprawled on a huge 4-poster bed, unconscious, softly moaning. He comes to with a jolt. Breaking into a sweat, almost immediately, he looks around at his unfamiliar surroundings. A shadowy figure stands nearby.
Where am I?
My name is Bruce Wayne. You're welcome to stay here as long as you want.
Bruce steps out just as Alfred enters with a breakfast tray. Dick makes a puzzled face. What the hell is going on here? Interior Hall of Justice, day. Beneath the statue of a blind justice, Bruce and Harvey Dent march through the portico, engaged in a heated argument.
We'll send a team in to ace the moment the warrant comes through.
He'll be ready when you do. Remember what happened at the apartment.
All right, Bruce, what do you suggest?
I suggest a nice big bomb.
Good, a bomb. On a blind tip for Bruce Wayne, we do have laws.
Then for God's sake, Harvey, cancel the anniversary celebration.
We've told him we'll deal. What could he possibly have to gain by...
Do you still think the Joker cares about money?
I don't know. I'm just the DA. I don't have access to all your expert sources.
Mexican standoff. Bruce stalks off fuming. Dent hangs back a moment, then turns down the hall. Exterior Wayne Manor, establishing day. The ornate wrought iron gate, which opens on to the long driveway snaking toward the manor. It's bolted shut. Interior Wayne Manor, day. A glass enclosed room which houses an enormous heated indoor swimming pool. Dick Grayson does a couple of laps, then climbs out and towels himself off. He looks out at the estates, tennis courts, riding stable in distance. He's not happy. All this opulence could drive a guy stark staring nuts in short order. Interior, guest bedroom, day. An open suitcase on the bed. Dick fingers a gold ashtray bearing the figure of winged victory and shrugs and tosses into the suitcase on top of his gymnast costume. When he looks up, he sees Bruce in the doorway behind him.
Your butler wouldn't give me a ride, so I figured I'd hoof it.
Sorry, I can't let you leave.
You can't keep me here, man. That's kidnapping.
If I let you leave, you'll do the same thing again. You'll go after the Joker, and you'll wind up dead.
Hey, man, look at you. You're rich. You got everything you want. How do you know what's in my mind?
Bruce turns to face him. The little hellion's eyes are filled with raw, burning hatred. Bruce knows the feeling.
I don't care what's in your mind. You're staying.
Bruce reaches for a key in his pocket. Without warning, the kid rushes him, throwing a rock-solid punch. With blinding speed, Bruce sidesteps him, parries a blow, and winds up spinning Dick around into a wall. Dick is stunned, but he has to laugh. This rich boy has a move or two. Bruce stands there, silently challenging him. A second later, the kid is airborne, upping the ante with a scissor kick aimed directly at Bruce's gut. In a blur of motion, Bruce checks the kick, swings an arm into Dick's chest, and springs the boy sprawling flat on his back. Interior Wayne kitchen that moment. Alfred, in his apron, fixing a tray of snacks. He looks up curiously at the ceiling. From the sound of it, battle royale is shaping up in the guest bedroom. Interior guest bedroom that moment. Dick's body, head down, feet up, flies through the air. He smashes into a closet door and slumps to the carpet. Shaking now and sweating profusely, he looks up at Bruce, who stands calmly over him, adjusting his necktie. A long, tense moment passes between them. Then,
"You're him."
No reply from Bruce. Their gazes lock, and suddenly,
"Freeze."
Dick and Bruce look around. The puny, mustachioed butler stands in the doorway, feet spread in a dirty, hairy stance, a .44 Magnum trained on Dick.
It's all right, Alfred. Everything's under control.
Very good, sir.
Alfred relaxes, musters his dignity, and turns to go. Cut to an interior conference room afternoon. With canned applause as the Joker marches out onto a makeshift stage to give his quarterly report to the stockholders.
Thank you, ladies and germs. I'm here to tell you, we have had one hell of a quarter.
He waves a pointer at 3 sales charts on the portable easels.
Panic's up, terror's up, and fear's gone straight through the roof. You guys should be proud, because I couldn't have done it without each and every one of you.
More canned applause. The Joker takes a bow.
I feel it's time to expand the Joker line. I was asking myself, what are the products that every consumer wants most? And that's when it hit me. The water you drink and the air you breathe. Bingo! Now, some of you have your eye on the profit margin. You're thinking, this boy's too ambitious. You don't approve. In fact, some of you have been talking about turning me into the cops or knocking me off.
He pauses, glares out at the audience. No response.
It's okay. I understand. Not everyone shares my eye for beauty. And just to show you that there's no hard feelings, I'm throwing a little shindig tonight, and you're all invited.
The canned applause goes right off the meter.
How about it? Is everybody happy?
Reverse angle the audience. Familiar faces all around, the major players of the Gotham underworld. But despite the enormous twisted grins, no one here is laughing or applauding. No one here is living. The Joker is playing to a room full of corpses. One of them topples out of his chair and lands with a plop.
Look at that, folks. We got him rolling in the aisles.
We cut to the interior of Bruce's bedroom toward dusk. Vicky lies in Bruce's bed, under the covers, propped up on the pillows. Bruce is in his robe over by the window, looking out at his estate.
All this apparatus, Vicky. The house and the money, the power. It was never mine. It was something I inherited. Bruce Wayne was something I inherited. All I ever hoped for was someone who could see through Bruce, who could see me, and not be frightened.
I'm not frightened of you, Bruce. I'm frightened for you.
All these years. Why couldn't I see how it would turn out?
He turns toward her. His face is ravaged with guilt. Now she's truly afraid.
I'm responsible, Vicky. If it wasn't for me, there'd be no Joker.
Cut to the interior Batcave evening. Tight on a tiny electronic device. Two cylindrical casings bracketed together, topped by a digital timer. Bruce makes a few adjustments with a jeweler's screwdriver, hits a trigger, and watches the timer tick off seconds. 30, 29, 28. At 25 seconds, Bruce kills the countdown and clamps the device into an empty packet on his utility belt. He stands up wearily. He's in his bat suit, minus a cape and cowl. Behind him, hanging back discreetly in the shadows, is his loyal butler, Alfred.
Where's the boy?
Upstairs. He's quite docile.
I know that feeling. It won't last.
Bruce takes a moment to survey the Batcave as Alfred looks on tremulously.
He's a long way ahead of where I was at his age. I want you to treat him just as if he were me. Promise.
Yes, sir.
He'll be taken care of financially. Beyond that, you know what to do. Don't let all this go to waste.
Their eyes lock for a moment. Alfred is unable to speak. Finally, Bruce turns and walks slowly up the long circular stairway which leads from the Batcave to Wayne Manor. On the third step, he pauses.
Alfred. Thank you.
As Bruce disappears up the stairway, a shaken Alfred steadies himself against a lab table, fighting back tears. Interior Bruce's bedroom, evening. Bruce draws the curtains, sets an alarm clock. The current time is 7:09 p.m. He sits cross-legged on the floor, slumps forward slightly, and closes his eyes. He inhales, exhales, taking deep, regular breaths. His muscles relax, and 10 seconds later, Bruce is plunged into deep sleep. Time passes. The clock shows 7:19, 7:32. At 7:44, we track in on Bruce's unconscious face, drawing closer and closer until his eyelids fill the frame, twitching with irregular movements characteristic of REM sleep. Without warning, his eyes snap open. Hold on Bruce's gaze, grim, alert, determined, as the clock hits 7:45. An alarm sounds, breaking the silence with its grateful electronic whine. Dissolve to exterior Ace Chemical aerial shot night. The trademark Ace on the illuminated sign. From our vantage point, high above, we can see 3 cargo trucks rolling out of the main gates. A half-mile away, the Batmobile cruises up the waterfront, approaching soundlessly, its headlights off, preparing for a final showdown with the Joker's forces. Interior Ace Chemical, that moment night. The Joker's minions, working late, readying a huge shipment. At an open loading bay, we find a dispatcher with a clipboard, directing more unmarked trucks in the lot outside.
Austin, Billy, loading bay 1.
Exterior Ace Chemical, that moment night. The Batmobile stops short of the main gates. Engines roar and the supercar accelerates, smashing through the gate and taking half the chain link fence with it. In the guard's booth, armed goons pull guns as the Batmobile streaks across the parking lot and launches a rocket at the corrugated metal door, which opens on the factory floor. A thunderous explosion tears a gaping hole in the door. Interior Ace Chemical, that moment night. The Batmobile cruises through the flaming wreckage and skids to a halt on the refinery floor. The Joker's men are everywhere. They take one look at the Batmobile, panic, and pelt the car with a barrage of machine gun fire. Cracks begin to spread across the Batmobile's plexiglass dome. Within moments, the windshield shatters and collapses altogether. Bullets rip through the upholstered passenger seats. It doesn't matter. The car is empty. No one's driving. Track in on the computer console, where a familiar tinny voice calmly repeats its pre-programmed command.
Detonate.
A beat, then blam. Interior police car, that moment, night. A convoy approaches Ace Chemical, Gordon's team preparing to raid the plant. Inside each car, special unit cops, dressed in asbestos suits, gas masks in their laps. At once, a brilliant red glare suffuses the sky.
Good Lord.
Exterior Ace Chemical, that moment, night. The Joker's men running for their lives across the parking lot, knocked flat by the force of 6 deafening explosions. For a few seconds, everything is flame and fury, and then all that's left of Ace Chemical is a pile of charred rubble and a pillar of thick black smoke spiraling up into the sky. Cut to Andrews Island, night. Dazzling fireworks explode in the night sky over Gotham Harbor. Searchlights sweep across the mammoth welcoming stone figure of Lady Gotham, still wrapped in canvas, ready to be unveiled. Thousands of rubberneckers jam every square inch of Andrews Island. Cops and horseback speak into walkie-talkies as they patrol the edge of the crowd. And across the harbor, Ace Chemical is going up in flames. But as far as the crowd can tell, with all the noise and excitement, it's just another part of the celebration. At the base of the statue, Governor Gilroy speaks into a microphone.
As governor of this great state, it is now my honor to unveil for you a very special lady, a lady who stands tall for life and liberty, America's favorite lady, Lady Gotham.
The crowd begins to applaud rhythmically, shouting, "Lady Gotham, Lady Gotham!" It's like Times Square on New Year's Eve, waiting for the big ball to drop. Gilroy hoists a pair of oversized scissors and cuts a ceremonial ribbon. Hydraulic cranes kick into gear, cables drop free, and the canvas cover draws back on Lady Gotham's face to a chorus of screams from the crowd. Lady Gotham is wearing a grisly Joker grin. And suddenly, in the midst of the hysteria, the searchlights die. The stage lights blink out. Andrews Island is plunged into darkness. Instantaneous mass panic. The governor shouts to his aides as onlookers mob the stage. Cops are knocked from their horses as the crowd stampedes and pandemonium rules. Across the harbor, block by block by block, Gotham City is going dark. Exterior Gotham skies, aerial shots, night. Quick shots of 4 helicopters hovering at different points over the blacked out city. Loudspeakers blur out a pre-recorded message.
Happy birthday, Gotham! Here's a little token of my esteem. Have fun, 'cause the party's on me.
Insane laughter echoes. Cargo bays open wide. The Joker's helicopters begin leafleting the city with money. Series of shots. Anarchy in Gotham as high-denomination bills flutter to the earth, blanketing the streets. Hopelessly outmanned cops try to maintain order as solid citizens trample one another in a paroxysm of animal greed. Buildings empty as apartment dwellers race outside. All traffic stops as drivers climb out of their cars to snatch money from the air. Darkness everywhere. In pitch black subways, terrified commuters are seized by claustrophobia. Glass shatters, doors break open as they claw their way out of stalled subway cars and spill out onto the tracks. On the streets above, Gotham's criminal element is having a field day. The cops are preoccupied, utterly helpless against the first waves of rioting and looting. Flames erupt. Punks race down the streets carrying fur coats and color TVs. Looters break through the display windows of an electronics store and climb in among the goodies, only to fly out 2 seconds later on the wrong end of the shotgun blast. The Joker's dream is coming true. Exterior, street, night. In a crouch on the pavement, snapping photos of the wild street action, is Vicky, fearless, professional, doing her job. A battered Ford Escort cruises up behind her.
Knox.
Vicky!
Vicky sees Knox, climbs into the passenger seat. He's wearing a big smile. They're jazzed, oblivious to danger.
Couldn't turn down a job, huh? A girl could get hurt this way.
Yeah, deja vu.
What did you say? Let's head for the lights.
In the distance, above the tops of the buildings, beacons are sweeping across the sky. Exterior Broad Avenue night. Stationed up and down Gotham's widest thoroughfare are huge portable searchlights mounted on trucks with portable generators, unaffected by the power outage. On the money-covered sidewalks, total bedlam. But on the street itself, a bizarre parade is taking place, just as if nothing's wrong. Rumbling up the avenue at 2-block intervals, moored to floats, are dozens of enormous balloons in the shape of cartoon characters and historical figures. It's like a hellish Thanksgiving Day procession. The lead balloon is a gigantic, grotesque clown, smiling ghoulishly, dressed in white Perot frills. We tilt down to the float beneath it, and there, atop a mountain of roses where the prom queen should be, sits the Joker, smiling, waving daintily at the rioters and looters, presiding over the carnage like some demented parade marshal. We cut to the exterior lake at night, a desolate rural setting, utter silence. Moonlight glitters on past placid waters. We track in a small sign bearing the legend Gotham City Reservoir. Far off in the distance, headlights are approaching. Exterior access road, aerial shot, moving, night. The 3 cargo trucks from Ace Chemical roll ominously toward the reservoir on their deadly mission. And then, a streaking black shadow enters frame, overtaking the trucks. The Batwing, a phenomenal ultralight aircraft, swift, sleek, jet black, and infinitely maneuverable. It soars easily past the trucks, sweeping low just long enough to release a bomb over a concrete bridge. Exterior access road a moment later. The bridge explodes, blocking the truck's path to the reservoir. Puzzled drivers climb out of their cabs and wonder what to do next. They spot the Batwing in the distance, banking, doing a sharp 180. For a moment, they stare in disbelief. And then they head for the trees as the Batwing dives directly at the trucks, firing 3 armor-piercing shells and destroying the Joker's lethal cargo once and for all. Angle on Batman. In the cockpit, his jaw set, not even looking back at the wreckage as his plane screams off toward the Gotham skyline. Exterior Gotham Street, night. Frightened pedestrians race past overturned cars. A parade float, run aground on the sidewalk, begins to burn. Above it, a damaged balloon, the cartoon character Underdog, is losing helium, wrapping and buckling in on itself, sinking down gently toward the flames. Down the street, Knox's Ford Escort is coming up fast. Interior, Ford, moving that moment. Vicky snapping photos out the window as the Underdog drifts downward. Flames lick up his belly, and the cartoon blimp explodes.
Nox. So much for underdog.
Then, as they drive past, a second explosion, and all at once the street is full of deadly greenish gas.
Allie, the windows!
Exterior street a moment later, night. The Ford Escort, windows up, swerves out of a thick spread of cloud of green laughing gas, threatening to engulf the entire block. Interior Ford moving that moment.
What happened?
Vicky stares back at the green cloud, turns, and sees, up the street, the Joker's procession. Balloons by the dozen.
Oh my God, compressor tanks. He's got the balloons rigged with compressor tanks.
Jesus Christ, this guy's a genius.
Interior Batwing that moment, night. Batman at the controls, gliding over the Gotham streets. He looks down and sees a billowing haze of dense green fumes, and at its periphery, looters reeling and staggering, falling to the pavement, laughing themselves to death. Interior Ford moving that moment. Vicky staring through the windshield. Overhead, an aircraft streaks past. An aircraft with scalloped black bat wings.
Look, it's Bruce. Allie, the balloons. We've got to find a way to tell him.
Great, how?
They speed toward the street toward the parade. Spotlights shine, and suddenly Knox's eyes bug out. He slams on the brakes and skids to a halt.
Come on!
Exterior Avenue a second later, night. Before Vicky can speak, Knox has grabbed a tire iron from the back of the car and raced out onto the street. He flings the tire iron through a glass storefront. It's a costume shop. In the windows, mannequins dressed as party costumes. Frankenstein, Ronald Reagan, and that currently popular sensation, the Batman. As Vicky catches up with him, Knox drags the Batman dummy out of the store window, rips off its black cape, and dashes maniacally up the sidewalk. Waving the cape, she vaults onto the back of a spotlight truck. Vicky's face goes slack. Now she gets it.
Give me a hand up here.
Vicky climbs aboard. They drape the cape over the face of the spotlight, and they put their shoulders to the swivel assembly, tilting the spotlight, aiming the beam, directly at the Joker's white clown balloon. Interior Batwing that moment. Batman stares at the clown balloon dead ahead. On its massive distended belly, a burning yellow oval, and in the center of that oval, the black silhouette of a bat. Batman's mouth drops open. He understands. Exterior Avenue on the Joker's float that moment. The Joker reaches into a big sack and begins distributing miniature gas masks, like party favors, to his cronies on the float. Then he pulls out a radio-operated remote control device and points it up at the clown balloon. He hits a button. The clown begins to inflate. Its joints bulge. Its face swells up as a compressor tank concealed inside it releases its noxious contents. The Joker is beaming, a look of pure, unallowed joy on his face, when his parade balloon floats to smithereens beneath him. The Joker and his men cartwheel through the air and tumble to the asphalt as a Batwing whips past overhead, soaring through the stone canyons of Gotham at a 90-degree angle to the ground.
No! No!
Angle on cloud balloon. As it rises, swelling to grotesque proportions in a starless night. The tallest buildings are far below it now. Finally, it bursts, and the deadly gas inside it disperses harmlessly into the wind. Exterior Avenue that moment. The Joker on the edge of a tantrum as he digs amongst the rubble of his float for the remote device. At last, he finds it and aims it up at the other balloons in the procession, hits a button repeatedly, and howls in frustration. Nothing's happening. A damn thing is broken. And he heaves it to the street in a fit of pique. Loud screaming comes across the sky as the Batwing swings back for another pass, buzzing the Joker at an altitude of 20 feet. Sizzling laser fire sweeps the street. A cable snap and the balloons drift upward as Batman's lasers sever their moorings. The Joker can only look on helplessly in stunned disbelief. Now he's watching his plans evaporate, and his eyes fall on the makeshift bat signal.
There, get him!
Angle on the
Hey.
spotlight truck. A spray of machine gun fire shatters the bat signal. Knox throws Vicky to the street, ducks down behind the spotlight, and tosses her his car keys.
Get the car!
The Joker's goons are coming up fast as Vicky reaches a Ford, starts it, and comes roaring up toward Knox. He jumps off the truck as Vicky twists the wheel, lays in a track of rubber, and noses the car back in the opposite direction. Gunfire as Knox jumps out of the car and they peel out. Interior Ford Escort moving a moment later. Knox's breathing is ragged, but he breaks out hysterical laughter nonetheless. The two of them are totally exhilarated. They can't believe what they've just done.
Holy shit!
You okay?
Yeah, a little winded. Did you see that?
God, yes, Allie. I'm gonna say that was the ballsiest move I ever.
Holy shit! Holy!
He gurgles. An enormous gout of blood bubbles up between his lips and bursts.
Allie?
His hand goes to his stomach and comes away bloody. He looks down in genuine bewilderment.
Jesus, Vicky.
That quickly he's dead. Vicky lets out an awful wail and slams on the brakes. She sits there in the middle of the street, pounding the wheel, tears streaming down her face. Exterior Gotham Harbor night. In the sky, cartoon characters drift lazily out to sea. Exterior Broad Avenue night. The Joker and his boys running like hell down the avenue past the parade. They reach the last of the floats, the one bringing up the rear, then climb aboard and disappear through a concealed hatch. Wood splinters on the top of as the top of the float begins to rotate mysteriously. The muzzle of a cannon breaks through the parade decorations. One moment later, a rose-covered tank is rumbling up Broad Avenue. Interior Batwing that moment. Batman sweeps past overhead. He sees the tank, unleashes a burst of laser fire. It bounces harmlessly off the tank, leaving a trail of smoking asphalt on the street. He swoops low overhead, hits a button on the control panel as he streaks over the tank and into firing range. Interior tank, that moment, the Joker and his men clap their hands to their ears as a fire-splitting ultrasonic shriek reverberates in the tank. The Joker screams out commands, to no avail. No one can hear him. He falls on the control and begins hitting buttons. Exterior street that moment. The tank turret springs wildly. A heat-seeking missile rips through the night, narrowly missing the Batwing and blowing the hole in the side of a skyscraper. Interior Batwing that moment. The blast all but knocks the Batwing out of the sky. Batman stabilizes the plane, climbing through the clouds. When he's clear of the building, he grits his teeth and rolls out. He's coming back for more. Interior tank that moment. The Joker stares at a tiny blip on his radar screen.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Exterior Broad Avenue on the Batwing. The black ultralight hurtles down Broad Avenue at full speed on a suicide mission. Missiles streak past on either side. Machine gun fires peppers the dome of the cockpit, and the rear stabilizer wing takes a direct hit and bursts in the flame. The Batwing, trailing thick black smoke, bears down on the tank like a kamikaze plane. Bomb bays open as Batman dumps his last of his high explosive directly into the path of the tank. The Batwing takes a hard bounce off the top of the tank and crashes to the street. Suddenly, a gaping chasm opens underneath the tank as the bombs go off, and Broad Avenue begins to split wide open. Interior subway tunnel that moment. Broken concrete slabs rain down on a subway car stalled in the tunnel directly beneath Broad Avenue. Support grinders groan and give way as the street itself collapses, and the front end of the tank drops through, crushing the subway train beneath it. Exterior Broad Avenue that moment night. The rear end of the tank projects out through the rubble. A hatch pops open. The Joker crawls out through the smoke and pulls himself up to the street. He's down to his last three goons. He points the Batwing, bent, broken, wedged on its side in the asphalt seam running up Broad Avenue, half in and half out of the tunnel.
You Do him. I'm out of here.
The goons look on in dismay as the Joker scurries off. They sidestep blackened debris and move up cautiously on the Batwing. Through the cockpit dome, they can see Batman, inert in his harness, beaten to a pulp, all but dead. A jet of flame drives them back momentarily, and they reach for their guns and move in warily.
Yo!
The frightened goons turn in unison, an abrupt flurry of motion, feet, fists flying, quick flashes of red and green, and the three goons lie paralyzed on the street. The only one left standing is a 15-year-old boy garbed in a red and green airless uniform, Dick Grayson. Interior Batwing that moment. Batman slumps at the controls. Beneath him, asphalt shifts, buckles. The Batwing lurches to the right, drops a foot or two into the tunnel. Metal braces collapse, and the plexidome glass of the cockpit shatters like an eggshell. Tongues of fire lick at his face. He's helpless, pinned in place. He manages to look up and sees, through a dreamlike haze, a hand extended toward him.
Hey, come on!
And suddenly, Dick is clambering down into the flaming wreckage. He gets an arm around Batman's chest, and with an extraordinary effort, hauls him out of the Batwing. Exterior street, a moment later night. They stagger across the ruptured street. Batman grimaces in agony. His right leg shattered. It's like rubber beneath him. His ribs are crushed. He's barely conscious.
Now we're even, huh? Even up.
How did you?
I hitched. Move it.
Dick drags Batman to safety as the Batwing erupts into flame behind him.
The Joker. Is he?
Forget it. Relax. He's mine now.
Dick snatches an abandoned .38 off the pavement.
Dick. No, I'll do it for real. Dick!
The Batman tries to pull himself erect. Oh, the pain is unendurable. His body has finally failed him. He collapses on the pavement, powerless to intervene as Dick races off with murder in his eyes. Exterior Gotham Cathedral, night. A bell tower's jagged spire, jutting into the night sky, piercing the moon. Down at street level, the Joker is scrambling up the marble steps to the entrance to the old abandoned cathedral. He pulls a walkie-talkie off his belt.
Gotham Cathedral, come and get me.
Heavy paneled doors groan on tired hinges as the Joker forces his way inside. A beat. Then Dick Grayson appears, hot on his trail, sprinting up the steps 2 at a time. Interior cathedral a moment later, night. Ancient and creepy. A huge pipe organ, shattered stained glass windows, row after row of mahogany pews, all forgotten, covered with dust and cobwebs. The Joker wanders about, staring at the statuary, the rusted icons. Dick enters silently behind him. He kneels behind a rear pew, brings up the gun, and fires off 3 quick shots at the Joker. The Joker dives, takes cover, and returns Dick's fire. Then silence. In a crouch, groping his way along the wall, the Joker finds what he wants. A small door opening onto a wooden stairway leading to the bell tower. He ducks inside and starts up. Dick's gun drops with a thud. His hand slips from the back of the pew. In a second, before he slumps to the floor, unconscious, he sees a curious sight. A tiny black ninja wheel embedded in the flesh of his leg. Behind him, framed in the arched doorway, a ragged black ghost begins his final unholy march down the center aisle of the old cathedral. Interior, cathedral, bell tower, night. A tiny stone chamber, 8'8", opens on 4 sides of the wind. The enormous church bell has long since been removed. The Joker stands in an archway, gazing at the gargoyles on the roof below. He hits a button on the walkie-talkie.
I'm in the bell tower. Don't land.
Interior helicopter, moving, night. A pilot replies through his radio headset.
ETA 2 minutes. Hang on.
The pilot swings the copter and right in a wide, swooping arc. Interior stairwell to bell tower, that moment, night. Batman, Broken, beaten, his right leg useless, he hauls himself up the steps, one at a time. He should be dead. Dried blood cakes his face, his chest. Dizzy, exhausted, his body strained to the limit. He slumps against the wall to steady himself, then reaches into his utility belt for a painkiller and forces the capsule back onto his dry, swollen tongue. Shaking all over, he tries to draw himself erect and topples over, landing with his full weight on the rotten wood of the bell tower stairs. The stairway collapses, turns to splinters beneath him, and suddenly Batman finds himself dangling precariously midair, hanging by one hand to an upper step. It would be so much easier to let go. He looks down at the fragments of the shattered stairwell, still falling into the dark depths of the stairwell. Then he looks up at the trap door, a mere 6 feet away. His teeth clench in a monstrous grimace, and with an inhuman effort, he hoists himself up onto the upper steps. For a full 5 seconds, he's blind with pain. A ragged wooden shaft is buried in his right shoulder. Twitching and trembling, he reaches out and yanks it out with his last ounce of strength. A trap door is a foot above his head. Could be a mile. Batman finally realizes he's not going to make it. He reaches down and rips open a Velcro seal on his utility belt, revealing that strange timer device we saw him making earlier. Before he can activate it, his hand falls limply at his side. Batman is out like a light. Interior bell tower, that moment, night. The Joker glances casually down the trapdoor, wondering what all the noise is about. He draws his gun and moves cautiously to the trapdoor, lifts it a few inches, just enough to see the unconscious form on the floor.
Batman?
No reply. The Joker stands there and lets out a little skr. He looks out through the archway and sees no sign of his rescue copter. Then, the look of curious amusement on his face, he steps down through the trapdoor and lugs Batman up into the bell tower. He props the Batman up against the wall. Still no sign of life. The Joker crouches behind him and almost tenderly it's his face.
Batman? Batman?
Batman's lips part, but he's too weak to speak.
I thought you'd be more comfortable here in the belfry. Before I kill you, I'd like to see who you are. Would that be okay?
Batman emits a low, tiny moan. The Joker takes as a yes and reaches over to undo his cowl. Bruce Wayne stares up with dulled, sightless eyes. The Joker reaches into a pocket for a purple handkerchief, moistens it and dabs it at the caked blood on Bruce's face.
Oh my, aren't we pretty? I know you. You're the rich boy.
The Joker is curiously tickled at this discovery. He claps his hands together in sheer glee.
Oh my goodness. What in the world made you do it? You must have been something pretty terrible.
Oh, he's practically dancing now. He's made a friend.
You know, we should have sat down and had ourselves a little heart-to-heart. I bet we could have gotten on famously.
Man.
Well, now, you're not exactly the picture of mental health, are you?
Murderer.
Bruce, we're both murderers. Think how many people you've killed by letting me live.
The spotlight cuts through the night sky. The Joker hears his helicopter approaching in the distance. Bruce reaches down furtively and finds a timer on his utility belt. Flicks a switch, and the countdown begins. The Joker pulls a straight razor from his pocket and opens it gently.
I have to do it now, Bruce, but won't even hurt. Now relax. The bats in the belfry, all's right with the world.
He has the razor almost up to Bruce's throat when Bruce reaches out and grabs his lapels in a death grip. and the Joker's momentarily amused by this seeming display of affection.
Why, Bruce?
Then he hears a ticking. Looking down the flashing digital display on Bruce's belt. 26 seconds, 25 seconds. He shrieks horrifically and drops the razor. Bruce won't let go of him. Finally, he manages to lurch convulsively away, sprawling on the floor of the belfry. Bruce is wearing a big Joker smile.
It's not funny.
No sense of humor.
The Joker reaches out for the ticking time bomb, thinks better of it, and retreats and retracts a shaking hand. He can see the copter now approaching, slicing through the clouds, and he screams, waves a flashlight in the air, his signal beacon. 20 and counting. The Joker scans the bell tower frantically. His eyes fall on the trapdoor. He races over, flings it open, and starts down the stairs in a frenzy. There are no stairs. They've collapsed. 16 and counting. Screaming insanely, the Joker vaults through the door and makes for the open stone archway. The copter is directly overhead now, and a rope ladder drops down from its belly. Exterior bell tower that moment. The helicopter descends, its whirling blades stirring up a windstorm on the roof of the old abandoned cathedral. Dead leaves rise and swirl into the churning air. Interior bell tower. The Joker makes a futile grab at the rope ladder, almost losing his purchase on the archway parapet. He gestures wildly for the copter to make another pass. 12 seconds to go. Exterior bell tower. A maelstrom of swirling leaves. And now, among the leaves, roused from the resting place in the rotten rafters of the old cathedral, a horde of squealing, chittering bats, filling the air like a black cloud, hundreds of them taking flight in blind, uncomprehending fury. Interior bell tower, the Joker leaps into empty space, grabs hold of the ladder, and cackles in mad triumph. And suddenly, the bell tower is full of bats. A screeching swarm, hideous, black-winged, swooping through the archways directly at the Joker, who screams in terror, lets go of the ladder, and plunges into the night. Tight on Batman. 6 seconds remain. There's still time if he makes his choice now. Surrounded by the flapping of leathery wings, his body working on pure adrenaline, he unbuckles the belt, lurches into position, and heaves it out into the darkness. It snags on the bottom rung of the dangling rope ladder. Interior helicopter, POV co-pilot. The co-pilot is hanging out one side of the copter, just enough to see what's going on.
Pull up! Pull up!
Exterior churchyard overhead angle. It's as if time has stopped. The world has suddenly grown silent. We're looking down at the Joker, whose body lies splayed and broken on the flagstone surface of the churchyard. Slowly, elegantly, we have all the time in the world now. We drift downward, closer, until his face fills the screen. The familiar, chilling grin still intact. A sad clown, one crazy boy, staring aimlessly at the stars. And suddenly his face is blaze in a brilliant gasoline glow. POV Joker. Looking up, he sees a beautiful display of fireworks, bursting and burning, spirals of color snaking through the sky as a helicopter explodes in eerie silence. Reverse angle the Joker's face. It's all so lovely. The Joker's expression is happy, almost childlike as he gazes up at this private show. Gradually, though, the bright colors fade, and the Joker's face begins to relax, the twisted grin dissolving. At last, the darkness sets in. We fade through to an interior television studio at night, an anchorwoman delivering an on-camera editorial.
As the details of the Joker's heinous plan became known, the city's gratitude goes out to the mysterious Batman. His whereabouts remain unknown. But Batman, if you're alive, if you're listening, thank you.
Exterior cemetery day. Vicky at a fresh gravesite. She places a floral arrangement in the urn at the head of the grave, stands back to examine it, then bends down once more to reposition the drooping flowers.
I loved you too.
As the words come out, she begins to cry. And then she gets a hold of herself, rises, turns her collar, and goes. The headstone reads, Alexander Knox, 1956 to 1987. Interior, Wayne Manor, steady, day. Alfred in his apron on the phone.
No, Mr. Wayne is in Thailand. I'm afraid he's quite unreachable.
Interior, Wayne Manor, day. The glass enclosed room which houses Bruce's Olympic-sized swimming pool. Outside, snow is falling. In the pool, on an inflatable rubber raft, is Bruce Wayne. Beside him, waist deep in the water, is Vicky, helping him rehabilitate his leg and shoulder.
I don't know why I'm doing this. I half wish you'd stay a cripple.
Oh, you don't mean that.
I don't. But I do. It's just, I love you, Bruce.
Vicky, do you love half of me or all of me?
Hard question for Vicky to answer. She thinks it over for several beats, then smiles, slowly, sadly.
I guess you did it, didn't you? You saved everyone. Almost.
For a moment, he stares deeply into her eyes. Then he pulls her over, takes her into a tight embrace.
I don't know how to explain this so it makes sense, but you saved me.
Interior Bat Cave that moment day. Dick Grayson stands at the brink of the bottomless pit and looks up at the gymnast rings suspended overhead. He sets his jaw and without a moment's hesitation leaps into the void. His hands find the rings. He launches himself high into the air and does a spectacular triple somersault, catching the rings on his way down. Exhilarated, he makes a perfect landing on the edge of a pit, 10.0. A smile of pleasure comes to his lips. Exterior rooftop, Gotham night. A dark, moonless night. Lights of the city sparkle in distance. The camera drifts across the rooftop, settling finally on the broad back of a black-caped figure poised at the edge of the roof, gazing down at the streets below. A second figure emerges from the frame. We get a brief glimpse of his red and green suit in the seconds before our eyes turn upward to the searing yellow spotlight sweeping through the clouds. In its center, the vast black silhouette of a batwing, wings extended, dominating the night sky. We hold on the glaring bat signal as Batman and Robin vanish over the edge of the roof, plunging down toward new adventures. Music builds, and we fade out.
Woo!
Wow, that's it. We're done finally.
Oh my gosh, Cat, take a break.
That was some reading. Oh
That was
my
the real
God.
MVP.
Be careful. Cat's Tom Brady right here, man.
Wow.
You guys did awesome too. I loved hearing you.
Yeah.
It was so much
Everyone was
fun.
awesome.
Oh,
Awesome. Oh wow. Okay. I know it's late for a lot of people. And the iteration, I don't even know what I'm saying, but awesome. I was a long time since the intermission. I know that. So if people have to go, say bye, say what your thoughts are right before you leave, if you want. Thank you. Everyone was amazing. And those that can stay, we'll talk a little bit. So, all right.
I'd better
Who's saying
go.
good
because
night?
I have to work in the
Okay.
morning and I'm spading. But
Anything you want to say before you take off?
yeah,
If not, that's
it's
fine.
just awesome. You guys were so cool. You're
All
so
right,
cool. I'm just lucky I get to hang out with y'all.
Superhero
that was
team. Vicky, you were waving. You got to go
Yeah,
too. Anything
I've
else you
gotta
want to say
go.
before you take off? Okay.
Yeah, what a surprise. Wow.
Uh-huh. All right. Anyone else saying good night before we talk a little bit?
Yeah,
All right.
I
Well, if you
wanted
guys
to
have-
say how someone was great, and then I'm like, this other person was great, and this other person was great. So I'm like, everybody, awesome. Well done.
Great.
I want to hear Joker laugh one more time.
Oh, that was awesome.
She told me to do it on the fade out, and I did, but I was muted.
I could see it happening. I'm like, jeez.
But it's okay.
Oh well.
So,
It's okay.
all right. Good night, those that are leaving, and thank you. And we're gonna continue and talk more, and you guys can listen to it later when you wake up. All right.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Ben.
Nice meeting you. Nice working with everyone.
All right. All right. Before Ben fills us in with more details, what did you guys notice is different, or notice is the same, or stood out to you one way or the other?
Well, I watched it last night to prep for this, and so I can tell you, yeah, it takes that right turn right when you get to the Robin, and Dick Grayson appearing. But other than that, it's very similar.
Yeah.
Continue. I'll be, yeah.
Oh,
Oh no.
that was a lot of text.
Did I say all that muted?
No.
No,
that
we
was-
heard you.
Okay. Okay.
I know I gotta rewatch it. It's been a long time, but I remember most of it. Yeah, but until Dick Grayson starts coming out. But yeah, dude, Jack Nicholson is such a badass in this movie, man.
Mhm.
I mean, when he comes back and kills the Grimace, whatever, or Grisham,
Grimace. It's his birthday, by the way.
That was, yeah, like that's like
Oh,
etched in
McDonald?
my memory for life. I think it's one of the best entrances, you know. The guy's like, what? And he's like, yeah, well, you were an asshole and I'm gonna kill you now. So yeah.
I need to rewatch it. I wish I did. But
I know Ben's probably got more to talk on this subject, but I was noticing the that in the made movie, the produced movie, I think they made it very clear that Joker killed Bruce's parents. I don't think that was in this one, or I missed it.
Nope.
And
No, it's not because he didn't.
yeah, well,
That's-
in this version of this script, they're the
Yeah,
same age.
totally.
But in the Jack Nicholson version, he's a lot older, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, I was just actually researching that because I in my view of the Batman movies, I think they've done a bunch of different people that killed them. But originally in the comic book, it's a guy named, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe Chill is what his name was, and it's just a random. But yeah, they've done a lot of different. You know, was it the Joker that killed him, or did the Riddler have something to do with it? They've always tried to like play on that. That's kind of one of the biggest things that's open to interpretation to whoever writes a script. It could have
I
been
noticed-
Jacob Patrick that did it.
It was
I
also
noticed on
missing one of
that-
the.
Go ahead.
It was also missing one of the best lines of the movie. I didn't notice it in here, but the have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Yeah, that was so good in the movie. They mentioned the pale moon or something in this script, but that was it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I was like, is that it? No, that's not it.
The writer, it seemed like, was really directing on the page when his parents died, like saying that they're silent, all the different beats, this and that. Is that how the death is shown in the first, like in the comic books? Because I've seen that in multiple variations of the Batman movies, because I feel like they always have to show that scene in every.
Yeah.
You're talking
They played
about
on
the
it 'cause
Wayne's
they
being
kind
silent?
of-
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, that was directly on the page, the silence going on there and how he saw it. But I more mean the grabbing at the pearls and the pearls falling on the ground and all that stuff. Like, was that how it visualized in the first time he died, like in the comics? Because there's a few things in this script that I feel like have popped up in other variations of the Batman movies. So I wonder if those are drawn from the comics. That's why they all have those similarities. Or if maybe they look
Yeah.
back at the script or something.
The pearls come from the specific storyline of The Dark Knight Returns, which was a very influential comic on this one. But the specific image of the pearls and the pearl necklace breaking and the pearls falling and clattering to the ground, that comes from The Dark Knight Returns. The original comic kind of just has, you know, the mugger being like, I'll take that necklace you're wearing, lady. And then, but they don't specify that's a pearl necklace. They don't see the pearls at that point. So like that was kind of a relatively recent, it's a very gripping visual that they've, you know, used it 200 million times since they've done that. But there's a reason why, you know, it was a very powerful one in The Dark Knight Returns, because that was kind of a way of showing the murder without literally showing the gun and the bullet going into the body and all that stuff. It was kind of a shortcut that still left you with the feeling of the loss.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think this script and this version of the Batman was like the first one where I was really cognizant of the PTSD that he has. There's a lot of scenes of him like freezing and going into another place with his head in his head and like being surprised and taken aback by loud noises and such.
Yeah, like when he was scared when he didn't have a suit. Did you guys like that? Do you think it's better showing that human side of the character and the vulnerability?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he just was
100%.
very depressed in this movie.
There's a scene in the new one. So Robert Pattinson in Batman, like when they said that, I was like, no way. Watch the movie. He did a great job. And there was a scene in there that like really humanized him, but still being the Batman. And that's going to be like, if I dig my teeth into doing my own Batman story, I want to do that. Because, I mean, that's the thing with superheroes is they get shot at and they're like, ping, 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 whatever, dude. I'm going to, you know, and like making that human aspect that he's tortured, that he's running, like that this fight that he's bringing to the streets is him running from his own demons, you know, and trying to stop crime, which is what ended up getting him killed. I think that's awesome, you know.
I think that's part of the interesting part about listening to a reading like this and hearing what the writer's intent was, and then looking at it and analyzing if that came across quite the same way when they actually filmed it, to actually see the words and see what the intent was is kind of cool.
Yeah. And it also, I mean, that's kind of the loss of his parents is what humanizes him more than anything else, really, right? Because how many people can really identify with inheriting billions of dollars and a multinational corporation and having everything at their disposal? Nobody can really identify with that, you know? It's the loss and the pain and the anger and the rage and channeling that into something productive that, you know, makes him such a powerful character, you know?
And I like what someone has said before, where they said like heroes and villains have like kind of basically the same origin story, something traumatic. It's just how they respond to it. Like,
yeah,
he could have, like, his parents dying could have changed in like, oh, because of this, I hate the world. I'm going even when I don't care and go do all this horrible stuff. But instead he's like, oh no, I'm going to stop and try and make sure this never happens to anyone else. So it's like, that's interesting.
I think it's important too that you have to make him somewhat human, because unlike some superheroes, you know, he didn't like get bitten by a spider or have, you know, some sort of magical powers. He's an ordinary human being, and without that human aspect, he becomes just a vigilante at times. You know, so you want to have, you know, the kind of like what makes a superhero a superhero. You know, if it's not the magical powers, then he's got to have some other aspect so we can relate to him as the good guy.
Mhm. All right. Anything else before I unleash Ben? Oh, go ahead.
If you take this script and you made it yourself, like, it's interesting to see where the variation would be, because obviously this script was written, and I read a little interview that Sam had discussed where he saw a draft of Batman, read it, and was like, no, this is all wrong. I want to do it. And then Tim Burton also wanted to do it. Both of them were kind of new at doing projects. So then they gave it to Tim and he was like, do you want to work on this with me? And then they strategized and they wrote this. But this script is so dark and visual that it's like, it's more serious than a Tim Burton darkness. But also Tim Burton had only made Pee-wee's Big Adventure at that point in time. So he went from like happy comedy to this dark comic book world. I think later, if this version had been made later, it would have been more like the Fincher ones. Did I say Fincher? Is that who made the later ones?
Reeves. Well, Nolan and Reeves.
Not Nolan. Yeah, those ones. So it's interesting how dark the script is in comparison to how merchandise and how bright this was. I specifically chose this background because when this movie came out, this was all over the bus shelters. This particular one with the golden light, and I couldn't, because I wasn't familiar with Batman specifically. Like, I just kept thinking this was a poster for like an anti-smoking ad because it just looks like rotten tonsils. Does anybody else? And then when they finally came out with the version that was just a solid yellow, it was like, okay, now I can see Batman. But this version was just everywhere when I was a kid. You know, like it was on the trading cards, it was on the toys, and it was like, what is that rotten tonsil thing?
Yeah.
You weren't alone. The producers thought that too when they first saw it.
Really?
Rotten tonsils?
Yeah, they're just like, is that a mouth and stuff? And it needed to be explained. Like, no, it's the bat symbol. To them, it's just this movie specific logo is the bat symbol, but in a bronze type of color, as you've seen. But that's every movie seem to have that stamp on it, so that you kind of know whatever merchandise you're getting is specific to the movie, as opposed to like just generic comic book Batman. What is it?
On the writing of it, I thought it was really interesting. Morgan's talked about this before, but this was kind of the most apparent example of this, which is where he's talking about the Batmobile. And, you know, just imagine being somebody in production design reading the script, and he's like, you know, it's badass. Just use your imagination, right? Like most of the times they're trying to describe it to a T. And that was a perfect example of letting other creatives be creative in their chosen field instead of describing what it looked like, to just say, use your imagination. It's badass and super cool. It's Batman. So I really, really dug that. That was really interesting. And then, yeah, I mean, I have some other notes, but other people can talk too.
Well, like Aaron turned this into a PDF and got, what was the count, 109 pages?
109 pages, but you know, not script laid out. So 109 pages just directly, no spaces.
And normally you would look at a script 109 pages. Oh, that's short. That's a quick read. But because of how much action and description here, like that takes a lot longer and a page to read than dialogue with space, and then dialogue with space, and then dialogue with space. And Kat, you did a marvelous job. Yeah, like, was this a cold read? Because some of it, I'm like, it felt like it was
total cold read. I didn't look at the script ahead of time. Yeah.
Wow, impressive.
She just got into it.
But I guess that just shows the difference too of like doing black blocks of text and the difference that can make in someone reading it or wanting to read it and how long it takes.
Yeah.
But again, if it's a lots of action, then it requires action. Although some of the stuff was a little flowery, but of course, like I did enjoy it when we're listening to it. What are you guys' thoughts on that stuff?
Well, it was very visual. So I read that after this movie, he ended up writing for the comics for Batman. I could see why they made that choice, because he obviously had a great handle on how Batman works.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that. He started writing comics afterwards?
He wrote a storyline. Yeah, he wrote a storyline called Blind Justice that was in a few issues and stuff. And then recently he did a comic book continuation of this continuity of the specific version of the Michael Keaton Batman, as well as the fact that Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent in the original movie, and it was sort of set up for him to be Two-Face. He never got to play Two-Face, but they kind of turned him into Two-Face in this comic that was released sometime last year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but like when this movie came out, Harley Quinn didn't exist.
Right.
Harley Quinn. And it seems like Harley Quinn is kind of based on this Alicia Hunt character that he set up, or at least inspired by.
Yeah, there's kind of a history of sort of Joker's like female henchman type of thing throughout a lot of comic history. You know, if you look at the 60s show like Cesar Romero, or even just every single Batman villain, when you look at the like Adam West show, like they usually have, you know, it's the villain plus all of their goons, plus there's kind of just a random woman there who's working for them, who's either, you know, either their girlfriend, or they hint at it being a girlfriend, or it's not a girlfriend, it just works for them. But I think it's kind of Harley Quinn's sort of been the latest evolution of that type of trope.
Yeah.
And they didn't mention a Harley Quinn smile in this. I remember that language. I don't know what that is. Can you guys enlighten me what that means or where that comes from?
Type of clown.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Kat, it just seemed like you wanted to say something earlier. Did you have a thought?
Oh,
or
it
did we
just,
pass
I
that?
just want to say that the script, you know, there's a lot of action, but not necessarily a lot of description. So, because most of the things that I read were things that you could see in terms of like what the character's doing, reaching for the neck or slashing the cheek, or, you know, almost written like a radio drama rather than a film script. So that the, you know, where your audience would not be able to actually see anything unless you told them what they were looking at. But again, not so heavy on the description, like Clint was saying, you know, cool car, not necessarily, you know, black and sleek and how many wheels and how many lights and whatever. It's just this character does this, and it's like blocking, all the blocking in a theater script is written out there for you.
Nice.
There's since we read The Godfather earlier, it's super funny. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that scene where he goes through and starts killing off all the crime bosses, like that was really influenced by the scene in The Godfather, which I'm sure was influenced by something else that I don't even know about. But that was super cool. And then I mean, you guys probably saw me. I died laughing when he's like first flirting with Vicky, and what he says a response, and it's like, bingo, the guy's a chess player. That was so badass, dude. I'm sure when Sam Hamm wrote that, dude, he was dying laughing. He was like, that's a bad
time to light up my cigar.
Yeah, for sure. Or what was the other one that he said? The doctor looks like a nervous little ferret. That was just banging descriptions for sure.
Roxanne and Morgan, we haven't heard from you yet. Want to make sure you guys have a chance if there's any thoughts that you're considering talking about.
I'm actually just really now looking forward to seeing Michael Keaton as Batman again. I think that will be interesting.
Awesome.
I remember how much I actually liked Michael Keaton as Batman in the very beginning, and then I've been thinking about who all has taken on the role since. Like, it's been a lot of people filled those tights.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Morgan, before?
Mulder?
No.
Sorry, Mulder is squeaking like crazy.
Oh.
I liked it. I thought it was a really good read. There's a lot of times when we read long scripts that I have a hard time visualizing and understanding what's going on. But with this one, I felt like it was very clear and you knew exactly what was going on, and it was intriguing the entire time. One line that I thought was funny is that one of the characters said that he had $200 million, which in today's time is not a lot of money.
This was 1986.
So it's a little outdated in that way.
Yeah. I always love it when you watch like old movies and they're like, we're getting a ransom for like $10,000, and you're like, dude, like, you can't even buy a car with that anymore.
Yeah.
Put like, you're gonna get rent for 3 months in LA. You know?
All right, Ben, tell us some of the backstory. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, maybe Ben will already say that, but interesting tidbit I just read that they consider the Christopher Reeve Supermans and the Michael Keaton Batmans to be in the same universe.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they go to, unless they actually do a comic book that has both of them in it, I feel like there's always going to be some flexibility on that, since obviously they can't really do that in real life since Christopher Reeve passed. But for right now, there's some stuff that says that they would be.
Just kidding.
Yes, well, that's a whole other dispute.
That is no other discussion. I did like that one of the characters in his office name was Clark, because it made me think of that. Like,
well, it's a bespectacled colleague in a news newspaper bullpen. I did ask Sam about that. I was just like, so did you just kind of randomly throw Clark Kent into this script? And he's just like, yeah, I did. So that was fun. I think it's interesting to hear the comments before we dive into some of these things, because some of the things, I think Robin's obviously it's the most obvious change from the movie, is like nobody remembers there being a Robin and stuff. By the way, this is us, Aaron, stuff with Batman and Robin. But it is one where it was a studio mandate. They wanted to have Robin in it because they could not imagine a Batman movie without Robin. To them, it was like, it's like doing a Star Wars movie, but it's only Luke. There's no Leia, Han Solo, or anything like that. So to them, like, it was sacrilege to have Robin, because everybody considered it to be Batman and Robin, thanks to the 66 show. And so when they were developing the story, Sam Hamm and Tim Burton were really racking their brains to figure out, well, this doesn't fit into our story. We got to introduce Batman, we got to introduce Joker, and this world and the storyline with Vicky Vale. It just seems like trying to introduce another factor is just going to distract stuff. So inevitably they came up with what we have here, but it was because the studio told them to. It's not because they thought like, oh, this would be really great themselves. They were just like, all right, if we're going to do this, this is the best way that we can think of right now, where Joker is the one who kills Dick Grayson's parents and kind of gets Dick Grayson on the path to become Robin, but not really go like full out Robin yet on it, because there's just no room. The script was long enough as it was when we're going through it tonight. So that was one where they had to do it. And then lo and behold, later on, when they are crunching the numbers and getting set stuff up, they're just like, hey, we're way over budget. What can we cut? Robin got cut at that point. So even though there's some rumors about somebody being cast, and there were a few actors who actually auditioned for it, like Matt Damon, for it, they never actually got a Robin on set for that. So it makes sense. Like we said, I think Vicky said in the chat too, was like, Robin should not be introduced in this movie. But it's cool now in 2023 to read this and be like, oh shit, like there's a Robin in this and stuff, and to experience this type of story with the Robin character. So I think that's the obvious big difference. The other one was the other one that Aaron pointed out, which is the fact that there is no Joker killing Bruce Wayne's parents that's in the final movie, which means there is no, you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight type of line. Like, it is one where Sam Hamm originally constructed it where both Bruce Wayne and Jack Napier are supposed to be doppelgangers of each other. He wanted to create sort of like a parallel between them. If you might notice in the description, both Bruce Wayne and Jack Napier are said to be 32 years old. They're exact same age, as Aaron pointed out, and that's deliberate. So Sam Hamm wasn't thinking of Jack Nicholson at the time. He was thinking more of Ray Liotta or Willem Dafoe at that time, with like somewhat of an unknown for Bruce Wayne. They did court Pierce Brosnan for Bruce, but what happened was they got Nicholson. And they're like, well, we can't have an unknown actor up against Nicholson. He's just going to destroy him on that. So Burton had to figure out who they were going to cast. And then he cast Michael Keaton. And obviously with like the 20 plus age difference between them, it seemed like this idea that Burton had about Joker killing Bruce's parents from older drafts before Sam Hamm came on sort of came to light. And Sam Hamm did not actually want that in the movie. He disagreed actually with that. But when the writer's strike happened, they couldn't keep Sam Hamm on. And so they did turn to other writers for the drafts that we ended up seeing in the movie. And that's where Burton got his way and said like, hey, let's throw in this subplot I was thinking of with Joker and Batman, where Joker and Batman kind of have this weird dynamic where one creates the other. There's a line in the final movie where it's just like, you made me, I made you first. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. And yeah, that's right. They did have a last minute substitute for Vicky Vale. It was originally Sean Young from Blade Runner. And her part, she was getting more and more pissed off by the fact that Vicky Vale's part was getting more and more truncated throughout. She was less developed because they're making more room for Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton, or really more for Jack Nicholson, honestly. In those scripts. So it's interesting looking at the Vicky in this early script too, compared to the final movie, because there are certain beats where Vicky acts very differently in a similar situation, where she's kind of a lot more, you know, if she seems like a damsel in distress for a certain period of time in the script, they kind of elevated that in the movie and kind of cut down on some more of the stuff in the original drafts. So Sean Young was not happy with that. But when she got injured, they needed a last minute replacement. And so Kim Basinger was around. And that's how she got the part for Vicky Vale in the 89 movie. So that was a big thing. And then I was curious, Clint, on the fact that your Alexander Knox is the original Alexander Knox. You got to play the original Alexander Knox, who in the movie kind of just is there to bring Vicky into the story. But in the original draft, Hamm created him where he's the one who figures out Bruce Wayne is Batman. That's not in the movie. He never even figures out, you know. And after that, as well, as we saw, he creates the bat signal. That was cool during the parade. And then he kind of has a little bit of a redemption arc where like he goes from blackmailing Batman to helping Batman, creating the bat signal, helping to save all these people. And then he dies, which was a huge shock for me. This is probably a bigger shock to me when I first read the script than Robin, because I kind of knew Robin was going to be in it when I read it. I was not expecting Alexander Knox to have this big of a role or this big of a part. So it's kind of weird looking at the final movie, knowing what we know of this role and saying like, this is, you know, like Robert Wold, the actor in that who played Knox, didn't really get to do that much compared to what was originally there. Yeah. So you got to do more, Clint, as Knox than he did.
It was so sad when he died too.
Yeah,
I know. Well, there's that redemption arc, which I always think is good, you know, because he is a really goofy character. You know, obviously it's like there's this dynamic between the two of them, but like as a man, how are you gonna compete with a dude that does what Batman does? You just kind of got to sit down and be like, all right, you're the alpha dude, you know? But then obviously, you know, there's that resentment. So you see where he's like trying to blackmail him, you know? And I thought the character worked really well. It was fun to play him because, you know, I mean, I think everybody can identify with that. You know, you go out with a girl and then, you know, a football player like, you know, Tom Brady shows up and then you're like, all right, dude, like, you know, I live in San Diego, man. Like you go out to a bar and there's a Navy SEAL next to you and you're like, well, all right, man, you know? And so it was just really interesting to where like you see that jealousy kind of start to pop out and that's where he's like blackmailing, but you know that that's not really his true nature. And that's where that redemption arc comes back. Right? Where it's like, he didn't really want to do that. He knows that this guy's doing the right thing. That's when he goes to create the bat signal. You know, and I actually really like that part of this character before, because I think in the movie, he's just kind of like a loud, obnoxious dude, you know? So I really enjoyed that. That was an interesting read, and it's true, you know, with it's interesting that how this came about through the writer strike. And I'm curious to know how the writer strike impacted the production of it, right? Because obviously Sam Hamm has got to, you know, stand by his people. And I guess at that point, relinquish some of the writing to Tim Burton in order for it to continue to get made? Or, I mean, what really happened? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so the strike happens. Sam Hamm sides with the WGA, of course. But again, let's think of it this way. Like, this is also pre-internet. So like people who could scab and stuff at that time, it was a lot easier to keep that secret. You know, there's no internet. Nobody could like out you and stuff. So there were a number of writers who did rewrites on the script that led to some of the changes that we see from this script to the final one. Some of them, you know, we can agree for the better in terms of cutting Robin out so that it doesn't have as much fat when it comes to that part. But also, though, we kind of see writers who bring in some of the iconic lines that we associate with the movie. So Dancing with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight, that comes from one of the writers who came in after Sam Hamm. That does not come from Sam Hamm. Even Keaton's iconic "I'm Batman" was not in the original script. Some of the Joker lines, like I kept waiting, Jacob, for you to say like, wait till they get a load of me. But then I realized when looking at it, that's not in the script either. Neither is where does he get those wonderful toys? Like a lot of great lines from Joker were, I think, rewritten a lot, partially because I think when you bring Jack Nicholson on, the dude is known for also rewriting his own dialogue too on that. So some of that is Jack Nicholson, some of that is writers who were brought on. But yeah, I'd say essentially a lot of it were scab writers who, were not at career risk of being exposed like they would be now with the internet and more word of mouth and more frankly probably more union solidarity now than back then at that specific time. That kind of led to those things, which kind of it's interesting looking at this movie and seeing that certain moments just wouldn't have existed had they not had a strike, had Sam Hamm stayed on for the full time.
Yeah,
even though it probably would have still been majorly different from even this draft, because just the development, they would have still probably had the money issue, still probably get rid of Robin because they didn't want him in the first place, and that would have still happened. So it still would have changed, but not in the same way. Probably.
Yeah, definitely.
From your other research and your interview with Sam, like what are the coolest and most interesting things that you learned that you can point out?
His version of Bruce was inspired by samurai movies. He thought that this version of Bruce Wayne would have the code of Bushido, that he would, there's kind of a feeling of him being willing to have the warrior's death at the end of this version of the draft that isn't really there as blatantly in the final movie. And I thought that was interesting too, where he sort of described his Batman as going into battle with the feeling that he's already dead and stuff. And so that's kind of makes him more fearless when he's going out into battle. So that was cool to know and to hear that he sat Tim Burton down to watch Yojimbo from Kurosawa and tried to pitch to him like, hey, what if the theme song for Batman was like the theme song for Yojimbo, which they wisely said no, and they went with the Danny Elfman iconic theme instead. But it was interesting to hear that, because I wasn't expecting that. A lot of the film noir influences too that were picked up, or just old school Hollywood stuff that he confirmed for me were influences. I think I said in the chat too, like, Vicky Vale's introduction with like the big hat is basically Rosalind Russell in His Girl Friday. She has the same dynamic of Cary Grant as Hamm was trying to do with Knox and Vicky. And then Roxanne brings this up. The scene I know is missing is Bruce Wayne getting shot by the goons in Vicky Vale's apartment and using the platter in his shirt. Yeah, which also leads to the line that they call back to in the Flash trailer, where he's like, "You want to get nuts?" Like that. That was Keaton on set. Yeah, that's so good. So that's not in there. That the whole Vicky Vale apartment sequence went through I've read like maybe 2 or 3 different versions of that in script form alone. I've never read a script version of what ended up actually in the film. They've always had different variations. It's usually some version of Bruce eventually leaving that apartment, using one of, Vicky's nylons over his head, steals his horse and, gets the batsuit from Alfred, and then has an additional confrontation with Joker in the middle of the day. But again, like, they cut it because they didn't have the budget for that. They could, have the budget to do a confrontation in Vicky Vale's apartment, but they didn't have the budget for, Keaton on horseback through the streets of Gotham City in another action sequence where he's chasing after Joker. And the fact that it was cut and we don't really feel like much was missing in the movie kind of shows that was a good choice for them to do it, because it was a big long action sequence that really didn't add anything to the rest of the story other than giving an additional confrontation between Batman and Joker. What was the other thing in terms of other tidbits as well? He hates another tidbit in the final movie where Alfred lets Vicky Vale into the Batcave. That was a big point of contention for him. Whereas in this one, that never happens. And I think if it did happen, it feels more excusable because Vicky, unlike the final movie, knows that Bruce is Batman like 30 pages in. It feels like she knows very early on, partially thanks to Knox, but also partially due to her own, perceptiveness of seeing that Bruce is a guy who's got something hidden and stuff. So it was interesting to look at the original draft too and see that probably wouldn't have been as much of a factor if they did have Alfred let Vicky into the Batcave, because it's just like, well, of course he's going to let her in. Like, she's known for a while and she's my girlfriend. Like, it doesn't seem as weird compared to the final movie where she does figure it out, but Bruce doesn't know that she's figured it out. And then Alfred brings her in, and they even make fun of that in the sequel for that. I see it.
How you were talking about the how much he wanted to bring in the influence of noir into the Batman films, because like everybody's saying, I mean, this was the first one, obviously. There was the TV show, but how much noir has influenced the film franchise of Batman, even though it is a very high tech gadgets, there's definitely a lot of noir that's influenced the whole franchise.
I mean, I think it depends on what era you're going for, right? Like Burton and Hamm are very much going for like old school black and white 1940s stuff. Lieutenant Eckhart is basically Orson Welles in Touch of Evil, in how he looks and how he acts and being a corrupt cop, all that stuff. And then you go to, say, Chris Nolan with The Dark Knight, and that's more influenced by more modern noir with, Michael Mann and Heat for that. And then you get to Matt Reeves with The Batman, and that's very much influenced by a combination of modern David Fincher films as well as like 1970s crime cinema, whether that's like Taxi Driver or even, the way that Michael Corleone is like in The Godfather kind of influenced Bruce, the Robert Pattinson Bruce for that. So like, I think it's always kind of been there, but you pull from different styles and different eras. But I do appreciate that Burton pulls from the very original in cinema with, old school black and white, fedoras, pinstripe suits, like, because that's the era that Batman was born in 1939. Like, it's the era of, late 30s, early 40s, noirish type stuff with that look with, guys in Tommy guns. So like, I think that was smart.
Tim Burton also uses a lot of German expressionism in all of his films, with lots of shadows and slanted angles and things like that, which is very similar to film noir.
Yeah, I mean, you see that influence too, as well as like even more so in Batman Returns, I think, than in '89 for the German expressionism. Whether it's Christopher Walken's character is directly named after the actor who did Nosferatu, so they're pulling from a lot of different stuff that like is outside the comics, but kind of influenced the comics anyway. So it's like you can't really hold that against them for creating their own original take. But I think with this character, I think he survived because this universe has survived so many different iterations because it's so flexible and you can add in other styles. So Nolan can do the Michael Mann style Batman, whereas Burton's doing a noir meets German expressionism meets his own sort of quirks, and it still ends up working, even though those are very different versions.
Yeah, it's amazing how Tim Burton is kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like Tim Burton's kind of like, who's the other guy? Wes Anderson. Like, there's like that's like his film, you know what I mean? And it's interesting how, like Aaron was pointing out earlier, that this was so early in his career that he could take this on while still trying to find his voice, which we all know now is the Tim Burton film, but that he could do something like this before he even really found his artistic voice, which I think is awesome. I mean, that just shows raw talent and skill right there, Yep, if you're out there, hire me, Tim Burton. I'll work.
Does anyone else have
insights
they know that they want to share, or questions that Ben might have the answers to about the
I have a
script?
question.
Yeah.
Because I know that people that love comic books get very attached to the comic books. How do you feel about the change in the script based off like what's actually in the comic book and what's in the script? And like, what movie do you feel like for Batman is most closely related to the comic book?
It's a tricky question because there's not even a consistency in the comics. So like my thing on that is like, in a stereotypical way, right? You would expect some people, like, the more that they know about something, the more picky they would be. Where they're just like, oh, Batman's, his gauntlet fins, the stuff that comes out of his forearm, like it should be this specific inches apart and stuff. I don't care about that. Like I'm kind of like, I think the more you know about the character, the more flexible you realize that he can be. And so the more accepting you are of changes, which means, at least for me personally, it means that I like a whole bunch of very different Batman. Like I pretty much like all of them in some ways, even though they're all very different.
Did you like the nipple suit though?
When you don't
Clooney
look at
one?
the nipples, it's still a pretty good suit. Also, George Clooney was fighting Mr. Freeze, and it was very cold, so you can only imagine why the nipples were on there. But when it comes to the comics versus this specific script, I do find that this script is in some ways more faithful to the comic book version than the final movie. I think the version of Bruce Wayne is a lot closer, I think, actually, on the page than he was, say, if you look at the script for the final film, because very typically in a lot of the modern comics, it's almost like it's not just a double role, it's almost like a triple role. There's like the facade he puts on as this playboy businessman is flirting with all these women, and there's the facade he puts on for pretending he's a demon from hell as he's going out to terrorize people. But deep down, there's the third Bruce, who is, the one you see in scenes of Alfred or Dick Grayson, who is basically just a guy who's in a lot of pain. And you see that in a lot of the scenes with Vicky, and that vulnerability is still what kind of amazes me about this script, because you don't necessarily see that in that blatant of a way in the final film. And I don't think we really get that from any of the Bruce Waynes we've gotten up until maybe Pattinson recently. So it was very interesting, like going through this again and sort of seeing like, oh, like this, he can only have the suit of armor for so long on that. And I like that aspect. I think, let's see, if there's anything that's not really true to the comic, I mean, obviously Joker didn't kill Robin's parents in the comics, but also I'm like, the beat is still the same. Robin's parents killed by criminals, gets taken in by Batman. Like it doesn't bother me that it wasn't the Joker in the comic books. I think other than that, there might be some stuff. There's this whole debate about, Batman in most of the mythos has taken a rule not to kill criminals. And there's some deaths in the fights in this script, and there's a lot of deaths when it comes to the final movie. But I think I would chalk that up more to people who were just trying to bring this character to life and didn't really know any better about that, as opposed to now, where I think there are so many different iterations. It's kind of a little bit more well known if you're tackling the eighth reboot of this, like what some of the rules are. Other than that, so I think I answered your question about the comic book versus the script. Oh yeah. So I think the other one was, what do I think is the closest? I think it's tough because of the fact that I think it depends on what we mean by closest. But I'll answer it in a different way. I think what is the most faithful characterization of Bruce Wayne in these? I think it's a combination of actually what we just read, as well as the Robert Pattinson version. I thought the Robert Pattinson version was very close to it, with the exception of the fact that he hasn't really developed much of a Bruce Wayne yet. He's still in the early stages of like not, trying to branch out of being Batman, because most of the time when he's Bruce Wayne in that movie, he's Batman without the suit. And that's a very deliberate choice. But I think that makes sense for his early years. I feel like that was pretty close in characterization because of the fact that it dove into the many different facets, where I feel like, I do love Keaton's portrayal, but I also feel like it's like an introduction. It's like a primer. He's not really as fully of a developed character in the final films as he is even in the script that we went over. I think that when it comes to some of the others, I think Bale's one of the most popular, but there are certain things in the characterization of those movies that I'm just like, this is you guys doing your own thing on that. So I think that, yeah, my answer would probably be Pattinson for specifically the Bruce characterization on that. Because again, it's tough to answer like what's the most faithful to them, because there's so many different iterations, and in some ways
hear everybody always say like, oh, this is the real Batman. We hear this a lot with like Harley Quinn, Where it's like when Suicide Squad came out, they were like, that's not Harley Quinn, that's not her character. And there's so many different opinions, and it's interesting to me, like what people think is real based off of the comics, based off other franchises that they've seen. So it's interesting to hear like what different people think is the real versus what's not real.
I think it depends on what's important to you with that character. If you connect to say Harley Quinn, due to the story that she developed where she broke away from an abusive boyfriend and sort of forged her own path, then the Harley Quinn from the early days, who is basically Joker's henchwoman and, you know, clinging girlfriend, is not really going to click with you. Whereas if the reverse happens and you grew up on the animated series version where that's where she was and you don't really like the Suicide Squad version, to you, the real one is the same one that this other person said is not the real one. So like, this is why nobody can agree, because everybody has a different opinion, because these characters keep changing and it depends on who you're introduced to, who is like the real Batman or the real Harley Quinn and stuff. So I think what you're introduced to is a big factor to that, and that's always going to change. And so nobody's going to agree on anything. And so I think the best solution I've found is to just enjoy everything in some way.
Yeah. All right, I got a question for you. What's next? What hasn't been told? What avenues are we going to explore next in the Batman universe?
Sure. I mean, I think they recently announced that Andy Muschietti from, you know, this recent Flash movie is doing a movie on the Brave and the Bold, where they did say that this would explore Batman and his son, Damian. So that is just uncharted territory of kind of the Batman family, which is interesting because a lot of people kind of associate, you know, going over what Morgan was talking about of like, what's the real Batman? Some people, you know, loner Batman who has no Robin, no Batgirl, nobody, all he has is Alfred and Commissioner Gordon. Like to them, that's the real Batman. And then to other people, it's the guy who actually has built up a new family after losing his own, who has kind of created his own, you know, newer one. And sure, it's a family of vigilantes, but they're all people who like really believe in like helping people and being a part of them and being there for him. That I think is something beautiful about it that they haven't really explored yet. You know, they haven't really explored Batman having a son in live action and stuff. So it's because we keep rebooting, we keep going back to the beginning, and we keep seeing Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne getting shot and the pearls falling again. But very rarely do we see like a Batman who is kind of not necessarily healed from that, but moved on to other things or fought other villains or is more concerned about his son's future as a crime fighter, or whether or not he even should be a crime fighter. These are things that I think that they're going to do or going to explore next.
So to open a different can of worms, what about Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker?
In terms of my opinion about it, or the where that can go?
Just thoughts. And
it's difficult because since he never fights Batman, at least not yet, and he didn't really become the Joker at the end, it's difficult for me to rank Joaquin because I feel like he's just he's a different character so far. Maybe in this new one there'll be some more, but he hasn't really. The whole point was for him to be in an origin story, that he becomes Joker at the end. So it's like really hard. Again, it's a great performance for that character of Arthur, but it's hard for me to stack it up with the other Jokers because it's just such a completely different version that it's hard to say that going back to what Morgan said, he's the real Joker yet. So I'm looking forward to the new movie. I think it was really cool that they said, hey, like you might expect Joaquin to fight Batman. No, we're going to do something completely unexpected and new with a musical with Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. I'm like, all right, let's see it. Let's see what happens, because that's uncharted territory too. Not necessarily Joker and Harley Quinn, but that specific type of movie with those characters. So I'm looking forward to it. I think next year, that's kind of the only movie from Warner Brothers in any type of DC capacity. And I think, frankly, DC films could use the break. I think we should be in an era of quality rather than quantity. And we've been in a mass level of quantity lately.
And not really on that. Well, I would like to say or recognize, this is Table Read Tuesday, and for some here, I believe it is now Wednesday.
It's getting close to it over
So,
here.
Yeah, so I think we should wrap it up if there's any final thing, but otherwise, what's a great Batman quote for us to go out on?
Oh, that's a lot of pressure, Jacob.
I know I should, but I don't know that quote. Yeah, we can do the devil and the thing. That's okay. All right, guys. Have a great dark night, you know.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much. That was awesome, man.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. We'd love to come back for whatever.
Yeah, look
Oh, thank
forward
you.
to seeing you star in the next Batman.
Yeah.
Sorry, looking forward to what?
In the actual movie.
Looking forward to seeing you star as the next Batman.
Oh,
Film feature. Yeah.
thank you very much.
And again, plug your channel and your podcast and all that stuff.
Sure.
Superhero stuff you should know.
Sure. I'm sure we're going around for everybody. But yeah, the podcast is Superhero Stuff You Should Know. We go through all the deep dives on the Batman 89 movie and the Tim Burton films and the recent, the Flash movie and how that ties into all those. So check that out. We're on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can also check out my writing at benwanwriter.com. And I have some Batman scripted podcasts in the works with the channel Newverse Creative. And the next one is coming soon. I can't really say much other than the fact that it is related in some way to the movie we just talked about with Batman 89 with, their cast of actors who have somebody who is a way better Michael Keaton impressionist than I am doing the voice of that Batman. So that's Newverse Creative, Neuverse. And my website is Ben Wan Writer. That's BenWanWriter.com.
Awesome. Anyone else want to plug any of their stuff? Or ready to say goodnight?
Oh, sure. I'll say that.
Heroes, go to streamily.com.
Yes. Yeah, you can get autographs from some of those superheroes and all those actors and actresses and all those movies you love.
Actors, voice actors. We have a lot of DC actors are working with DC Titans right now.
Nice.
Want an autograph from anybody? Streamily.com. Just search their name.
That's awesome.
And I'm in a bunch of motion comics, some Batman motion comics by the creator known as the Russian Comic Book Geek.
Oh,
he's doing Task Force Z right now. I just did some recordings today for issue 2 of that, which is Zombie Batman. So looking forward to that. And moving on.
That's awesome. How do we find that?
I will put a link in it, but the name is the Russian Comic Book Geek is the name of the channel.
Okay. Very, very cool. Yes.
And if you're reading Shakespeare, come join me over on Facebook at Two Households in Fair Corona. We read every first, third, and fifth Friday or Saturdays, if there is a fifth Saturday. And anyone who wants to part gets the chance to read out loud with us. So no auditions required, no experience, nothing.
And if you have trouble falling asleep at night, call up Kat. She'll read a book to you.
Yeah. All right.
It's too intriguing to
Roxanne.
sleep.
Yeah.
Roxanne, you're the last one. Anything next?
I got nothing to plug right now.
Okay.
But
you just finished your plugging thing.
I did. I will have a short film at some point, but yeah. Just
awesome. Well, you guys are all awesome. Those that had to leave tonight, they're awesome too. And we hope Heather gets better and is back soon too. And so everyone, thank you. You're all heroes in my book, and I look forward to fighting crime with you guys next week. Like, subscribe, follow.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.